On a scorching summer afternoon, the relentless sunlight seemed to ignite the air, ruthlessly baking the synthetic track of Blue River High School. The scent of melting rubber filled the atmosphere. The sports field was alive with noise and chatter. With the final student completing their job transition ceremony, all the senior students had officially wrapped up theirs for the year. Yet, the crowd in front of the transition platform showed no signs of dispersing. On one youthful face after another, emotions like excitement, disappointment, and nervousness intertwined. But on the outskirts of Class 12B's designated area, the vibe took a steep nosedive. Lusheng, we're breaking up. Standing in front of me was Qin Yinran, dressed in a flowing white dress, her arms crossed. Her delicate, angular face carried a layer of frost. Chin slightly tilted upward, her voice cut through the chaos with cold detachment as she looked down at me. I'm now an A-ranked Blessed Light Priest. From this point forward, we're people from two completely different worlds. Her words rose in pitch, signaling both disdain and finality, clear enough to ring across the field. Don't ever try to cling to me again. As she spoke, a faint gleam of holy light materialized at her fingertips. Do you see that? A-rank, blessed light. A skill someone like you, an ant-level being, will never even come close to mastering in your lifetime. And with that stab, the chatter from the nearby students erupted. Look, Qin Yinran, the class belle from 12B, just dumped Lusheng. What do you mean dumped? She kicked him to the curb, full stop. The moment she awakened an A-rank combat talent, she cut ties with her low-tier E-ranked boyfriend. Stone cold, man. I mean, it's not shocking. She's an A-rank now, headed straight for greatness. Why would she let an E-rank loser tied to a support class drag her down? Exactly. If Lusheng had even a shred of self-awareness, he'd take the high road and let her go. Honestly, she's already wasted 3 of her best years with him. That's more than generous. The incessant buzzing of harsh words felt like a swarm of flies hammering at my ears. I glanced up, dazed, my mind reeling from the sheer overload of new information. Career transitions? Professions? Where the hell am I even? Is this still Earth? I could almost see the sulfur mine from the video game I had been playing, the image still burning faintly behind my eyes. Just moments ago, I was living it up as a capitalist inside a virtual fantasy world, cracking the whip at digital miners clocking in 24/7. Then, a pounding headache yanked me out of it, slamming me with a flood of information and memories that didn't feel like my own. Wait, what the hell? Did I just transmigrate? A parallel world. Blue planet. Professional adventurers. Alien invasions. The initial shock quickly gave way to an uncontrollable surge of elation. Transmigration. It's like the starter pack for destiny. It means I, Lusheng, am meant for greatness. Time to see the cards I've been dealt. What's my awakened profession? My heart raced with a mix of anticipation and excitement. I mean, the chosen one, someone like me, has to start at S rank at the very least, right? Worst case scenario, I'd have to settle for a rare hidden class. Here, the hierarchy of abilities is as clear as day. E at the bottom, working its way up through D, C, B, A. S-rank individuals are considered legends among people. SS, a global anomaly. And those who reach the mythical class of SSS, well, they're whispers in folklore. There's no way I'm not the chosen one, I thought, a fierce confidence filling my chest. Otherwise, what's the point of me even transmigrating here? With that conviction, I instinctively activated the foundational ability locked within all awakened individuals, a simple scan to reveal one's personal stats. Name, Lusheng. Gender, male. Age, 18. Profession, Scout. Level, LV1. Attributes, Strength, 3. Intelligence, 5. Agility, 3. Constitution, 2. Skill, Beginner's Scan. Beginner's Scan, E allows you to detect the name and age of a target. Note, this ability consumes significant energy and may only be used once per day. My jubilant expression froze mid-formation, doused as though someone had dumped a full bucket of ice water over me. What the actual hell is this garbage? E-rank. A scout. And my only ability is to check someone's name and age, and I can only do it once a day? Are you kidding me? This isn't just useless, it's outright embarrassing. This had to be some kind of cruel joke. A hell mode opening scene. That's the only explanation. Lu Sheng, are you deaf? I'm talking about breaking up with you. Don't you dare act like you didn't hear me. Qin Yinran's shrill voice snapped me painfully back to the harshness of the present. My initial daze and reluctance to engage with her clearly sparked a sense of offense and fury in her. My man, she declared with a sneer, would have to be at least an S rank. You? You're not even worth mentioning. Her dismissive tone scraped against the remnants of my dignity, drawing me back to the reality of this girl standing in front of me. It was then that I truly saw her, her expression, her glint of arrogance, the undisguised disgust in her eyes. All around us, the crowd was thick with mocking gazes, reveling in my supposed misfortune, eagerly waiting for me to make a fool of myself. Suddenly, I raised a hand, my voice cold and cutting. Shut up, you foolish girl. You're getting on my nerves. My inherited memories from the original Lu Xing pieced her identity together. She was nothing more than a fleeting lover from his old life, a relationship that sparked from her appearance and ended the moment he awakened with an E-rank talent. Her cruelty hadn't just broken his heart, it had literally killed him. His grief and rage had consumed him, leaving a shell so hollow that he simply keeled over. And now? Now, her words were just noise. Sure, this scout talent was useless, and it seemed like life handed me the short end of the stick here. But screw it. I wasn't the kind to sulk forever. With my knowledge from my past life, there were endless ways to forge a new path forward. First things first, set a small goal. I'll start simple. How about making my first billion? While I was busy hyping myself up with fantasies of building a future empire, an unexpected event unfolded abruptly. A line of golden text appeared without any warning in front of my eyes. Detected soul transformation within host's body, meeting special conditions. Second profession awakening about to commence. Due to the unique nature of the host's soul, the second profession will awaken based on the core memories of a past life. Warning, soul fusion about to complete. You must reach the transfer platform within 10 minutes to finalize the second awakening. Otherwise, the qualification will be lost forever. Time remaining, 9 minutes and 59 seconds. For a brief moment, my brain froze. Then a rush of ecstatic excitement surged through me. A surprising turn of events. My long-awaited cheat ability had finally arrived. Lu Sheng, are you out of your mind? How dare you yell at me? Qin Yinran was stunned for a couple of seconds before recovering, the shame and fury instantly washing over her. For 3 years, the original me had bent over backward to please her, not even daring to say a harsh word. And now, just after breaking up, I had raised my voice at her. I knew it. None of you men are any good. Breaking up only shows your true colors. Quivering in rage, she didn't calm down. Instead, she turned up the drama. If you dare to yell at me today, you'd definitely hit me tomorrow. Good thing I broke up with you. Otherwise, I'd end up getting abused. Her imagination spiraled, her eyes tinged red with unshed tears, her voice catching as if her self-created scenario had turned real. Her thoughts brewing, a flash of indignation glinted in her eyes. She suddenly raised her hand, fingers spread wide, swinging it forcefully toward my face. Take this slap. Learn your lesson. However, smack. A crisp, clear sound echoed across the schoolyard. The stinging pain spread from her now flushed cheek to her entire head. Qin Yinran's head snapped to the side. Disheveled strands of her perfectly styled hair now stuck to her reddened skin. For a moment, she froze, clutching her face with disbelief in her eyes, reduced to just an incessant ringing in her ears. Because I, making the first move, had given her a firm, resounding slap. I told you to shut up, I remarked, shaking my tingling hand with a grimace. No wonder she was an A-class holy light cleric. Her constitution was leagues above mine. It was practically like she was wearing counterattack armor. The sheer force of my slap nearly had me break my own hand. You dare hit me? She was speechless for a long moment, her body trembling with rage. The crowd first plunged into a stunned silence before bursting into a raucous uproar. Gasps pierced the air, some nearly popping their eyes out of their sockets. To them, I was just the puppet Qin Yinran had played with for years. And now, her loyal lapdog had turned on her? With her unbearable arrogance and privilege as an A-class professional, there was no doubt that this slap had poked a hornet's nest. Everyone had the same thought flash in their minds. Oh, this is going to be good. As countless gazes snapped onto her, Qin Yinran felt the pain on her face multiply by 100 times, with a seething fury erupting in her heart. Lu Sheng, I'll kill you. Her shrill scream erupted, completely unhinged. As an A-class professional, her base stats far exceeded mine. The only reason I managed to succeed in hitting her earlier was because she was caught off guard. This time, she struck again, but holy light swirled in her palm with all her strength, clearly intending to utterly destroy my face. Yet I moved as if I'd expected this, my body swaying with uncanny timing, dodging her explosive attack with ease. I couldn't be bothered to deal with her further. Without stopping, I turned and sprinted straight toward the transfer platform. Out of my way. Once I've awakened, we'll settle this. The countdown had already dropped by a minute, and anxiety gnawed at me. At this moment, every senior high student in Blue River High School had already completed their profession transfer. Up on the transfer platform, the gray-haired headmaster, Chu Jianghe, stood preparing to pack away the energy-depleted transfer crystal. His gaze swept over the sparse remaining students below, and his expression held a lingering cloud of disappointment and fatigue. Another year, and we've only had 2 A-class students. With the major exams looming, it looks like Blue River High will once again hit rock bottom, he muttered to himself with a weary sigh. The crushing weight of 5 consecutive years at the bottom was about to break the old headmaster's resolve. What pained him the most was the case of his most promising student, He Weiniang. Top of the leaderboard in academic subjects, undefeated in combat classes, and even the citywide pre-exam champion this year. Only to awaken, an E-class life profession, masseuse. Her lifeless eyes in that moment, and her desolate silhouette as she left, haunted him like a dagger lodged deep in his soul. Talent was a gift from fate, but the path forward was something forged individually. A bitter truth almost too cruel for an 18-year-old to bear. Oh well, I'm getting old. It's time I retired. Chu murmured, though his heart still felt an indelible sense of unrest. Just as he was about to close the protective casing around the transfer crystal. Principal Chu, wait. A sharp, urgent voice echoed. Chu Jianghe looked up, startled, only to see the very boy from earlier's public uproar, standing before him, panting heavily, sweat trickling down his forehead. Yet his eyes, they burned with an almost maddening confidence. Taking a deep breath to steady myself, I leaned closer and, with words that seemed to reverberate across the silence, declared with piercing determination. Principal, I'm undergoing a second awakening. Second awakening. As soon as those words dropped, Qin Yinran, who had just caught up and was ready to blow up at me, froze on the spot. Her body instinctively stopped in its tracks. Around us, my classmates all turned their heads to look at me in unison. Time seemed to freeze. The entire field's air felt suffocating, locked in tension. Every eye, every murmur that had filled the space moments before was now focused on the transfer platform. But no one noticed. Inside the nearly sealed gap of the protective case, a faint, sudden flicker emerged from the transfer crystal sphere. What? Say that again. You want to attempt a second awakening? Principal Chu Jianghe's eyes widened like he had been struck dumb by the blazing sun overhead. His stare fixed on me, like he was examining someone out of his mind. I couldn't blame him. I had just publicly been dumped by my girlfriend. I'd awakened to an E-class civilian job, investigator, barely useful for basic living expenses, and I was still standing there, disheveled. A second awakening. On Blue Star, those 4 words represented the unattainable dream every awakened person buried deep in their hearts. Reality, however, was cruel. Once someone completed their awakening with the transfer crystal sphere, their job and rank became sealed for life, completely unchangeable. No matter how hard someone with an E-class career pushed or struggled or trained, they'd never break beyond E-class. It was like Wang Ying's massage therapist career. No matter how much she honed her skills, she'd only perfect her technique. The weight of fate's chains was suffocating, leaving little room for hope. You're Lu Sheng from senior class 2, aren't you? Principal Chu tried hard to keep his tone steady. Do you even realize what you're saying? Of course, I knew what was worrying him. A second awakening was a privilege reserved for the legendary twin class awakened, a phenomenon with odds less than 1 in 10 million. And every twin-class awakened individual inevitably rose to become a powerhouse across the continent. For a regular kid from an ordinary family who had only awakened an E-class job, to think they could grasp at such a miracle? In his eyes, I must have looked like someone driven mad by heartbreak and despair. Principal, I'm fully aware of the rules. I met his gaze directly, my stance unwavering. The transfer crystal awakening process is irreversible, and each use burns a massive amount of energy. The nation provides every citizen with one free attempt. By law, if I apply for a second awakening, the school must allow it. If I fail, I will bear all energy costs, 100,000 yuan. If I succeed, the cost is automatically waived. 100,000 yuan. That was nearly an entire year of income for an average family. Principal Chu was silent for a few seconds before nodding slowly. Since you're sure, I respect your choice. The small crowd of students lingering near the platform suddenly snapped out of their daze. Look, someone's really going for a second awakening. It's Lu Sheng, that E-class loser. Wait, isn't his family just running a tiny cotton farm? Where would they even get 100K? If he fails, they're doomed. Out of his mind. Got dumped, and now he's broken his brain. The murmur of voices rose like a tidal wave, not a single one in my favor. Qin Yinran stood in the most eye-catching spot, her arms crossed and her face full of mockery. She looked toward me on the platform like someone watching a clown gearing up for an embarrassing spectacle. What? You think you're some kind of chosen one? Going for a twin-class awakening to try and rub it in my face? Dream on, she sneered loudly, deliberately amplifying her voice to stir another round of mocking chuckles from the crowd around her. I ignored her. Every ounce of my focus was zeroed in on the crystal sphere in front of me. Everything depended on this moment. Second profession, show yourself. Close your eyes and concentrate your spirit. Principal Chu barked sharply. An immense, stable energy radiated from him, channeling directly into the crystal. Buzz. The crystal flickered faintly. Instantly, the field seemed like it had been muted. The crowd's chatter dissolved, leaving nothing but the sound of pounding hearts and held breaths. Hundreds of eyes locked onto the glowing orb with unbroken attention. The rules were fixed. If the light extinguished within seconds, the attempt failed. Only sustained brightness for over a minute would signify success. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time had never felt so slow. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. The light remained faint, flickering but steady. Gasping could be heard below the platform, barely muffled. Qin Yinran's face twisted from mocking disdain to stunned shock and utter disbelief as its light persisted. 58 seconds. 59 seconds. Even Principal Chu had stopped breathing by now, his murky, elderly eyes flashing with something bordering on awe. 60 seconds. The light didn't just hold. It stubbornly sustained itself for an additional 10 seconds longer before fading away, reluctant to extinguish. A rush of distinct energy surged out from the sphere and poured into my body. For a brief moment, the entire field went silent before erupting into chaos. He really did it? A twin class awakened. Our school has a twin class awakened. But wasn't he just some E-class nobody? How's this possible? Shock, envy, jealousy, and disbelief rippled across every face I saw. The same people who had belittled me moments ago were now staring at me with wide-eyed amazement, completely flustered as the impossible unfolded before their eyes. Qin Yinran stood frozen, like she'd been struck by lightning. Her entire body stiffened, her face pale and cold. The pride she placed in her A-class awakening was worthless now, overshadowed by the glory of a twin-class awakened. Principal Chu, on the other hand, trembled with excitement, his hands visibly shaking. In the centuries-long span of Blue River No. 3 High School's history, this was the first twin class awakened under his tenure. The thrill swept through him, but in its wake, anticipation brewed like a storm inside him. What would Lu Sheng's second profession turn out to be? Records state that for dual profession awakeners, their secondary profession starts with at least an S rank. All eyes once again locked onto the crystal ball. By the rules, after a successful awakening, the ball would light up a second time, with its color indicating the rank. White for E rank, green for D rank, blue for C rank, purple for B rank, yellow for A rank, pink for S rank, and gold for SS rank. And if it shows a 7-color radiance, that signifies the SSS rank, a level only spoken of in legends. Will it be S rank? Or perhaps the golden SS rank? Maybe even SSS rank, as hundreds of gazes fell upon the crystal ball, patiently awaiting it to light up again. The moment arrived. Simultaneously, a notification appeared before my eyes. Congratulations. Second awakening successful. You have obtained a second profession, Master. Master? That's considered a profession? Golden text slowly faded away as the corner of my mouth twitched involuntarily. In my past life playing games, I did have a tendency to overwork my NPC thralls, making them farm cotton endlessly or work nonstop 24/7. Now that I've transmigrated, did the universe just slap me with the master profession as poetic justice? That's slander. For the record, I'm actually a very kind person. While I was internally ranting, the deathly silence around me and the countless prying eyes reminded me of one undeniable truth. Being a dual profession awakener alone was enough to secure my place in the annals of history. Suppressing my stray thoughts, I focused on my newly unlocked profession panel. Name: Lu Sheng. Gender: male. Age: 18. Professions: God of Data, SS, Master, E. SS rank: God of Data. My eyelid twitched as I continued reading further. Level: LV1. Base stats: Strength 13, Intelligence 17, Agility 15, Constitution 12. Even my base stats had received a nice boost. Profession skills: God of Data, Data, I, SS, Data Body, SS, Data Ascension, SS. Profession skills: Master be my servant, E. Promotion granted, E. Master's task, E. Talent and hard work, E. The more I read, the faster my heart raced. Data I, SS analyze and reveal all information and potential of the selected target. Data Body, SS your life is digitized. Unless your health points drop to 0, all fatal injuries are nullified. Immune to physical damage. Rule-based attacks? All are a mirage in the face of data. Data Ascension, SS automatically upgrades all rewards received by 1 level. Ordinary iron becomes refined steel. Mundane stones turn into precious gems. Be my servant. Establish a master-servant contract with other beings. The life and death of servants lie entirely in the hands of the master. Current servant cap, 0/3, increases with level. Promotion granted. Servants who have signed the contract are eligible for a second awakening. Awakening rank depends on their potential. Master's task. Assign tasks to servants. Completing tasks will yield randomly generated rewards. Current task limit, 0/1. Talent and hard work. Share base stats, skills, and combat experience with servants of the same race. Share ratio, 100%. Shareable skill slots, 0/1. Note: this profession is not part of this world's established system. Due to its modular complexity and limited societal applicability, it is classified as E rank. Note: due to the influence of the master profession, the original E rank scout profession has evolved into the SS rank God of Data. E rank? You're kidding, right? Looking at the 4 initial, overpowered basic skills, paired with 3 golden SS level God tier skills, I almost burst into laughter on the spot. I'm set. Absolutely set. This whole game is mine to dominate. In this world, the number of initial skills is the golden rule for determining a profession's potential. Ordinary professions? 1 skill. Gifted professions get 2, and those who start at S rank? A guaranteed gifted profession with a 3rd skill thrown in for good measure. And here I am, my so-called trash tier E rank master profession boasting 4 initial skills, instantly eclipsing every S rank right out of the gate. Add in my dual profession setup, and that's a grand total of 7 starter skills, 3 of which are divine grade SS rank abilities. Ratings? Uft. It's just a letter on the screen. True power lies in your level, your skills, your attributes, your mastery. And what I hold in my hands is a glitch, a game-breaking anomaly that shatters this world's entire system. While I was internally riding the emotional roller coaster of my newfound power, the onlookers had started to realize what was displayed on the crystal ball. A blinding white glow. E rank. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Every gaze froze. Shock, pity, schadenfreude, suppressed amusement. Countless expressions were etched on incredulous faces. A dual profession awakener with double E-ranks? A one-in-a-million miracle, throwing out the biggest joke possible? Even the look of elation on the face of Commander Chu Jianghe faded like a receding tide, replaced by immense disappointment and regret. Meanwhile, on stage, I stared at my profession panel. My grin grew wider, tugging at the corners of my mouth until it practically split my face, and a deranged chuckle escaped from my lips. A low, unsettling heh, heh heh. My eyes gleamed with an almost predatory brightness. Not great. No, this couldn't be better. Commander Chu gave me a troubled glance, my current villainous boss vibe making his stomach churn with unease. This isn't good. Did this kid snap under the double blow and mentally collapse? Acting out of responsibility, I stepped forward, softening my tone as much as possible. Lu Sheng, 2 E-rank professions, huh? It's indeed unexpected and would be tough to accept for most people. But, I emphasized, my voice growing firmer, don't lose hope. You're already one in a million, a dual profession holder. Who knows? With this unique combination, you might carve out a path no one has ever walked before. I came back to my senses, momentarily stunned. Disappointment? Why should I feel disappointed? They've only seen the E-rank labels, completely clueless about the gold mine within. Taking a deep breath, I forced a look of inner resilience onto my face and nodded seriously. What you said is true, Principal. Even if they're just E-ranks, I firmly believe, with my talent and hard work, I will rise to the top of my profession. Thank you. My second profession has awakened successfully. I took a step closer, patting him heavily on the shoulder like a leader offering encouragement to a subordinate. Get ready for that promotion, pay raise, and marrying your rich dream girl. Then, with him frozen in shock, I turned around in smooth, nonchalant fashion and headed down from the awakening platform with long strides. Behind me, the headmaster, Chu Jianghe, stood there like a statue, mumbling to himself, promotion, pay raise. Has he completely lost it? Trash will always be trash. Doesn't matter if you have a lucky second awakening. Still worthless with 2 E-ranks. In the crowd below, Qin Yanran sneered as she saw me approaching. The defeated look she'd worn earlier had been swept away, replaced by an unmistakable glee of triumph. With your dual E-rank trash status, you still dare claim to be the best in the city? What a joke. Before she could finish, whoosh, a sharp wind sound cut through the air. Qin Yanran's pupils contracted sharply, her smug expression freezing instantly. She never expected I would dare make a move in public. 2 E-rank nobodies, and you think you can challenge me, an A-rank? Are you seeking death? Her reaction was lightning fast. Raising her hand, she instantly channeled her ability, planning to strike first and gain the upper hand. As an A-rank holy light priest with an equally level 1 status, her strength and physique should have utterly dominated an E-rank like me. But in the next second, the power and speed in my palms surged drastically, landing squarely on her face before she could react. Thud! A dull thwack echoed. Like a spinning top struck by a mallet, Qin Yanran spiraled through the air in a tragic arc before slamming harshly onto the track several meters away. Huh. Coughing, she collapsed into a disorderly heap. Half her face swelled visibly by the second, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth, her dazed eyes utterly disbelieving. Impossible. How can he? Isn't he just an E-rank? How's his strength so high? His speed so fast? An A-rank, fully prepared, reduced to such humiliation by a worthless, dual E-rank nobody in one single slap. I glanced down at her from above, my gaze indifferent as if looking at some roadside garbage. I told you not to get in my way. Can you not understand human language? You were the one who initiated the breakup, and now you're the same person, standing here, barking like a mad dog? If I don't give you a lesson right here, you might really forget your place. I didn't bother to waste another word. Stepping over her crumpled form like it was a mud puddle, without looking back, I started walking toward the school gate. Lu Sheng, mark my words. Qin Yanran swear, I won't let you off. A screeching howl, mixed with hysterics and obvious sobbing, rang out from behind me, drenched in both humiliation and venomous spite. I didn't even pause my stride. With a single thought, my eye of data quietly flickered to life. Instantly, Qin Yinran's stats appeared before me in an illuminated panel. Name: Qin Yinran / gender, female / age, 18. Profession: Holy Light Priest, A / level, LV1. Attributes: Strength, 4 intelligence, 6 agility, for constitution, 8. Skills: Holy Light Body, Light Element Affinity. Potential rating: Second Awakening. A rank talent profession 63.9%, B rank talent 17.3%, B rank profession 18.8%. Potential rating was a feature exclusive to my master class. As long as someone became my subordinate, even talentless rejects doomed to failure for a second awakening would succeed 100% under me. I scanned the stats lazily, quickly losing interest. An A rank? That's as good as her upper ceiling goes. With a flick of my fingers, I dismissed the panel. With such potential, she didn't even qualify as a candidate for being one of my subordinates. Nowadays, I only go after the highest talents possible. Whistling lightly, I walked out of the school gates, hands swinging. After the awakening ceremony, we had half a day off. Perfect time to scout out some potential targets. Tomorrow, the school would have us fresh awakeners enter the rookie dungeon for a trial. That was going to be where the real action began. As I strolled, countless eyes clung to my back, accompanied by whispers deliberately hushed but not quiet enough to avoid my notice. Man, poor guy. Another one who's gone insane after awakening. Dual E rank. Lucky yet totally unlucky. Shoo, lower your voice. Don't provoke him. You saw what he did. He might punch you too. I paid them no mind, a faint smirk curling on my lips instead. No one will help me achieve greatness. I'll ascend on my own, leaving footsteps on paths they'll never dare tread. Sweeping the crowd with my eye of data, I casually analyzed everyone within sight. Wang Xiaoming / warrior, D / potential. C rank 5.2%, D rank 94.8%. Skip. Just a regular nobody. Li Xiaohua / fire mage, C / potential. B rank 12.7%, C rank 87.3%, passerby. Skip. All of them are C or D grade, with the occasional B grade popping up. A grade students are rare as hen's teeth, and as for S grade, not even a shadow. This batch of students is useless beyond help. I grumbled internally as I kept walking, eager to find a suitable servant as quickly as possible. 3 slots are just too few. Gotta prioritize picking 3 maids first. Just as I was stepping out of the school gates, an intense golden light suddenly blinded my eyes. Legendary tier. It was so dazzling it almost burned my retinas, far brighter than anyone else I'd seen today. When the light faded, I saw an imposing, iron tower-like figure standing next to the school gate. Nearly 2 meters tall, dark-skinned with a glossy sheen, his bulging muscles looked as if they were forged from cast iron. His regular school uniform was stretched, so taut it seemed ready to burst apart at the seams. It was my childhood buddy, Zhang Depeo. At that moment, the towering hulk was standing with his hands on his hips, completely ruining the intimidation factor with 2 shiny new plastic scrub brushes tucked into his waistband. Their 99 cents price tags gleamed conspicuously in the sunlight. Shengji, what took you so long? I've been waiting so long. I've withered like a flower. He grinned from ear to ear, showing a row of teeth whiter than pearls, and clapped me on the shoulder with a hand as big as a palm leaf. So hard I nearly ate dirt right then and there. Hiss. I staggered, barely maintaining my balance, rubbing my now-numb shoulder before shooting him an annoyed glare. At the same time, Data Vision displayed his ridiculously overpowered stats panel as clear as day before my eyes. Name: Zhang Depeo. Gender: male. Age: 18. Class: War God, SS. Level: LV1. Attributes: Strength 20, Intelligence 1, Agility 20, Constitution 20. Strength, Agility, and Constitution off the charts. Intelligence 1. I almost burst out laughing. But when I glanced at those 3 skills outlined in dazzling gold, my smile froze instantly, and a cold shiver ran down my spine. Peak of Martial Arts. SS. The War God is destined to stand at the pinnacle of martial arts. No job transition tests required. No bottlenecks in leveling up. A cheat. This guy's a walking cheat code. Martial Spirit Bind. SS any opponent in close range feels like they're constricted by a python, losing hostility and completely collapsing their will to fight. Invincible Golden Body. SS in combat. There is a 0.1% chance to achieve 1 second of invincibility. These skill names. Why do they sound so dangerously familiar? Yikes. Aptitude Evaluation. Second Awakening. S-Class Profession 31%. A-Class Gifted Profession 22%. A-Class Profession 47%. Potential. Insane. Bro, why are you so quiet? Awestruck by my dashing glory, Jean de Peo looked immensely pleased with himself and slung his arm around me again. His rock-hard chest muscles jabbed sharply into my back. Truly a man with Constitution 20. But that 1-point intelligence. Oof. To be fair, he always had his moments of absent-mindedness, though he still fell within the range of a normal person. Guess you win some, you lose some. How did you know I awakened as an SS class, or God? He looked at me wide-eyed, as though I'd uncovered the world's biggest secret. Who even asked? Before I could even think of a witty retort, he spilled everything like a gossipy auntie at the market. 3 golden skills. I'm so OP now it's insane. Even our school's principal, yeah, that old man, literally grabbed my leg and bawled his eyes out when he found out, insisting we become sworn brothers. If it wasn't for his son dragging him away, we'd be long-lost brothers of different mothers now. Well, aren't I awesome? He shook me enthusiastically, leaning so close that I could feel spit flying toward my face. Don't spit on me. I backed away in mock disgust, but played along with a grin. You're incredible. With Pao Ji leading the charge, I'll be carried through dungeons effortlessly from now on. Leave it to me. He thumped his chest hard enough to make a booming echo. Whoever dares lay even a finger on my bro, I'll beat them senseless until they apologize. After finishing his bold declaration, he suddenly remembered something and leaned in again. By the way, what did you awaken? But it's not too shabby, eh? We did grow up wearing the same split-crotch pants. Me? I gave a mysterious smile. E-Class Scout. Oh, and a new class, but I'll keep it a secret for now. No way was I going to tell him I awakened as a master. That'd be way too awkward, and I'd probably be labeled a lunatic. E-Class, and dual class no less. Jean de Peo froze for a second before quickly recovering with an expression of loyal camaraderie. No big deal. Next time we hit a dungeon, Pao Ji's got your back. Anyone dares to laugh at you, I'll make sure they learn their place. He threw another hearty slap at my back that almost drove me into the ground again before gesturing proudly to his waist, swaying the 2 hilariously out-of-place scrub brushes. So, how's this look? Pretty badass, right? I stared at the utterly mismatched brushes, my lips twitching. Bro, what's with the brushes? Planning a side hustle cleaning walls. Victory, bro, you serious right now? His bull-like eyes widened as he looked at me with feigned disappointment. This is culture, okay? I told you to read more, didn't I? It's called having 2 tricks up your sleeve. Finally awakening as SS class. I had to add something special, or I'd feel incomplete. It's about having style, you know? Right. Fine. As long as it makes you happy. SS level big shots sure have unique taste. What's that? I'm SS level now too. Whatever you say. All right, enough chit-chat. Jean de Peo whipped his giant hand through the air with a booming voice, louder than a clap of thunder. At lightning speed, he gave a deep 90-degree bow and shouted with heartfelt gratitude, "Little Ro, from now on, these feet are in your hands." The sudden Little Ro caught her off guard. She scratched her head with her rough hand, a shy smile spreading across her face, revealing a missing front tooth. Now as for me, well, my assigned technician wasn't exactly stunning, but she was certainly unforgettable, tall and relatively graceful in appearance. Her short hair gave her an efficient and capable demeanor. Her maturity showed through in her calm expression, even though the seemingly heavy-set, broad-shouldered figure did clash slightly with her otherwise approachable aura. She rolled a foot basin over to my side, her low yet polite voice breaking the awkwardness. "Hey bro, I'm Zhao Xiuxiu. Tired feet? Just relax, I've got you." I almost choked on my own spit, but faced with the situation, all I could do was nod awkwardly. Sure. Thanks." Casting a glance at Big Cannon, aka Zhang Depeo, he was already chatting up a storm with little Ro, looking right at home. The moment she started setting up, he flopped onto the lounge chair and dunked both feet lazily into the water basin. Little Ro, don't hold back, all right? These feet. Oh, they've seen some stuff. Meanwhile, I adjusted my posture, sitting up straighter as I carefully eased my feet into the basin. Entering this grown-up world for real, it was, admittedly, a little overwhelming. Sigh. The shop's soft background music paired with the skilled movements of the technicians started working their magic, melting away what had been a somewhat comical tension. The mood in the room began to smooth out into something softer. How do I feel in this moment, you ask? Well, it's not just my feet being rejuvenated at this point. It's like my whole spirit is being reawakened. Looking over at Big Cannon, eyes closed in bliss, a deeply satisfied grin on his face, I couldn't help but feel a sense of relief wash over me. All right, I admitted to myself. Sometimes, being a grown-up really does have its perks. A quiet respect for this foot-soak experience suddenly welled up in my chest. However, yo, Cannon, just make sure you keep your mouth shut when we leave, okay? Don't worry, big bro. After tonight's soak, our horizons have expanded. We've won. Completely won, he replied with an exaggerated cackle. Professional ambition, defying the odds, and bringing her family a better life. But fate seems to always enjoy making sport of people. The job reassignment letter clutched tightly in her hand was like a final verdict, coldly handing down her future, an E-rank masseuse. A ranking this low nearly spelled out no prospects, with little hope of lifting the burdens she bore on her shoulders. The torrential rain was relentless, and the wind bitterly cold. She bit her lip so hard it might have bled, yet the pounding of her fists against the door continued, the stinging pain on her palms unnoticed. Tears mixed with rain, but none of it extinguished the fire burning deep in her soul. 10,000, 10,000 a month. She whispered to herself. This was the price to save her family. It was her only path forward. Even if it meant bowing her head in humility, swallowing despair whole, she would press on, for her mother, her sister, and the irrevocable but deeply rooted ties of kinship. Her hands slowly curled into fists, rainwater running through her fingers like the thawing of a frozen heart lighting a faint but determined spark. From today onward, no matter how hard it gets, I won't back down. After reading through her profile and snippets of her past, a mix of emotions swirled within me. She had once stood at the pinnacle, a prodigy blessed by the heavens. But now she had to begin again, clawing her way up from the depths with the label of an E-rank worker in this brutally unforgiving world. And yet, it was exactly this unyielding drive of hers that gripped my heart like a blade. I've seen far too many give in to mediocrity, letting their misfortunes break them. But her? No, she was different. She chose to confront destiny head-on, to swim against the current with everything she had. Hey, Wan Ying, I said softly, my voice laced with a strange blend of admiration and respect as I addressed her. She instinctively glanced up, her clear eyes showing a fleeting hint of vulnerability, but they were quickly overshadowed by an unshakable determination. You know, I leaned in slightly, lowering my voice into something almost conspiratorial. You're destined for more. And I'll make sure you see the light. A combat profession, her life's goal was to kill the foreign race that had murdered her grandparents and to hold her family together. But now, she was an E-class masseuse. All her pride was crushed into dust on the career transfer stage. She didn't know how she managed to stagger through the rain, an empty shell devoid of her soul. The rain couldn't extinguish the despair burning in her heart. It only froze her body and spirit alike. By some inexplicable force, she found herself standing before the glowing neon lights of the Star Moon Massage Parlor. So be it. A cold, detached voice echoed in her mind. Even the heavens ordained me to be a masseuse. What's the point of resisting? Avenge her grandparents? Slay her enemies? In this lifetime, she knew she couldn't. Wanting got the job almost instantly. The manager offered her a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan, plus commission, along with the prestigious title of Gold Star Technician. It wasn't only because of her photographic memory or natural gift for massage. No, it was also her appearance, her figure, and, most importantly, those 7 words, freshly graduated 18-year-old student. But even with that, she couldn't bring herself to feel happy. Since childhood, anything her father gave her came with an implicit price tag. New clothes, required modeling gigs at the kids' boutique, toys, bribery to star in cutesy videos. Every act of generosity came with its hidden tax. Her father, the person closest to her, saw her worth only in monetary value. What price did her new boss place on her? What did she have to be worth to earn this salary? She refused to think too hard about it. After 2 grueling hours of robotic onboarding training, she hadn't even signed the contract when her first job assignment came in. It's a student order, the supervisor reassured her. The client is a newly awakened individual. Good temper. You'll be fine practicing with them. She didn't believe that comfort for a second. Students could be evil too. Still, she found comfort in one thing. The job wasn't solo. The other client had requested her teammate, Yang Xiaoro, a tough-looking girl who'd reportedly awakened as a C-class warrior. Between Yang's presence and her kindness during the walkover, Wanning felt, for the slightest moment, at ease. With a deep breath, she pushed down the feelings of disgust and humiliation, pushing the frosted glass door open. And then, her world stopped. Reclining on the massage bed, a delicate-faced boy looked up at her with curious eyes. Lu Sheng, her classmate. Just a few hours ago, they'd stood on the same career transfer stage, awakening to E-class professions. The same grade, the same nothingness. And yet, here he was, laughing with a friend, enjoying himself in leisure, while she'd been thrown out of her home, kneeling in the rain, forced to scrape by just to survive. 2 identical starting points. 2 radically different endings. The moment the door opened, I recognized her. Even with half her face hidden under a mask, those eyes were unmistakable. Wanning, the most celebrated beauty of our school. The untouchable, cold, aloof goddess. But now, those same eyes were brimming with panic. What's more, I could see her emotions as clearly as if they were painted for me. A mess of oil slicks dancing across water. Please don't look at me. Please don't recognize me. Interesting. The corner of my mouth lifted into a smirk. Shall we start? Relieved as if granted a royal pardon, she knelt, her chilly, delicate fingers lifting my foot into her hands. The first touch of her fingertips sent a precision-crafted amount of pressure rippling through me. By the time her skilled fingers pressed into my soul, I couldn't help but shut my eyes. Damn, she's good. The tension slowly drained from my body. With the heat of the warm water and the subtle aroma of massage oils, a gentle numbness spread from my feet all the way to the crown of my head. Before I knew it, I'd dozed off. Bro, wake up. Time's up. Zhang Depao's booming voice yanked me out of the soothing darkness. Huh. Yawning, I stretched out lazily. That it. I hadn't even noticed when she stopped. Wanning now stood off to the side, head bowed like a fragile porcelain doll. But the rivulets of sweat on her forehead and her flushed cheeks were clear giveaways. She'd worked seriously, giving it her all this past hour. Turning to Depao, I smirked. He was drenched in sweat, so much so it was as if he'd just walked out of a shower. And yet, his face was glowing with satisfaction. His hands trembled slightly, as though he'd expended every ounce of strength in hard labor. Beside him, Yang Xiaoro wore a sheepish grin, avoiding eye contact. Oddly enough, her physique seemed bulkier, stronger than before. Goodness, I'd made some passing joke, and this idiot really went all out for a 1-hour foot rub. Turning back toward Wanning, my smile widened. She wanted nothing more than to vanish into thin air at this moment. That much was obvious. My lips curled up further. I want to extend the session. The air in the room seemed to shatter. The words hit her like a gong, and she froze. Her head shot up, eyes wide with unease and a flicker of fear. Has he recognized me? Her thoughts trembled, practically audible. I should head out, man. Depao scratched his head with an awkward laugh. Parents, you know how it is. They don't trust me out too late. Gotta get home before 9. You're right. Best not risk it, I said, nodding solemnly. Be careful out there. If bandits come your way, there's no guarantee they'd spare your innocence. Haha, yeah, later, man. Depao left, beaming with satisfaction, following closely behind Xiaoro. The door clicked shut behind them. Now, in the cramped, dim room, it was just her and me. The stillness in the air was suffocating. There were faint sounds of water from next door and their quiet breathing. The silence weighed heavy enough to make her feel suffocated. "Keep going," I said casually. I fell asleep before fully enjoying how relaxing it was earlier. As I watched, I noticed the string of tension in her heart loosen just a little. He didn't recognize me, she thought. Then, a pang of inexplicable sorrow surged from within her. Even Lu Sheng, another E-class individual, couldn't recognize her anymore. One day, her former classmates will become powerful figures soaring through the skies. Yet she, the once celebrated prodigy, would remain submerged in the murky glow of dim lights, just another faceless background character. "The water's cold now, sir. Let me change it," she said hoarsely, resigning herself to fate. She turned to pick up the basin on the floor. But in that split second, as she bent down and focused entirely on the basin, my hand moved. My fingertips brushed past her hair and deliberately hooked the edge of her mask, pulling it off gently. "Don't!" She gasped like a startled rabbit, letting out a short, panicked cry. Her hands flew up to cover her face. Too late. The mask fell, revealing a pale yet exquisitely delicate face filled with alarm. "Well, if it isn't our campus queen, Miss Hwanying," I said. I saw the world spin in her eyes. Her disguise, her dwindling hopes, her fragile attempts at self-comfort, all shattered by that single, nonchalant sentence. One of my hands clamped her wrist like a vice, while the other gently gripped her chin, forcing her to tilt her head upward and meet my amused gaze. "Miss Campus Queen," I chuckled lightly. "What's this?" "Tears. That doesn't suit the ice goddess who dominated the entire senior year with her cold, untouchable pride." She bit down hard on her lower lip, drawing tiny beads of blood, desperately trying to look away as tears streamed down like broken pearls. Her pride, her dignity. At this moment, I trampled them both underfoot. But just as she was about to collapse under the weight of humiliation, about to lose consciousness, the smile on my face faded. In my eyes, a sharp, piercing gleam of gold suddenly flared. I leaned in closer, lowering my voice until it carried a deep, almost hypnotic allure, each word striking her injured heart like a drumbeat. "Miss Campus Queen, tell me, do you crave power?" A flash of gold flickered in my pupils. "Become my disciple. Skill activated." "What?" Hwanying's face froze completely. As she stared at me, the faint golden shimmer in my eyes glinted and faded. This once pristine campus Belle now wore the plain uniform of a technician, her gaze hollow as if her soul had been snatched away. I knew her story, how she had awakened as an E-class masseuse and got kicked out of her home, plummeting from the skies to the dirt. Yet the more broken a person was, the more deeply they longed for the words to grow stronger. Sure enough, the moment I spoke, her head snapped up, locking eyes with mine. Then she saw it. A cold digital prompt exploded in her vision. "The individual has activated the skill. Become my disciple. Do you accept?" Her body trembled, and the once celebrated Pearl of Blue River looked utterly dumbstruck. I could almost predict her thoughts. What kind of skill name is this? Some new form of humiliation? Her gaze moved down to the description. "Upon acceptance, you will form a master-servant contract with the individual and pledge lifelong loyalty." Lu Sheng, you don't have to humiliate me like this." Her voice quivered, dry and hoarse. For a moment, I hesitated. My intention was purely to give this uniquely gifted girl a chance, a mutually beneficial deal. Strength for her, loyalty for me. But from her perspective, a former star student, adored by everyone, now collapsed into dust, still asked to suffer ridicule at the hands of an old classmate. I understood now. Humiliation? Well, you could see it that way. I smirked. After all, the weak are born to be humiliated by the strong. "Get out." Her voice cracked with restrained sobs, her face pale, yet flushed with humiliation. "Out." I leaned back nonchalantly and sprawled across the massage table, crossing one leg over the other. "I'm a customer. I've paid for an extra hour, not a cent less. If you have what it takes," I elongated my words with mockery, "then quit this job right now." "You?" She almost screamed in anger, but in an instant, that familiar fiery resolve doused cold by icy reality. I knew exactly what shimmered in her eyes. A bedridden mother, a younger sister with a school bag on her back, in a home whose doors never seemed to open. She needed this job more than anything else in her life right now. Humans often falter not because of the strength of their enemies, but because of the weight of their responsibilities. I was wrong, she murmured shakily. Taking a deep breath, she must have summoned all her willpower just to force her shattered pride back into a hidden corner. Sir, what did you call me? A customer is a god. Say it, God. My gaze lazily drifted toward the coat rack in the corner of the room, where a variety of new costumes hung, each accompanied by a price tag. Black stockings made outfit, $50. That one, I said, pointing lightly. The black stockings made outfit. I like it. Dull. But in the end, under my unwavering gaze, she still moved forward. Trembling, she picked up the outfit and disappeared behind the folding screen. The faint rustle of clothes being changed reached my ears. Her silhouette, slender and elegant, was cast against the screen. After what felt like an eternity, footsteps echoed softly. She came out, her head lowered. The black and white uniform unexpectedly fit her perfectly, accentuating her slim waist. Over-the-knee sheer black stockings wrapped around her delicate feet, her toes slightly tensed, betraying her nervousness. "Tsh, not bad," I remarked openly, letting my gaze run over her without restraint. "No wonder they used to call you the Belle of Lanjiang back in school." The words were as sharp as knives, cutting deeply into her. Any remaining light in her eyes extinguished. I could tell she wanted to slap me across the face and storm out. But she didn't. "Come here. Press my back for me." "My shoulders have been killing me since school started," I said, flipping over on the bed, resting my chin on my arms while nodding toward her feet clad in black stockings. I don't know how to," she whispered hesitantly. "Don't know? What don't you know? Did you come here to work, or just to sit around uselessly?" I drawled lazily. "You can't do it, so you're not going to learn? Are you planning to spend your life as a bottom-rung masseuse? Where's that ambitious, go-getter campus queen from Lanjiang that I used to know?" Biting her lower lip, she climbed onto the bed with a resigned expression. Tentatively, her soft, delicate feet touched my back. She was light, probably no more than 90 pounds despite standing at about 5 feet 7 inches. Beneath the thin stockings, her feet carried a slight chill, unique to a young woman's touch. An hour passed, though it felt like a century. "Sir, may I stop now?" she asked weakly, leaning against the wall. Her voice was shaky, her body drenched in a light sheen of sweat, her legs trembling so much they could barely hold her upright. "Not bad," I said, sitting up and stretching my shoulders, my tone carrying genuine satisfaction. "Then I'll take my leave now," she muttered, clearly ready to flee the room. "Hold it." My voice cut through her steps, halting her at the door. "Come here." Her body tensed at my command. Her movements were slow, as though her legs were weighed down. She turned toward me, her gaze hollow, like a puppet. She shuffled back to the bedside instinctively, her posture defensive as though bracing for yet more humiliation. "Look at me." She hesitated before meeting my eyes, and then she froze stiff. The golden glow in my pupils reignited. Before her eyes, the familiar system window materialized anew, but this time, its contents were different. "Do you accept? Upon agreement, a second awakening will be triggered, unlocking a secondary class. Note: due to the master's unique profession, the lowest class rank possible is S tier." Her pupils shrank in disbelief. "What is this?" she murmured, pinching her arm. It hurt. The prompt wasn't a hallucination. It was real. I watched her as I began to speak deliberately. "I'm offering you one last chance. Will you choose to linger in this gaudy, superficial world, serving a parade of strangers one after another, squandering a life that could shine bright? Or will you seize the opportunity to acquire an S tier, or even higher-ranked, class? To finally take charge of your destiny, with the sky as your only limit, and the seas boundless before you. The cost: merely pledging your undying loyalty to me. Your life, from now until the end, will belong entirely to me." Each word struck her, hammer-like, against her fragile will, mercilessly driving her toward a precipice. I could see the calculations racing through her mind. A lifetime as a masseuse, faking smiles, pleasing endless customers. How different would that be from being subservient to every passerby? Yet here was an alternative, serving just one person, me, and in exchange, being handed an S-tier career that could change everything. With that power, she could earn enough to treat her mother's illness, ensure her sister's future, and reclaim her dignity. Images of her mother's pale face in a hospital bed, her sister's trust-filled gaze, and her father's cold abandonment flashed through her head. All at once, the years of repressed longing for strength and control surged forth, unrestrained. "I agree," she blurted out, nodding fiercely, clutching onto this lifeline as though her life depended on it. "0, contract successfully established. Congratulations. You have gained your first subordinate." He whinnying. "Current subordinates, 1/3. In an instant, her memories poured into my mind like a tidal wave. I saw her life through her own eyes. The warmth of her childhood, the agony of her family's downfall, the despair of rejection, the weight she bore for the sake of her mother and sister, the endless struggles to make ends meet. A gambling-addicted father, a terminally ill mother, a dependent younger sister. Her story couldn't have been more tragic. And if I didn't help her, who would? Just as the thought crossed my mind, an even purer, more dazzling golden light erupted from within her body, engulfing the room without warning. At that moment, she seemed lost in a trance, caught in some mysterious transformation. This second awakening had begun. The radiant glow quickly filled the massage parlor, as though molten gold were spilling across every surface. The walls, the ceiling, and the floor shimmered with a golden hue. If not for the room's thick blinds, I had no doubt this brilliance would have pierced through the clouds. As a minute passed, the golden light dimmed slightly, only to shift again. White, green, blue, purple, yellow, pink. The colors shifted rapidly, like the spinning dials of fate itself, each hue signaling a new tier of strength. When the pink light locked in, her body trembled. S-tier. But the transformation wasn't finished. The pink light shattered, giving way to something even more powerful. A brilliant, soul-piercing gold. Brilliant golden light blazed to life. SS class. Ugh. She woke up from her mysterious trance, gazing down at the blazing golden aura around her, as radiant as the sun. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks, flowing like rivers. SS class. She, a once disowned E-class failure cast out by her father, had actually awakened to an SS class profession. SS class, huh? Decent luck. I raised an eyebrow slightly. Assigning her this servant slot wasn't a wasted investment after all. Master. I mean Lord. She wiped away her tears and looked at me with gratitude as profound as surviving a brush with death, an almost religious reverence in her eyes. Having witnessed my power firsthand, she understood better than anyone. If this kind of strength were ever exposed, it would plunge the entire Blue Star into chaos. Countless top-tier powerhouses would swarm in desperation, all vying for a chance to become my servant. Thanking me already? A subtle smirk spread across my lips as streams of data flickered briefly in my eyes. You're celebrating too early. The smile on her face froze instantly. Master. My gaze shifted to the intangible interface only I could see. Detected. Servant awakening reward preparing for distribution. Dimensional data enhancement. Skill of the data god activated. Would you like to elevate the reward to a higher rank? Elevate, I commanded. Her confused query stopped halfway, only forming the beginning of a word. Wah. The next moment, a sudden transformation emerged. The stabilized golden SS-class aura around her began to ripple violently. The vanished spectrum of colors reappeared, coalescing into a radiant seven-colored halo that slowly revolved around her. A torrent of new information unfurled before her. Congratulations. Second awakening achieved. New profession obtained. Eternal Winter Sword Master. Name. He whinnying profession. Eternal Winter Sword Master. SSS class. Level. LV1. Skill. Eternal Frozen Blades Domain. SSS empower a radius of 30 times your level from your position as an absolute domain. Within the zone, all enemies face a 40% reduction in movement and attack speed while suffering 1% max HP damage per second. Damage halved for elites and bosses. The land touched by your domain becomes your sword kingdom. Skill. Ever-free Winter Strike. SSS your blade intention locks onto the target. Fate itself guarantees the hit. The strike is unavoidable, unblockable. Each successful hit implants a frostmark layer. At 5 layers, trigger Eternal Freeze, applying an unavoidable ice freeze lasting 2 seconds and dealing damage equal to strength times 3 plus 5% max HP as true damaged. Skill: Heart of Eternal Cold, SS, when health falls below 50%. Automatically activate an Eternal Frost Shield equal to 80% of your max HP that lasts 10 seconds. Each second, unleash freezing ice blasts around you. Destruction and protection are two sides of the same coin. Skill: Throne of Winter's Reign, SSS, summon the Ice Crystal Throne of Eternal Winter. In a radius of 100 times your level, you and allies become immune to all crowd control effects and gain a 50% bonus to critical strike rate. While seated on the throne, you embody the Queen of Winter's Blades. Note: this profession exists solely because of its creator, Lu Shang, and belongs exclusively to the servant, He Weinying. If the contract is ever broken, the profession will dissolve. SSS class. Her lips moved silently, her mind buzzing to a standstill, incapable of forming a complete thought. SSS, legend among legends. Throughout Blue Star's history, only a few had reached this pinnacle, and each had left a legacy of an era's dominance. And yet here she stood, she who not long ago had endured the humiliation of being an E-class back massage therapist, stepping into a life of unprecedented power overnight. Mother, Xiaohua, I can protect you now. I can earn money to take care of you both. Tears of joy streamed down her face. All right, calm your power down. If you don't control it, this room's about to turn into a popsicle exhibit, I teased with a light laugh. Startled back into focus, she observed her surroundings. The massage room had already been blanketed in a thick layer of frost. The furniture, walls, and equipment were all encased in shimmering icicles. White mist pervaded the air, the temperature so low it felt like even a breath would turn to frost. This unintentional release, it was merely ripples of residual energy from her awakening. A quiet realization crept over her. If she were to unleash her power fully, she could freeze this bustling street into an ice age or a river in an instant. And this was only her power at level 1. Calming her turbulent emotions, she turned her gaze upon me. Beyond the overwhelming gratitude in her eyes, there was now a trace of something else, difficult to put into words. Her natural elegance had always given her a cold and lofty aura, making her the dream of countless boys at Blue River High School. With the awakening of her SSS class powers, her presence exuded an even sharper sense of frosty majesty, keeping people instinctively at arm's length. Yet when she looked at me, that frosty face softened fleetingly, bearing a subtle warmth. Master, for the rest of my life, I shall be the sword in your hand, cutting away all who dare oppose you. Servant, He Weinying, loyalty, 86. At the moment the pact was sealed, He Weinying's status displayed a new loyalty metric. Simultaneously, detailed evaluation data flowed directly into my mind. Loyalty, a scale from 0 to 100. Below 50, deceit with hidden betrayal. 50 to 70, ranging from fondness to basic trust. 70 to 80, she'd follow orders willingly, so long as they don't violate her principles. 80 to 90, she prioritizes your commands above her own well-being, acting unwaveringly under your directive. Exceeding 90, that's complete and utter devotion. Trust, if I told her to face death, she wouldn't even flinch. So, does that mean once my stats hit 90, I can do whatever I want? Cough. I shook off the fleeting dark thought. I've always been an excellent student. This urge to push that number above 90 was just a sudden whim. But I didn't expect that the moment our contract was sealed, her loyalty toward me would soar to an 86. That speaks volumes about how desperately she craves strength. I looked toward her. She was gazing at me with stars in her eyes, pure adoration clear in her expression. I gestured to the layer of frost around us, melting at a steady pace. You should be able to handle the rest on your own, right? Of course. She nodded firmly, determination shining brightly in her expression. I'll go submit my resignation and dedicate myself fully to being your maid. Her face flushed as she spoke the last 2 words, unable to hide her embarrassment. Though the contract had been signed, at the end of the day, She was still a modern girl raised on years of education, outwardly calm and composed, icy even, but secretly indulging in ancient romance novels in her downtime. As the scenes of master-servant romances played in her mind, her cheeks burned bright red. "Got it," I said, purposefully overlooking her flustered thoughts. "Tomorrow's the school's newcomer trial for Secret Realms. You and I will go in as a two-person team." With those instructions, I left the massage parlor before she could snap out of her daze. If I don't head back soon, my sister's going to chew me out again. Like Jean de Peo, I'm also under strict orders to get home early every day. If it weren't for wanting her to willingly pledge loyalty to me, I would have left long ago. The extra foot massage, the uniform fee, the extended session, $288, plus 288 again, plus 300. Altogether, 876 yuan. That was nearly everything I'd saved over the past 3 years of high school. Hewanqing, an SSS grade class. I glanced back at the parlor door, satisfied that my investment would surely pay off. Don't let me down. Little did either of us realize. Thousands of kilometers away, in Dacia's capital city, on the rooftop of a heavily guarded government building, late into the night, the silence was torn apart. Boom. A brilliant rainbow-colored column of light shot into the sky, illuminating the heavens. "Bees easy, bees easy, bees easy." Alarms blared, painting the tower in flashing red. Researchers within the facility erupted into a frenzy. It's appeared. It's finally appeared. An elderly man, his hair stark white, shoved open the doors to the conference room with trembling hands. In his grip was a freshly printed energy chart, and his clouded eyes were locked onto the shimmering rainbow dot on the sand table map, his voice quivering with excitement. "The prophecy, it's come true. Location, Jiangnan Province, energy source locking in southeastern Jiangnan, Lanjiang City. SSS grade. This is definitely an SSS grade awakener. Ready the flying mounts immediately. I leave for Lanjiang City now. Alert the Professional Management Bureau. Set this to the top priority level." The old man's words were delivered with precision, leaving no room for dispute. The ink-like night swallowed the neon glow of Lanjiang City's downtown, casting shadows over the slumbering urban sprawl. The last bus of the evening rattled its way down nearly deserted streets until it reached the far outskirts of the city. Lurching to the final stop, it dropped me off in the middle of nowhere. Walking through a cotton field rustling softly under the night breeze, I finally stopped in front of an aged white farmhouse. This was home, a slowly withering cotton plantation. Under the moon's quiet gaze, the low-lying house sat peacefully, as though in deep slumber. Only the furthest room to the east glowed against the darkness, its windows fogged slightly, while a deliberately cheerful voice filtered out faintly amidst the still night air. "Thanks for the sunglasses, Lilintian boss. You're so generous." Yup. Tonight's promotional gacha event. 255 pulls in the Fire God Summon pool to max out a 4-star character. Any extra will come out of my own pocket. Loss. Nope, not on my watch. Huh? You want to see Xiaosheng? Oh, no way. He's out partying tonight after his awakening ceremony. Hasn't come back yet. Hearing my sister's energetic chatter warmed my heart. A flicker of bitterness also stirred before fading into a rueful smile. And then came her next line. It obliterated whatever nostalgia I'd been holding on to. Instead, my head met my palm. "What's this? Miss Angie, interested in our family's little brother?" "Nope, not happening. I found him on the side of the road when he was just a baby and raised him all on my own. My precious baby brother, my future husband, even. Childhood betrothal, okay? We're super close. You want to win him over? Gotta pay up. And FYI, he just turned 18 this year. A freshly graduated high school boy in his peak prime. Do you even realize how rare that is? Ah, my beloved sister, who spends her days joking about auctioning me off to wealthy women in her stream. Warm bed, golden throne, rich backers. Her narrative has it all. The creak of the door opening led the aroma of instant noodles mixed with old book pages to waft in, bringing me back to the here and now. The living room was small and worn, cracks snaking along the faded paint on the walls, but the space radiated care, neat and spotless. Hanging above a bookshelf was a family photo. My parents were there, standing amid blooming cotton fields filled with bountiful harvests. my sister by their side clinging tight to my baby self swaddled in a blanket. Smiles bright as the sun. Outside the window, though, the same cotton field, once so endless it rivaled clouds, was thin and yellowing. The moonlight revealed all too clearly how much had been lost. It stung just looking at it. Shaking my thoughts, I zeroed in on the lit room at the far edge of the house. Its door hung ajar, soft pink walls hidden behind shelves brimming with gaming merch. Inside, my sister sat with her back toward me, her attention fixed on dual monitors. One displayed her live feed of max difficulty dungeon runs, her nimble hands gliding over the keyboard, skillfully grinding for a client. The second screen streamed her live chat, dazzling with rapid-fire text. She wore pink cat ear headphones, her up-tempo banter drawing in viewers endlessly. Headphones on, raising her voice intentionally with boundless energy, she eagerly interacted with her audience. She didn't even notice I had come back. Watching this scene, memories of my predecessor's life started flooding my mind. Our parents had passed away in an accident when I was still an infant, leaving behind my older sister, who was just a kid herself, and me, completely clueless and too young to understand loss. She relied on the subsidies provided by the Xia government and the small savings our parents had left behind, all to raise me bit by bit. By the time she turned 18, she awakened a skill in her profession as a game streamer. She decided to stay home and stream for a living, surviving off her streams and taking occasional paid game commissions. As for the family cotton farm, well, the policies in recent years haven't been favorable, and we don't live in a high-yield area. It's been running at a loss for years. But that cotton farm? It was my parents' pride and joy, their hard work and legacy left to us siblings. My sister couldn't bear to let it go to waste or sell it. She'd rather lose money hiring someone else to maintain and cultivate it. At least her charm and sweet voice helped her streams gain some traction. Between her earnings and the farm expenses, she still managed to save $5,000 to $6,000 a year. She just wrapped up an intense in-game battle. Sighing in relief during the loading screen, she turned back to chatting with her audience, her enthusiasm unfaltering. About my little brother, Angie baby, he's not as perfect as you think. Sure, he's handsome, has an 8-pack, cooks like a chef, and is super considerate, but he's also a sleepwalker on occasion, and boy, can he eat. He polishes off at least 3 bowls of rice per meal. And don't even get me started on when he was a kid. He used to wet his pants, and guess who had to clean him up and play both mom and big sister? Yup, yours truly. And for the trolls calling me mom. One more time, and you'll be muted. As she was ranting with an exaggeratedly exasperated expression, the camera suddenly caught sight of me standing behind her. Big sis, I'm home. She whipped her head around so fast, it was almost cartoonish. The smile froze on her face for the briefest moment. Clearly caught off guard, she looked a little guilty. But within seconds, as quick as flipping a switch, that expression was replaced with an exuberant grin, smooth as ever. My handsome little brother, Lu Sheng, is back. She leaned toward the mic excitedly. Guys, give me a sec, my brother's home. You all have to meet our freshly minted job change professional over here. And before I could react, she pointed the camera entirely at me. As soon as I appeared, the live stream chat exploded with comments. OMG, it's little Sheng. It's been ages. He looks even more handsome than before. Snowy's little brother is practically community property now. Spill, what job did you awaken? Is it an S tier? Dream on, people. Snowy's already told us. He awakened an E-tier scouting profession. But who cares? Handsome is good enough. Little Sheng, look at me. I'll wait for you to grow up. Why does little Sheng look slightly exhausted? Snowy, have you been neglecting my favorite brother-in-law? Little Sheng, call me brother-in-law right now, and I'll send Snowy a mysterious gift. Both my sister and I couldn't help but exchange a chuckle at the deluge of messages. I didn't mind showing up in her streams once in a while. In fact, I kind of liked the cheerful atmosphere. My sister streamed an immensely popular open-world adventure game that had taken the globe by storm. Most players had ordinary professions, with few awakened high-level combat abilities. For them, the game was a way to escape into battles they couldn't experience in real life. The atmosphere in her community was fun and lighthearted, with very little drama. Apparently, years ago, one game had a bunch of drama-hungry freeloaders stirring up trouble, hoping to farm viewership. Until, well, they ticked off a military big shot whose profession happened to be a network hacker. Long story short, he tracked them down, had them arrested, and sent them all off to free labor duty, sewing uniform patches, or so the story goes. Ever since then, stirring up trouble online wasn't just frowned upon. It was a dangerous gamble. In this world, professions were never a myth. My sister tilted her chin up proudly. See this? Everyone, feast your eyes. My brother, Lu Sheng, the best-looking sibling around. Sure, he might have awakened as an E-tier scout, but she hesitated momentarily, lowering her voice. I caught the faintest trace of concern and tenderness in her tone. But as an older sister, I believe in him. He's going to achieve great things. Right, little Sheng? Looking into her eyes, brimming with pride and unwavering support, my heart swelled with warmth. I knew she was saying this to protect me, to make sure I didn't give in to despair after awakening such a low-tier profession. Even the chat picked up on the subtle shift in tone. Exactly. Little Sheng is gorgeous, can cook, stays fit, has amazing emotional intelligence. Honestly, he's the whole package. Forget working, Sheng, marry me. I'll support you forever. Scouts may be niche, but that just means unique opportunities, right? You got this. I nodded lightly at my sister and offered a shy smile toward the camera. Yep, sis is right. I'll do my best. Satisfied, she turned her attention back to the screen. All right, that's enough. You've had your fill of my handsome little brother, haven't you? He's tired. Let him rest for now. She clapped her hands together. Now then, let's get back to business. Tonight's main event. A 10-pull wish session for our big spending bosses. You know the rules. 255 pulls for fully maxed out 4 stars. 580 pulls for maxed out 5 stars. If we don't hit it, I'll cover the rest out of pocket. She shifted into a playful, high-pitched tone. So, bosses, gather up all your luck. Here we go. If we max out, don't forget to drop some gifts for Lil Snow. One boss wasted no time scanning the QR code on screen and logging in. Joined into the account profile, the notes read, 580 pulls, fully max out current event 5-star. If done early, go for the weapon banner next. No worries, boss. Consider it done. Confidently opening the wish screen, she hovered her mouse over the 10-pull button with flair. With a single click, she declared, First 10-pull, here we go. The summon screen unfurled in dazzling splendor, lights swirling and meteors cascading from the heavens. All right, my friends, deep breaths. Faith in Shenzhen. I'll count 1, 2, 3. Holding her breath, she skipped the animation. Swoosh. One measly 4-star purple weapon, the rest 9 3-stars. The atmosphere froze instantly. The chat stalled. The smile on her face also stiffened, inch by inch. First pull, completely off the mark. Here we go again. Sister laughs at luck, strikes gold. Not really. Request to join your epic RNG fail montage. Snow Princess, as non-lucky as ever. Permission to join the pity party. Lines of teasing from her viewers, all name changed for full comedic effect, flooded the screen. Her expression darkened. Who says I'm unlucky? And which one of you is calling me laughs at luck? This is just first pull jitters. Watch closely, let me show you what true gacha royalty looks like. Unconvinced, she went for the second round. 9 blues, 1 purple. Again, 30 pulls, 40, 50. Nothing but pity pulls and heartbreak until her guaranteed. Ahem, gold finally. Okay, bad luck earlier, sure, but starting now, the tides are changing. Pay attention, everyone. It's time for double 5-star pulls every 10. I swear on it. Before the echo of her words settled, her chat exploded with a cascading wall of ha-ha. Because her guaranteed 5-star slickly turned into an off-banner permanent. Stop laughing. Anyone laughing gets banned. It was clear, her pride was dangerously close to cracking. Normally, she'd boast about being the queen of gacha, a true luck goddess who never failed when summoning for her viewers. But today, her streak of bad rolls was nothing short of catastrophic. No big deal, still got 490 pulls left. Max constellations and the weapon, easy peasy. Her tone was stubborn, refusing to let up. But her smile? Fading faster than her gems. 400 rolls later, her breakdown was evident. Every pull, every single one, met the mercy system. Nothing except hard pity and soft pity stacking back to back. This is bad. This run's gonna wreck me. Her face tightened. This wasn't just for laughs anymore. It was financial dread. The account she was pulling on? Beyond cursed. If this kept up, she'd have to pour over $1,000 from her already modest earnings to finish the job. As an on-call gacha summoner and full-time streamer, she usually made enough to get by, raking in about $1,300 to $1,400 a month, averaging 15-plus grueling hours daily streaming and contract grinding. But $1,000 loss. This client's account alone would eat an entire month's work. Still, reputation was everything. No matter the loss, she'd finish what she started, even if it meant bleeding out with the account. With 40 pulls left, as her chat spammed, El Mayo, and endless mocking filled the screen, she seemed ready to crack. I watched silently from the doorway. The desperation was palpable. Screw it, I thought. Let me help my sister out this once. It's part of her job. Technically, using my skill wouldn't count as cheating, right? Professionals just have tools. Decision made. The moment her mouse clicked for another 10 pull, an overlay popped into my vision. Detected. Current gacha session in XXX game, Snow Yao. Apply enhanced rewards. Yes. Swoosh. The summon screen flickered. Starfire rained from above. She held her breath, clinging onto one last flicker of hope. I'll trade away my brother ever meeting a rich sugar mommy for this. Please, just one decent gold pull. And just like that, her screen burst into a cascade of golden light. Every single card. Gold. 10 pull. 10 gold stars. All on banner. Blinding sparks filled the room like a raging flood, turning her dimly lit living space into radiant daylight. Her pale, stressed-out face turned almost luminous in the glow. After a moment of stunned silence, her screech pierced through the room like a rocket breaking the sound barrier. She shot out of her gaming chair like a spring, clapping a hand to her mouth. Her wide, sleep-deprived eyes were now shimmering with disbelief and absolute euphoric joy. And then, she tilted her chin up, her neck arching gracefully, her astonishment morphing seamlessly into a smug, untouchable sense of superiority. The mix of disbelief and pride on her face was almost comical. Look, you see it? You all see it, right? I told you, this queen's luck is unrivaled. 10 gold. 10 out of 10. Who can even come close? The chat imploded. WTF, WTF, WTF. 10 out of 10. This is an effing miracle. There goes your future Powerball jackpot, bro. Yo, sis, marry your brother. He's your literal golden charm. I leaned against the doorframe, watching her newfound radiance in the waves of 666 and admiration flooding her screen. A faint grin tugged at my lips, though my temples buzzed slightly in exasperation. I'm aware that half her live streaming emotions were calculated for entertainment, but this, right here, this joy was real. This was a true first ever in gacha history, a 10 pull, 10 gold miracle. Quietly, I sighed. Honestly, for me to rig 10 gold up characters, she should have pulled at least 2 to 3 on her own from that odds boost. Well, still better than nothing. Now for the weapon banner. Quick, back-to-back heaters. Drunk off her sudden success and propelled by the adrenaline, she dived headfirst into the weapon pool. Another 10 pull. This time, only one golden flash, but it landed squarely on the spotlighted up weapon. No off banner. Told you, I'm unstoppable today. Who else is this pro? Unbeknownst to her, thanks to a helping nudge from yours truly, my sister's livestream channel had become unbelievably lucky. 10 consecutive draws with 2 golden items, then 3, even 4 golden items in a single draw. She never once missed hitting the best rewards. Every drop of rare loot was accompanied by her excited screams, matched only by the storm of crazy gifts flooding in from her viewers. The viewer count skyrocketed, as though being launched by a rocket. From a steady 200 viewers, it soared to over 5,000 at its peak. The chat was flooded with messages like, "Here for the luck energy," and "Witnessing the rise of the luck queen." Watching the endless stream of gift effects flashing on her screen, she couldn't stop smiling, her eyes forming charming crescents. Then, in an exaggeratedly sweet voice, she cooed, "Thank you, boss, for the rocket. Such generosity. Boss, wishing you wealth and good health." In just over an hour, The income from those gifts alone was equivalent to what she'd normally earn grinding in-game accounts for a whole month. Seeing her basking in the joy, I smiled quietly to myself and slipped out of her room, heading toward the kitchen. As my eyes scanned the pristine, cleaned countertop from the previous night, they landed on the trash can in the corner. Inside lay a single, lonely instant noodle cup. My brows immediately furrowed. The spotless kitchen told a story. Today, apart from that cup of instant noodles, she hadn't eaten anything. She had thrown all of her time and energy into gaming. Her voice, full of excitement, echoed from her room again. Wow, another triple gold. I shook my head, my chest aching with worry. I had eaten dinner with my friend Jean DePeo after school, while she had only managed to scarf down some instant noodles to keep grinding for cash. Without a word, I opened the fridge and pulled out some vegetables, meat, and eggs. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of the knife hitting the cutting board joined the rhythm of my thoughts. Oil sizzled in the pan, and soon the delicious aroma of home-cooked food began wafting through the house. At 1:30 in the morning, my sister finally yawned dramatically, signaling the end of her stream. But just as she was about to sign off, the enticing scent reached her nose. She sniffed fiercely like a curious cat, her eyes lighting up as though she'd discovered a treasure trove. "Wow, that smells amazing," she whispered in a hushed tone. "It must be my brother's midnight snack. Guys, before I log off, how about I treat you to a quick mukbang?" Carefully picking up her camera, she tiptoed into the living room like a mischievous thief. On the small fold-out dining table sat 3 steaming hot dishes arranged neatly. Glistening oyster sauce bok choy, stir-fried pork with peppers, and a silky steamed egg pudding garnished with pink shrimp. All my favorites. Her eyes practically sparkled, as if stars were about to spill out. She was clearly trying hard not to wake me. With the bathroom light off and only lingering steam as evidence someone had been there, her heart softened. She turned to the camera, held a finger to her lips in a shoot gesture, and playfully whispered, "Fans get the first bite." Settling at the table, she ate in small, satisfied bites, each mouthful filling her face with pure happiness. Half an hour later, full in content, she went back to her desk, looking at the chat still begging for chances. "Please do polls for me. Pick my account next." Her exhaustion was briefly pushed aside by a resurgence of excitement. In her eyes flashed the spark of taking one more gamble. "All right, everyone. The goddess of luck is favoring me tonight. I've decided, let's go all night. Limited spots, so act fast if you want me to grind your account." But just as she turned her head, her gaze briefly swept past my door. Her expression shifted, worry creeping onto her face. Her little brother had awakened an E-rank profession, the lowest of the low. He acted cheerful and carefree, pretending not to mind, but deep down, his heart must be heavy. As her older sister, I need to make more money. I need to make sure he has a good life, no matter what. She gripped her mouse tighter, her determination deepening. The next morning, 6 a.m., the golden morning light filtered softly through the thin curtains, bathing the room in warmth. I woke up right on time, pushed open my door, and saw a scene I had sadly come to expect, one that always tugged at my heart. My sister was curled up on her gaming chair, her feet propped up awkwardly on the seat and rubbing together for warmth. The game on her screen displayed her character mechanically cycling through dungeon skills. She wasn't streaming. Instead, she was quietly grinding in-game for a paying client. Dressed in just a thin layer of sleepwear, she was shivering from the coastal morning chill. Her shoulders twitched involuntarily, lips pale, and dark circles smudged heavily under her eyes, as if she'd taken 2 direct punches to her face. She didn't even realize how cold she was. I strode over quickly, grabbed a jacket, and gently draped it over her shoulders. "Still grinding?" I asked, keeping my voice low yet tinged with frustration. I'd already used my ability last night to secretly increase her rewards, ensuring every dungeon run dropped top-tier loot. She should have been done with all her commissions hours ago. "Hee, Xiaosheng, you're awake." Startled by my presence, she shot upright, giving me one of her trademark grins. Her 2 little tiger teeth peeked out as she sheepishly scratched at her messy bedhead. "Last night was incredible. I cleared all the backlog. So I figured, while I'm on a roll, I'd take on a few more gigs. Earn as much as I can, you know." Her tone was carefree, but the nasal congestion in her voice and the exhaustion in her eyes betrayed her. "Greedy sis, do you have a death wish?" My face darkened. Without another word, I grabbed the sides of her chair, yanking it back with her still on it. Her startled yelp didn't stop me. I slid one arm under her knees and the other around her shoulders. With a single motion, I scooped up her weightless frame. "Hey, Xiaosheng, put me down. I can still grind." "MMPH," she protested, her legs kicking in vain. Ignoring her pleas, I carried her directly over to. I walked to the bedside and roughly, yet carefully, wrapped her up like a dumpling, cocooning her tightly from head to toe, leaving only a tuft of messy hair sticking out at the top. "I've disconnected the internet. Don't even dream about getting it back for the next 6 hours. Now, close your eyes and sleep." Immediately, pulling up a chair beside the bed, I crossed my arms and sat down, staring sharply at the human-shaped lump under the blanket. Seconds turned into minutes. At first, she shuffled around in her covers, muttering softly to herself, "Reports, deadlines, boss." But slowly, under my silent, unwavering gaze, the faint protests faded away. The heavy weight of exhaustion engulfed her, and her breathing evened out as she drifted into a deep sleep. Only then did I let out a long exhale. Leaning forward, I reached out and gently pushed aside the messy strands of hair on her forehead. My heart churned with mixed emotions. I knew why she worked herself so hard. The financial losses from the cotton garden weighed like a mountain on her shoulders. And me? I was just an E-rank professional. In her eyes, I wasn't exactly a beacon of reassurance. She just wanted to do everything she could to bring us a slightly better future. Some burdens were never meant for one person to carry alone. Becoming a professional, I can only hope I'll start earning money soon. I got up, carefully closed the bedroom door, and headed to the kitchen to prepare brunch for the both of us. After tidying up the place, I took one last glance at the bedroom door before quietly stepping out of the house. The morning breeze carried the cool scent of seawater mixed with the fresh aroma of suburban greenery. Today was the day of the newcomer trial in the secret realm. Images of the SSS ranked mate I contracted with last night, Hwanying, flitted across my mind. A small sense of anticipation stirred in my chest. Hwanying, you're the accumulation of my talent and courage. Don't let me down. Blue River High School. Sports field. Scattered figures dotted the vast grounds, making the large expanse seem especially empty and desolate. On the stage at the front, Principal Chu Jianghe stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his calm gaze sweeping across the sparse assembly below. The morning wind rustled his graying sideburns. Beside him, the academic director, Chao Shufan, adjusted her glasses and spoke in a level tone. "Principal, there are 15 minutes left until departure. Attendance so far is at 207 students. As usual, most of the students have opted out." Chu Jianghe gave a slight nod, showing no surprise. The awakening ratio between combat-type and lifestyle-type professions was roughly 1:9. Most students awakened into lifestyle professions, over 90% of whom wouldn't dare think about entering the newcomer trial and would instead settle for stable, low-risk jobs. The trial in the secret realm? That's something only combat professionals would consider. Out of the 1,072 graduating students at Blue River High this year, 763 had awakened into lifestyle professions, while 309 were combat-oriented. Among those combat types, the majority had ranks below C grade. The ones who actually dared to participate? Only a small handful with both ambition and grit. The difficulty of the newcomer trial may be low, but it's no playground. A death rate of 10% is enough to make many people back off, Chu Jianghe said faintly, though his shoulders drooped slightly as he spoke. At most schools, the participation rate hovered around 50%. At Blue River High, less than 20%. The reason was clear, a tragedy from 13 years ago. During that year's city-level newcomer competition, something had gone terribly wrong in the secret realm. 80% of Blue River High's participants had perished. The school's reputation plummeted overnight, and the former principal resigned out of guilt. After taking over, Chu Jianghe worked tirelessly to restore the school's prestige. Enrollment numbers were improving, but willingness to fight as warriors? That remained scarce. Just then, a single figure stepped into the school gates, stirring a buzz among the students. That figure was me. Lu Sheng. An astute classmate recognized me from afar, their shout drawing everyone's attention. What's he doing here? Does he actually think awakening 2 E grades makes him bold enough for a secret realm trial? Most of the students present were B-rank professionals, with a sprinkling of C's and D's. E-rank? Not a single one, until now. From the stage, even Principal Chu recognized me as the only dual-awakened professional in the class, but sadly, both were E-rank. I'd left a deep impression on him. Yesterday, I had confidently patted his shoulder and declared I'd take first place at this year's Blue River City Newcomer Trials. The memory returned to him now, and his expression turned uncomfortably confused. He'd thought I was joking, but seeing me here now, he wasn't so sure anymore. First place. Could this kid actually be serious? Lu Sheng, you actually dare show your face here? I'd barely set foot onto the sports field when a shrill, mocking voice pierced the air. An E-rank like you? Coming here to die? Or are you just in a hurry to reunite with your dead parents? The field fell silent. All eyes turned to the source of the voice, Qin Yanran. Most conflicts between classmates were trivial in nature, yet here she was, viciously rubbing salt into a wound. Qin Yanran, breaking up with him is one thing, but cursing him like that? Don't you think you've gone too far? Come on, we're all classmates. Was that really necessary? Someone spoke up on my behalf, disapproving of her outburst. Hearing others defend me, Qin Yanran's face darkened instantly, twisting with rage. Shut up. Who do you think you nobodies are to lecture me? Before she even finished speaking, a fiery serpent suddenly shot out from behind her, rushing toward the crowd like a streak of blazing heat. Several screams later, a few people had fallen straight onto their backsides, horror written all over their faces. Zhao Qingtian. The figure stepping out from behind her caused a visible shift in people's expressions. No one else but him, the only other A-rank talent of this school year besides Qin Yanran. The flame mage, Zhao Qingtian. Yanran's teamed up with me. If you're against her, you're against me. Zhao Qingtian. His narrowed eyes swept over everyone, carrying an unspoken threat. Those who had been about to speak up for me immediately clammed shut. Qin Yanran. Well, she was intimidating but manageable. Zhao Qingtian, however, was untouchable. Arrogant as he was, his family owned a logistics empire, and he had just awakened an A-rank combat class profession. He was sky-high in terms of status right now. Lu Sheng, she's doing you a favor. An E-rank like you daring to take on this trial. Got a death wish, huh? Zhao Qingtian strode toward me, head held high, a haughty tone in his voice. If I were you, I'd be thanking her and leaving before things get worse. On the platform above, Principal Chu Jianghe and Vice Principal Chao Shufan were quietly observing. Chao furrowed her brows. Principal, Zhao Qingtian's bullying another student again. Aren't you going to intervene? Chu Jianghe locked his gaze on us for a long moment and shook his head slowly. There's no need. Conflict between professionals is survival of the fittest. Dignity is something they'll have to fight for themselves. If we protect them from every bump, how will they face the brutality of foreign races later on? Blades, true blades, are only sheathed through sharpening, not coddling. Zhao Qingtian stood before me now, arrogant as ever. His stats panel floated in my field of vision. Name, Zhao Qingtian. Class, Flame Mage, A rank. Level, LV1. Attributes, Strength 7, Intelligence 8, Agility 6, Constitution 5. Abilities, Flame Shield, B. Combustion Focus, A. Skill Book, Inferno's Wrath, A. My gaze lingered a bit longer on the skill book section. You can only gain additional skills by consuming skill books, extremely rare items that are typically looted from secret realm monsters or unearthed in hidden treasures. And skill books? They're not cheap. An A-rank skill book would fetch a starting price of at least $200,000. Zhao Qingtian had awakened only yesterday, yet somehow he already had an A-rank skill under his belt. Such is the disparity between the wealthy and the ordinary. Money alone can elevate the baseline of a profession. But after he Wayneing awakened her second profession, my gift of sweat and effort, A-rank ability had activated again, boosting my stats even further. Strength 30, Intelligence 35, Agility 38, Constitution 30. He was a mere meter away from me. Should things go south, I'd be more than capable. With my current stats, I could pummel him to the ground so swiftly, he wouldn't even get the chance to cast a spell. Lu Sheng, what's with that look in your eyes? Noticing my disdainful gaze, Zhao Qingtian's temper exploded. You looking at me like that? You want me to dig out your eyeballs? As he spoke, a flame began forming in his palm, and his hand inched forward, as if intent on slamming that fire onto my head. The onlookers scattered instinctively. The flame wasn't terribly intense, but contact would undoubtedly leave second-degree burns. Poor Lu Sheng. They thought to themselves, pitying me. First humiliated by Qin Yinran's rejection, now about to be tormented by Zhao Qingtian. All of this because I'd awakened an E-rank profession. In a world where one's standing solely relied on their class rank, being weak was akin to guilt. And then, a chilling aura swept across the entire training ground. Whoosh! An ice-forged blade, frosty and threatening, shot across the yard like a streak of lightning and lodged itself into Zhao Qingtian's hand. Ah! Blood splattered. Zhao Qingtian, once cocky and unyielding, collapsed to the ground, clutching his injured hand. A bloodied hole ran clean through his palm, with fresh blood pouring out like a flood. What just happened? Not just the students. Even Principal Chu and Vice Principal Chow froze in shock. In unison, every head pivoted toward the school gates. There, a lone figure walked calmly forward. Slim and graceful, her expression as frosty as winter. The entire field recognized her immediately. It was her. This year's pride and joy, the esteemed campus beauty, Huanying. A penetrating chill seemed to follow her every step, causing the surrounding air to plummet in temperature. Several students, wearing only short sleeves, started shivering despite themselves. She stopped directly in front of me, standing protectively between me and the cowering Zhao Qingtian. Her slender brows arched as her icy eyes swept over the field. I dare someone, anyone, to touch him. Her voice was like sharp crystal shards cascading through the dead silence of the yard. Dead silent. Hundreds of pairs of eyes locked onto the center of the training ground, focused not on Huanying, but on me. Just a few steps away, Zhao Qingtian was curled up on the ground, wailing like a beaten dog, clutching his bleeding hand. Moments ago, he'd been channeling fire, breaths away from pushing me around. Now, he was rendered incapacitated, reduced to trembling and crying. No one had seen what actually happened. Not even I had caught every detail. Standing before me was none other than the woman all the guys at school called the iceberg goddess, Huanying. In the chilling atmosphere brimming with tension, one question echoed louder than the rest. Why did she step in for me? Because wasn't she just an E-rank massage therapist? And what was her connection to me? What's the deal? I could feel the emotions surging in their gazes, envy, jealousy, disbelief, crashing over me like tidal waves, and in the end, pressing down entirely on me. How did this guy get so damn lucky? I bet that's what they were all cursing in their heads. Just starting at this school and already getting chased by the sweet and innocent Qin Yinran, then breaking up for less than 24 hours before having the whole school's dream goddess stand up for him, even taking on an A-rank professional to protect him. Just because he's handsome, he gets to break all the rules? Maybe. On the podium, Principal Chu Jianghe's emotions were in turmoil. The newly awakened students couldn't make sense of that attack. They just assumed Zhao Qingtian got inexplicably injured. They secretly relished his misfortune without considering it had anything to do with Huanying. An E-rank messer? How could she possibly hurt an A-rank flame mage? The disparity in their stats alone would make it impossible for her to even scratch him. Everyone naturally assumed someone else had taken advantage of the chaos to ambush Zhao Qingtian, and it just so happened that the school bell was standing in front of Lu Sheng at the time, but not Principal Chu Jianghe. At LV-59, a second-stage peak B-rank professional, his dynamic vision captured every detail of the attack. Huanying had merely raised her palm slightly, and a tendril of extreme frost condensed, compressed, and took form at her fingertips. In less than a second, a crystalline ice sword had emerged. The blade transformed into a barely discernible streak of blue, slicing through the air, spanning hundreds of meters, and precisely piercing Zhao Qingtian's palm before melting silently, as if it had never existed. From creation to dissipation, it didn't even take 5 seconds. Principal, is he instant casting projectiles? The trembling voice of Dean Chao Shufan broke the silence. Chu Jianghe shook his head slowly, his expression growing more serious. Instant cast projectiles? Among newly awakened students, only those with S rank or higher range professions could achieve that. As for melee professions, it would require at least SS rank. Yet, He Weining did it. The only explanation, she had also awakened a second profession. Chu turned his gaze discreetly toward Lu Sheng. Just like this boy, a dual-class professional. Judging from that strike, her second profession was no less than an S-rank ranged class. Blue River High School, they were going to rise to prominence. The long-standing curse of coming in last, finally about to break. After retiring, he had dedicated half his life to this school. If anyone wished for it to succeed, it was him. An E-rank masseur is hardly worthy of someone of her talent, he murmured, his eyes sweeping over the sea of students, some of whom were slowly regaining their composure, while others wore faces of bitter jealousy or outright resentment. Taking a deep breath, his voice exploded like thunder across the entire grounds. Everyone shut up. Boom. A palpable wave of spiritual pressure rippled through the field. The aura of a second-stage pinnacle professional descended upon them, leaving students clutching at their chests, their faces pale and legs trembling. Conversations were immediately silenced. At times, the difference between the strong and the weak doesn't even require action. A mere presence can crush any resistance. Time's up. Chu Jianghe's voice was absolute. Everyone, get on the buses. Next stop, the newcomer's mystic realm. Outside the school gates, 5 buses waited silently. The students, like frightened quails, darted to the vehicles in eerie, obedient silence. Supported by Qin Yanran, Zhao Qingtian let out a cold snort, though his sweat-streaked brow betrayed the throbbing pain in his injured palm. Unable to pinpoint who had attacked him, his fury coiled and lashed out instead toward me and He Weining. Especially her, the ice-cold goddess he couldn't even dream of approaching, who dared to stand in my defense. From the crimson in his eyes, I could practically hear the unspoken words. Why would you choose an E-rank loser over an A-rank like me? Jealousy makes people lose all reason, particularly teenage boys. 2 E-rank nobodies, and you think you deserve to enter the newcomer's mystic realm? His words dripped with venom as he snarled under his breath. Just wait and see what happens in there. Once the oppressive aura lifted, the students staggered to the buses, still trying to steady their breaths. Hands in my pockets, I strolled forward as if nothing had happened, He Weining walking half a step behind me. Countless gazes followed us. Curiosity, envy, jealousy. Those watching closely might notice how she deliberately kept that half-step distance, her usually cold, unattainable aura now resembling that of a dutiful guardian. Heading to the back of the bus, I claimed the most inconspicuous window seat in the corner. Without hesitation, she sat beside me, occupying the aisle seat, her movements fluid and natural, as though that spot had always been hers. As soon as she sat down, a faint blue glow shimmered in her palm, and a meticulously crafted thermal lunchbox materialized. Upon awakening, professionals gain access to features like personal info, inventory, marketplace, mounts, and pets. She must have stored the lunchbox in her inventory. As the lid clicked open, a savory aroma wafted through the air, causing a couple of nearby students to nervously swallow. Ma, Lu Sheng. Her voice was soft, laced with a barely perceptible tension. The word master almost escaped her lips, but her cheeks flushed a faint pink as she quickly corrected herself. Do you eat breakfast? I made this morning. She scooped up a large portion of golden caramel pudding with a silver spoon, delicately topped with a fresh mint leaf. Beside it, a piece of golden brown toast hugged a perfectly pan-fried, heart-shaped runny egg. There were peeled shrimp tails, glistening purple grapes, and plump cherry tomatoes arranged neatly on the plate. Every detail was crafted with care. The colors, the aroma, the presentation, it all reflected her effort. I knew what this breakfast meant. After quitting her job last night, she spent her remaining change to rent a tiny room and used nearly all the leftover money on these ingredients. Now, she was penniless and counting on gathering materials in the secret realm today to make some cash. If she came back empty-handed, she might end up spending the night under a bridge. And as for whether someone as beautiful as her would be safe sleeping under a bridge, considering her SSS class profession, Anyone who tried something nefarious would likely regret it immediately. She blinked at me, cautiously awaiting my response. I already ate. Go ahead and enjoy it yourself. I replied without lifting my head, my gaze fixed on my phone. Oh, all right then. The light in her eyes dimmed noticeably, and a flicker of disappointment crossed her face. Yet her response was straightforward, without a hint of defiance. This scene didn't go unnoticed by the guys sneaking glances nearby. To them, it was as if the sky had fallen. Holy crap, does this guy even know what he just turned down? That's He Waning's handcrafted, love-filled breakfast. The pudding jiggles, and the egg is heart-shaped. What an absolute beast. Wasting a treasure like that. If she made me breakfast, I'd lick the lunchbox clean and pass it down to my future kids as an heirloom. Murderous stares locked onto me instantly. If looks could kill, I'd be Swiss cheese by now. Amid all these dagger glances, she could only nibble on her food bit by bit, graceful and composed, her long lashes lowered slightly, as though hiding her disappointment. Meanwhile, the surrounding guys looked as if their hearts were shattering into pieces. The entire time, I didn't utter a word or spare her so much as a glance. My finger occasionally slid across my phone's screen, which only made a few people who assumed I was playing hard to get burn with even more silent outrage. After finishing the meal, she tidied up her lunchbox into her backpack, wiped her mouth, and finally noticed the hostile glares directed at me. Her brows knit slightly before she spoke calmly. Stop staring at Lu Sheng like that. You're disturbing him while he's on his phone. Each word was serious and deliberate. The air froze instantly. Wait, what? They were defending her honor, and she's calling them out for bothering me? Those resentful stares grew even darker and gloomier. Me? I couldn't care less. My focus was locked on my sister's live stream. Thanks for the heart bunny gift, boss. Don't worry, baby's in the queue. Just scan the code in a bit. Lu Xuyao's voice carried a tone of incredulous excitement. Ever since her streaming channel experienced a miracle last night, pulling 3 gold items in a row from a draw and repeatedly looting rare drops from dungeon bosses, her follower count had skyrocketed by over 200,000 overnight. She had gone from obscure to being a top streamer in the blink of an eye. Most people attributed it to lucky superstition or her title as a blessed RNG queen. But I knew the truth. It works even through a screen. That's the power of an S-class profession. I muttered with a faint smirk. My skill, data transcendence, could upgrade her game rewards in real time, effortlessly. As long as I kept my focus on her, her luck would keep defying the heavens. On the screen, more jackpot draws popped with gold flashes and rare dungeon loot kept dropping. Her face was flushed with unrestrained joy, her smile brighter with each moment. Roughly 2 hours later, the bus pulled to a halt in the middle of a vast, barren plain outside the city. The doors opened, and a blast of hot, dusty wind swept inside. The students filed out one by one, holding their breath. In the desolate flatlands stood a massive circular metal structure, its silver-gray surface gleaming under the piercing sunlight. The entrance was fortified, multiple thick alloy gates and high-voltage fences guarding the perimeter. Dozens of armed and battle-ready Profession Bureau officials patrolled the area, their sharp gazes exuding a chilling edge. At the top of the structure swirled an unstable, bluish vortex with a radius exceeding 5 meters, the energy distortion marking the entrance to the secret realm. Even the patrolling officials, each one already in their second-tier evolution, could send shivers down anyone's spine with just a glance. Standing beside the bus, our school principal, Chu Jianghe, greeted us with a broad smile. Welcome, students, to your very first battleground as professional combatants, the Toxic Mists Desert. To simulate the randomized secret realm conditions of the citywide league, he had deliberately withheld the location beforehand. Despite there being over a dozen beginner-level secret realms near Blue River City, the name he just announced caught everyone by surprise. The moment he finished, several students turned pale. What? The Toxic Mists Desert? Is Principal Chu not worried we might not make it back at all? I glanced at the heavily guarded entrance to the transmission portal. The Toxic Mists Desert. So it's this place, I murmured. Behind me, He Wanning furrowed her brows as well. Here? That's going to be troublesome. What's wrong with this secret realm? Is it that hard? A clueless student asked nervously. The inquiry was directed at Bai Xiaoxing, a well-read first-class student who had awakened a C-grade scholar and was known for being the class expert on anything profession-related. Nicknamed Mr. Know-It-All, he was the go-to person for information. His expression shifted multiple times before he finally answered, his voice heavy. Hard doesn't even begin to describe it. Though labeled as a beginner-level secret realm, Toxic Mist Desert has a difficulty level that rivals even certain city-grade arenas. The competition between human leagues is neck and neck. When it was first introduced, it was dubbed the newbie meat grinder. Too dangerous. Few had the guts to take the challenge, so it stayed relatively underground. The crowd collectively gasped in shock. Wait, did you just say it's on par with the city-level league? That means a 30% mortality rate? Out of 3 people, 1 dies? This is supposed to be a beginner trial? You've got to be kidding, right? Someone pressed. I swear on my life. Bai Xiaoxing responded with a dead serious expression. It's called the Poison Mist Desert for a reason. The entire place is blanketed in a toxic mist that never dissipates. If you don't take a basic antidote pill every half hour, the toxins will accumulate and kill you in under 10 minutes. And that's just the environment we're talking about. Deserts are treacherous by nature. Dehydration and getting lost are nothing new to pros like us. But the Real killers are the creatures hiding beneath the sand. He rattled off a list with deliberate precision. Sand python, crimson sand scorpion, six-eyed sand spider, fire ant. Every one of them insanely venomous. They bury themselves under the sand or hide in the shadows, creeping up silently, and strike the moment you're within range. One ambush, and you're dead. This is exactly why mortality rates have remained so high for this trial. Teams that can't work together or lack experience. They're basically walking corpses. The last large-scale entry into this dungeon happened 13 years ago by the neighboring Baiha number 7 High. They sent in 527 players, and only 226 walked out alive. This isn't a trial. This is suicide, principle. The girls in the group, already squeamish about bugs, turned pale at the thought of swarms of poisonous creatures. Several immediately panicked and declared their intentions to drop out. Chu Jianghe, however, made no move to stop Bai Xiaoxing from talking. He let him finish. As the group started murmuring about quitting, Chu Jianghe remained as composed as ever, showing no signs of concern. He'd anticipated this reaction all along. Silence. His voice thundered across the room, completely overpowering the nervous chatter. The path of a professional is forged through moments of life and death. If the mere threat of dying has you all this shaken up, how can you expect to reach the top and become someone others admire? Remember this old saying, the rougher the seas, the bigger the fish. And to give you all some extra motivation, let me tell you this. His tone softened but carried an air of authority. The top 10 teams this time will each receive a massive reward. I guarantee. With it, you'll crush your competition in next year's City League. He paused to scan the room, letting his words hang heavily in the air. What's the matter? Not even a little curious what I've got in store for you. Chu Jianghe's sharp gaze raked across the room, lingering on the shocked and terrified expressions of the students under him. Yet, at the corner of his lips, a faint smile teased its way through, like an actor savoring the climax of his performance. I stood on the outskirts of the crowd, watching quietly, unaffected by the theatrics. This reward was what he was betting his entire career on. Half of the school's teaching funds for the next semester, his retirement savings accumulated over 20 years, and even the military merit benefits he hadn't dared to touch during his service. All of it poured into this gamble. He was all in. All to make Lanjiang number 3 High rise above its dismal reputation at the city-level rookie league. This time, the school is going all out. Chu Jianghe's voice burst forth, commanding the collective attention of the room. A few students who had been ready to quit instantly clamped their mouths shut, their curiosity now overcoming their fear of the trial. He coughed deliberately, cutting off the suspense. Reaching into his virtual backpack, he pulled out a list and projected it mid-air for all to see. Lanjiang number 3 High Rookie Trial Exclusive Rewards for Poison Mist Desert. Reward 1. A set of beginner 4-stat enhancement potions, 4 bottles. Awarded to all members of the top 10 teams by score. Reward 2. 100,000 copper coins. Awarded to all members of the top 10 teams by score. Reward 3. Choice of a B-rank class set, awarded to all members of the top 5 teams by score. Reward 4. A-rank Heart Shield, automatically blocks 1 fatal attack, awarded to the top 3 players by individual score. Reward 5. Skill Enhancement Book, unique, awarded exclusively to the top player by individual score. Buzz. The projection reflected in wide eyes across the room, the weight of its promise hitting everyone like a ton of bricks. Each of the 5 rewards was immensely valuable. The enhancement potions could randomly boost attributes by 1 to 3 points each. With 4 bottles, it was equivalent to leveling up 4 to 5 times. And even if sold, 1 bottle alone could fetch 20,000 coins. 100,000 copper coins were enough to outfit oneself completely in D-rank gear. As for the B-rank class set, between its attribute bonuses and set skills, it was leagues above any other gear for players at their level. The A-rank Heart Shield, essentially a player's second life. Market value, over $1 million. And lastly, the grand prize, the Skill Enhancement Book, worth more than anything else listed. It was priceless. Once auctioned, every major faction and even military groups would fight tooth and nail for it. Being able to upgrade any skill to a higher tier, the possibilities were limitless. Well, what do you say? Chu Jianghe's voice carried an irresistible energy, riling up even the most hesitant of the students. The tougher the seas, the greater the payout. Do you have what it takes to go for it? Claiming these rewards will make you nothing short of the dark horse in the City League, a force your peers can't even dream of challenging. He smirked slightly before delivering the final hook, his voice booming with unparalleled intensity. Some of you might even break into the top 100 throughout the entire city, the top 30 if you work together. When you stack the rewards from these 2 events, think of what you'll have in your arsenal. Tell me, this so-called danger? Is it even worth hesitating over? He raised his arm dramatically toward the group. Now, look me in the eyes and tell me, are you going to slink home like cowards, or will you charge into the poison mist desert and crush those arrogant jerks from the other schools beneath your boots? What's it going to be? Damn, get it now. Get it, y'all. Fight for it. You gotta risk it to earn it. Poison beasts. I got high toxin resistance built in. Only a 30% death rate. What's there to fear? Who said they were quitting just now? Don't even think about stealing my reward. Charge, ladies. That heart protection mirror? It's mine, hands down. Fear evaporated, replaced by the glimmer of greed in everyone's eyes, all focused on that golden, glowing reward list. Even the girl who had just been on the verge of quitting clenched her fists tightly. From a steel fortress in the distance, a team of professional hunters observed the frenzied teenagers below. The solemn expressions on their faces cracked just a bit into faint smiles. This strategy of offering enticing rewards while provoking them, it's ruthless, one of them remarked, but it works. Oh, it works. As for me, I merely glanced at the list casually, my face as indifferent as if I was looking at a supermarket sale flyer. I slowly pulled out my phone. The screen still paused on a snapshot of my sister laughing cluelessly during her earlier livestream. By the side, Hiwaning kept glancing at my profile, in the same way as the boys around couldn't stop sneaking looks at her. She didn't seem anxious nor excited. Confident you can claim all those rewards? I asked her suddenly, my tone so nonchalant that it might have been mistaken for small talk about the weather. Without any hesitation, she nodded firmly. All 5 of them. Every single one. Consider them yours now. Her voice was clear, cold, and loud enough for everyone nearby to hear. The group of eavesdropping classmates froze in an instant. Heads turned in sync, dumbfounded eyes locking on us. Wait, did the school Belle Hiwaning lose her mind today? First, she's been trailing this loser all day and hanging on his every word. And now she's openly promising to hand over the rewards she risks her life for. To him? This is beginner detox pills, 6 for each of you. Open your trade function and receive them, announced Chu Jianghe, his voice snapping everyone out of their stupor. The head teacher's words boomed across the field, reigniting the students' fervor. A brief silence hung in the air before cheers erupted. 6 detox pills that usually ran for $3,000, each set enough to last 3 hours in the poison mist, were being handed out. Many had already resigned themselves to the cost of buying them out of pocket, so this unexpected bonus was an undeniable gift. The poison desert was perilous, its difficulty nearly rivaling city-level competitions. Chu Jongha wasn't here to send students to their doom. This trial was meant to test their mettle. Naturally, life-saving essentials like these pills came courtesy of the school. He went down the line, trading with each student before finally stopping in front of me. I opened my trade interface. Chu Jiang has sent you. Beginner Detox Pill times 6. Lu Sheng. He addressed me, his tone unusually grave. Though you're a dual-class user, both of your current professions are only E rank. That you're here today suggests your second profession must be combat-related. But be cautious. The secret realm is perilous. Know your limits. Don't try to play hero. If things get too dangerous, retreat immediately. Don't worry, old Chu, I said with a smug grin. If I can't win, I'll run, simple as that. Before the words were fully out, a few pointed stares latched onto me, thick with undisguised disdain. He Waning's unshakable loyalty toward me had already ignited jealousy, but now, hearing me shamelessly declare my intention to flee without a fight only made it worse. Someone even spared no subtlety and flipped me the middle finger. At He Waning's side, frost gathered in the air as her simmering anger grew palpable. I instantly shot her a knowing look to hold her back. Good. Having that mentality will at least keep you alive. Chu Jiangha nodded, paying no heed to the petty squabbles among the students. He then turned to He Waning. The girl stood tall like a frost-laden plum blossom, her gaze calm and steely. Only the tiniest trace of sorrow lingered in her expression from earlier. She was no longer the defeated figure she'd been yesterday. Now she was like a shard of tempered ice brought to life. Yet when her eyes fell on me, all the chill melted into a barely discernible warmth. He Waning, open your trade menu. Chu Jiang has sent you. Beginner Detox Pill times 6. Chu Jiang has sent you. Earth Tier Heart Protection Mirror, A rank, times 1. She hesitated briefly, fingertips pausing mid-action, her expression betraying a flicker of mild surprise. Do your best out there, He Waning. Chu Jiangha's smile brimmed with expectation. The reputation of Lanjiang number 3 high rests on your shoulders this year. That A-rank heart protection mirror he handed her had been a private bet, a calculated risk. Having speculated that she might awaken a second profession, he had whipped it from the reward pile specifically to empower her. It was a secret gesture of trust, known only to the three of us. But just as he turned to leave, Lu Sheng, this is for you. He Waning's cool, yet crisp voice suddenly pierced through. I raised a brow, glancing her way. Open trade, she said firmly. I complied, though the corner of my mouth twitched faintly upward. The sharp sound of gasps rippling across the students was nearly deafening. Are you freaking kidding me? She's giving even this to him. Not just giving. It's like she's pouring her entire soul out for this guy. What kind of black magic has this deadbeat used on her? Chu Jiangha, frozen mid-step, whipped around, his expression twitching uncontrollably. His benevolent smile had petrified into something that straddled disbelief and suppressed outrage. The rest likely mistook what just happened, but he knew better than anyone. That wasn't just any detox. That was the A-rank Earth-tier heart protection mirror he secretly placed his hopes on, a priceless gift he'd entrusted to a promising contender. And in the blink of an eye, she had handed it over to me. It felt exactly like slipping the final, golden, exam cheat sheet to a star pupil, only to have them pass it along to their chronically low-performing sweetheart. Why? Why him? The sour burn of resentment that had long been bubbling among the surrounding boys. Yeah, now he felt it too. Thank you, Mr. Chu. A bright, almost overly sweet smile spread across my face, as if I were the picture of obedience. I casually pulled out an ancient bronze mirror from my inventory, weighed it in my hand like it was some profound artifact, and then put it right back. Chu Jiangha felt a wave of frustration rush to his head, almost unable to contain the energy threatening to escape from his body. He coughed awkwardly, taking a deep breath, before stiffly addressing the gathered students. These 6 antidote pills are your lifeline for surviving 3 hours in the toxic mist. This trial will last 5 hours in total, with the final rankings divided into individual and team leaderboards based on points earned by slaying monsters. Despite his obvious irritation, time waited for no one. In the end, he begrudgingly accepted the situation. Now, Form your teams within the next 10 minutes. A maximum of 5 per team. The students, already having picked their teammates in advance, quickly confirmed their groups. Although teaming up meant splitting the rewards and experience points, it also ensured better coordination, faster monster kills, and most importantly, lowered the terrifying death rate. In the world of vocational combat roles, proper team composition was critical. There were 5 main combat roles: shield warriors to hold the front line, agile warriors to dart in and deal finishing blows, spellcasters for area damage, healers for support and buffs, and ranged attackers for consistent strikes from afar. A perfectly balanced team would ideally have one of each. Among the 211 students present, nearly all teams formed well-constructed 5-member squads with well-thought-out balance. Except for 2. One team was led by A-rank flame mage Zhao Qingtian and consisted of only 4 members: A-rank support priest Qin Yanran and 2 B-rank shield warriors, Fong Tong and Zhang Yan. 2 shield warriors, 1 high damage dealer, and a support. Their reason for having just 4 members was simple. Zhao Qingtian and Qin Yanran believed they were far above the rest of the lower-ranked students and begrudgingly settled for 2 meat shields. The other team? Well, it was the glaring exception that drew all sorts of strange stares. That team only had 2 members, me and He Weining. One publicly known as a double E-rank nobody, and the other an E-rank production class professional. Heading straight into the toxic mist desert with just the 2 of us? We might as well be signing our death warrants. Even Chu Jianghe frowned at the sight. The toxic mist desert is exceptionally dangerous. Are you sure you don't want to split into other teams? I can arrange for you 2 to join other squads, he offered, his tone showing a rare hint of concern. No need, old Chu. I waved him off casually. Wei Ning and I, just the 2 of us, are more than enough. Just the 2 of them? And wait, did he just call her Wei Ning? Not a single word of protest came from the famously icy He Weining. That light-hearted comment of mine instantly ignited flames of jealousy in the hearts of countless male students. Dozens of bitter glares trained on me, practically trying to stab a hole through my existence. Huh. A mocking laugh rang out. Zhao Qingtian sauntered forward, his arms crossed, his expression dripping with malicious disdain as his gaze swept over the 2 of us. Team up? Who'd want deadweight like you 2 E-class garbage? Leech off others like useless parasites. No thanks, he sneered, his voice intentionally loud and scathing. You 2 rats crawling into one hole? How fitting. Qin Yanran immediately caught on to his intent. Stepping forward with a faux sweet smile, her saccharine voice oozing condescension under the guise of generosity. He Weining, don't be foolish. Aren't you a massage therapist? Why not join our team? I wouldn't mind letting you tag along, so long as you're willing to properly relax me and Qingtian with your so-called skills. She deliberately emphasized the word massage, her voice dripping with mockery. Fong Tong and Zhang Yan stood silently behind her, clearly unwilling to voice any opinion of their own. It was obvious what they were trying to do. Their real target was me, hoping I'd get left behind and die alone in the trial's secret realm. As for recruiting He Weining, that was just a whim of Qin Yanran's, pulling the school-wide dream girl into their team as a prop, a disposable tool to order around as they pleased. The thought alone seemed to fill her with delight. Refuse? Impossible. Theirs was objectively the strongest team in school, the clear favorites to win. If Weining wanted survival or rewards, they considered her joining them the only logical choice. Zhao Qingtian's breath quickened as his eyes roamed over her elegant figure and lingered on her perfectly smooth, slender legs, a flicker of greedy desire flashing in his gaze. He forced himself to speak in a seemingly gentle tone. He's right, He Weining. Why risk your life with that loser? Join us. You'll be safe, well-rewarded, and you won't have to do much, just a massage. Easy, right? The swiftness of his persona shift left the surrounding students dumbfounded. A moment ago, he'd been glaring venomously at her like she was an enemy to be crushed. Now, he oozed an overbearing facade of warmth and concern. To Zhao Qingtian, He Weining was an enemy as long as she sided with me. But if she'd consider joining his team, with her cool, otherworldly beauty and innate icy allure, he'd quickly forgive and even welcome her presence. The mere thought alone filled him with excitement. His fire-based energy surged uncontrollably, the heat practically visible as twin trails of steam puffed out of his nose. Countless pairs of eyes were fixed on He Weining, eagerly awaiting her decision. Would she yield? After all, this was widely considered the strongest team, a golden opportunity no student would want to pass up. Yet she slowly raised her gaze, her glacier-like eyes sweeping coldly over their faces. There was no anger, no hesitation, just an emotionless look, like one might afford insignificant ants beneath their feet. You too, her red lips parted, her voice like ice shards piercing the air, are nothing. Then, she turned her eyes to me, a subtle warmth finally melting the frost in her expression. And even if I were to provide massages, no one else but Lu Sheng is worthy of them. My services belong solely to him. The crowd fell into absolute silence. The infamous Ice Queen of Lanjiang Third High School. What could possibly happen next? God, where's your pride? Your dignity? How could you publicly announce you'd serve a worthless trash? Zhao Qingtian's face turned a deep shade of dark red, veins bulging at his temples as he barely managed to squeeze out a cold snort through clenched teeth. Fine. Very well. 2 E-rank pieces of trash. I'll personally see if you even manage to crawl out of this secret realm alive. Let's go. He whipped around furiously. Qin Yinran shot me a scathing glare before she followed him, while Feng Tong and Zhang Yin scrambled to keep up. The team steadily began heading towards the distorted entrance of the secret realm. Master, should we go in too? He Weining asked with a flicker of fiery determination in her gaze as she stared at the entrance. Let's move. I nodded. Lu Sheng has invited you to join the team. Accept. Swoosh. Amid countless mocking, confused, and complicated glances, we walked shoulder to shoulder through the rippling entrance that shimmered like water, vanishing in an instant. True strength never explains itself. It speaks through results. Meanwhile, in the northern suburbs of Blue River City, Lu Xiao was seated in front of her computer, her fingers dancing across the keyboard as she streamed herself clearing a dungeon for her audience. Suddenly, her movements stilled, her elegant brows furrowing. Click. The sound of her mouse echoed crisply in the quiet room. On the screen, the colossal dungeon boss toppled over with a deafening crash, its corpse yielding only a pitiful handful of faint blue and white loot drops. How could this happen? Lu Xiao stared blankly at her screen, the smile frozen on her face. The live chat's mood shifted instantly. Blue skies, white clouds. Where's the gold tier loot? Not even a single purple item. This is bad. Luck Goddess just packed her bags and left. Unfollow incoming. What did I say? Yesterday was pure luck. Show's over, folks. Rip. Streamers drained dry. Time to go get blessed by someone else. Online viewer numbers started dropping rapidly as waves of skeptical comments filled the chat. Lu Xiao's chest tightened. The euphoria of last night's jackpot haul was as lucrative as her usual month's income combined. But this lackluster blue and white loot felt like someone pouring ice water over her dreams. If her good fortune really abandoned her, she could already imagine the humiliating days ahead, budgeting every penny just to scrape by again. Y'all, don't worry. Just a little mistake on my part. We'll give it another shot. Forcing a smile, she tried her best to keep her voice upbeat, her fingers flying over her controls. To apologize, here's a 1,000 coin giveaway. Smash that follow button and test your luck. The dungeon queue restarted. Her skills were seamless, her movements pristine. Another boss fell, animation played, and another batch of white and blue. Not a single purple shine. Something's not right. Hang on, I'm logging back in. Her viewers plummeted even faster. Her heart sank further with every passing second. If not for the giveaway barely retaining some of the audience, it would have been an even steeper loss. The problem was, streaming wasn't charity work. Giving away fortunes just to keep viewers made her feel like the ultimate fool. Caught in a bind, she found herself questioning the miraculous streak of luck, something she'd never doubted before. Meanwhile, in the poison mist desert secret realm, the disorienting pull of spatial distortion subsided, my feet landing solidly onto firm ground. He whinnying and I emerged into an infinite expanse of golden sand dunes beneath a relentless sun. Having queued together, the two of us were thankfully transported to the same starting spot, already considered pretty lucky. At least, We didn't spawn directly into a monster nest. The surroundings were monotone, endless golden sand broken only by emerald, thread-like wisps of poison mist undulating ominously through the air like living organisms. Even the outer perimeter here was no joke, especially for rookie adventurers. A stroke of bad luck might drop you off a cliff into the ocean, or, if fate was truly cruel, straight into fresh monsterdom. Master, Hwaniang's voice was tinged with urgency. From her inventory, she quickly retrieved two faintly fragrant, light green detox pills, carefully cupping one in her hands before offering it to me. This is a basic anti-poison pill. The poison mist is already seeping in. Master, please take it quickly. You can use mine first. Save yours for emergencies. Her normally cool, frosty gaze was filled with concern. Her pale cheeks tinged the lightest shade of pink from nervousness. Her long lashes quivered slightly, adding to her already captivating demeanor. I didn't take the pill right away. Instead, I leisurely admired the rare sight of this seemingly untouchable ice queen looking so anxious. Once I'd had my fill of amusement, I suddenly reached out and gave her soft, supple cheek a gentle pinch. Ah, like a startled deer, her face flushed all the way to her ears as she hastily bowed her head. Her murmured voice was barely audible. And master, please don't. We're still in the secret realm. It's dangerous here. But if you really want to later, once we get out, I wouldn't mind. Her sentences came out disjointed, her cheeks burning hot. An unfamiliar, slightly electrifying flutter coursed through her chest. It was a wholly new sensation, but strangely, she wasn't put off by it. Watching the typically aloof campus queen reduced to this shy, flustered state, I couldn't help but grin wider. Taking a maid like her on board was worth its weight in gold. Heck, even if she weren't labeled SSS rank, just having her around as a personal massage maid would have been the deal of a lifetime. No need for the detox pill just yet. Hold on to it for now. I waved her off, motioning for her to put it away. Each pill's worth 500 copper coins. That's 3,000 for 6, equals 30 silver coins. We're broke. Better save where we can. My cotton at home sells for just 3 yuan, 2 dimes, and 8 copper coins per pound. These 6 detox pills could be worth nearly 1,000 pounds of it. As someone barely scraping by, I simply can't afford this. But she looked up at me anxiously. She knew how dangerous the poison mist desert was. Without a detox pill, an ordinary person would die within 10 minutes. Clutching the pills tightly in her palm, she seemed ready to forcibly stuff one into my mouth. She opened her mouth to protest further, but I waved her off, my gaze fixed ahead. A measly poison mist? Just avoid it. Stay close to me. A flicker of golden light flashed across my eyes. Data vision activated. This was the innate skill of my SS-ranked class. Not only could it see through others' information and detect their weaknesses, but it could also analyze the composition of air. At this moment, the distribution of toxic mist was laid bare before me. Where it loomed and where it didn't, all of it was crystal clear. Hwaniang froze. Avoid it? How was anyone supposed to avoid a poison mist that blanketed the entire area? But since I'd voiced my confidence, she didn't dare challenge me. Trusting silently, she stayed close at my side, though her fingers still gripped the detox pills as if clutching a lifeline. If she detected even the slightest sign of poisoning from me, she would undoubtedly feed me one without hesitation. I navigated through the poisonous mist like someone walking through an invisible maze, leaning left, swerving right, slowing down, speeding up. Every step seemed erratic, but purposeful. She followed closely. 10 minutes passed, then 15, yet neither of us showed any signs of poisoning. The deadly dark green haze seemed like it was blocked by some invisible force, unable to touch us at all. As we went deeper, the worried tension on her face turned into confusion and eventually outright shock. When I said we could avoid the mist, I wasn't lying. Not even Hwaniang, the SSS-ranked Frost Sword Master, could pull this off. How was I doing it? Her gaze lingered on my back, a newfound sense of awe and dependence taking root in her heart. Master is truly incomparable, she thought. Handsome and gentle, yet still willing to shield someone as powerful as her while paving the way forward. No wonder everyone else in the secret realm was probably still anxiously counting their detox pills. As her thoughts wandered, I suddenly stopped and fixed my keen gaze on a slight mound in the sand ahead. It's decided it's you. He whinnying. Huh. She blinked, following my line of sight. Atop the sand dune, a snake's triangular head covered in dull yellow scales emerged abruptly. Its cold, vertical pupils locked onto us, a sandrusher snake. Stepping forward to shield her, I raised a finger and pointed at the snake. Go. Take it down. He whinnying. Whatever trace of gratitude she'd felt a second ago evaporated instantly. But her eyes sharpened, and she seamlessly transitioned into combat mode. As my maid, protecting me and executing my commands was her duty. This was her moment to prove her worth. As we locked eyes with the snake, it fully turned its attention to us, regarding us as prey. Sandrusher snake, from the sand snake genus. Lives in packs, adept at burrowing and striking quickly beneath the sand, she recited, her sharp instincts as a scholar kicking in. It uses sand dunes as cover, circling behind its prey to strike from the rear. The best moment to land a kill shot is the instant it attacks. Lowering her stance, she calmly closed her eyes. Her breathing slowed as if she were merging with the vast, shifting sands around her. Shhhkkkkk. The faint sound of grit shifting announced the snake's approach, an almost imperceptible ripple in the sand quickly darting toward her rear. Seeing her remain still, the snake abruptly stopped, poised to strike, then launched a venomous attack at the back of her neck with a gust of foul wind. Whoosh! Her eyes snapped open. Twisting around instantly, 5 fingers curled into the air, and 3 crystalline swords of pure frost materialized above her palm. The ice blades shimmered, exuding a biting cold as they tore through the air toward the shadow lunging overhead. Thunk, thunk, thunk. 3 heavy, nearly simultaneous impacts rang out as the ice swords pierced the sandrusher snake mid-strike. Without hesitation, she conjured a flurry of more blades to follow up, each one whistling death as they rained down on the snake. Hissus! A shrill, agonized hiss erupted from the serpent as blood and frost flecks stained the sand. After a few violent twitches, the creature fell lifeless. Killed sandrusher snake. Experience +10. Loot obtained. Sand snake tail, D, ×1. Loot obtained. Venomous fong, D, ×2. Only after seeing the kill notification did she let out a soft breath, her body still trembling ever so slightly from the aftershock of her first kill. Summoning frost swords at will was the frost swordmaster's bread-and-butter attack. Whether used up close or from a distance, its power was chillingly destructive. Creating 3 swords at once to deal 3-fold the damage only underscored its raw potential. Grandpa, Grandma, I've done it. I can fight and kill monsters now, she whispered, a faint sheen of emotion flickering in her eyes. Then, her focus locked on the kill stats. 10 experience points? D-rank materials? No, something's off. The knowledge in her mind suddenly became crystal clear. The sandrusher snake was a level 1 creature. Killing it solo should only grant 10 XP, but in a party, the XP should split, each person getting 5. Its drops were supposed to be E-rank at best based on the books. Why was it giving out double D-rank items? This doesn't make sense, swiveling. Her gaze fell on me, full of astonishment and uncertainty. The events of last night replayed vividly in her mind. With my guidance, she inexplicably awakened an SS-level class, and in the blink of an eye, I elevated her to SSS level. Now, even the quality of her rewards keeps improving. She instinctively believes it's all my doing. That's right. Meeting her gaze, I smirked knowingly and said, one of my abilities is to enhance the quality of rewards. Enhancing reward quality. Her pupils contracted sharply. This is a conceptual tier divine skill. In terms of strategic value, in some ways, it's even more terrifying than her SSS level skill. Her understanding of my power was once again shattered and rebuilt. Don't just stand there. You'll have plenty of chances to see how strong I really am in the future. Noticing her dazed expression, I stretched out my hand and, as usual, ruffled her silky hair lightly. Our goal is first place. Let's keep moving. That's true. Regaining her composure, she gazed at me in awe, as if looking at an omnipotent god, mysterious and invincible. And just then, SSS, SSS, SSS. Both of us turned toward the sound. The eerie noise of friction surged from all directions, and the sandy ground beneath us began to contort unnaturally. Her expression grew grim in an instant. Drawing on her wealth of knowledge, she exclaimed, "This is bad." Sand serpents travel in packs, with even the smallest group consisting of at least 10. I glanced at her tense profile and inwardly gave her a nod of approval. A true scholar, adept in both academics and combat, her depth of knowledge was unparalleled. With thousands upon thousands of mysterious realms and countless types of monsters, hardly anyone would bother memorizing the details of an environment like this, the Poison Mist Desert, a place most professionals might never see in their lifetime. Yet, she remembered it so clearly. Her studiousness and breadth of understanding were impressive. However, her knowledge was still limited to what was in the books. What wasn't written, she couldn't possibly know. But I could. Activating data vision. Sharing teammate vision. A faint glimmer lit up in He Waning's eyes as a translucent information panel appeared before her. Captain Lu Sheng requests to share vision. Accept? She hesitated for half a second before resolutely accepting. In the next instant, her world was turned upside down. What was previously just an endless expanse of yellow sand was now overlaid with 3 clear, fast-moving outlines beneath the surface. Above each silhouette hovered detailed information. Sand Serpent, LV1, Strength. 6, Intelligence. 1, Agility. 8, Constitution. 13, Skills. Sand Veil, Venom Fong, Constriction. Weak Point, the 3rd scale below the serpent's head. Attack Reminder, aim 3 meters ahead and strike in 7 seconds for guaranteed weak point accuracy. The same information was displayed for the other 2 serpents. Their weak points and the optimal timing for an attack were laid out clearly. This is practically a cheat-tier combat assist. Shockwaves crashed through her mind. The captain could directly analyze monster data and even predict the precise trajectory of an attack. No hesitation. Drawing upon the success of their previous cooperation, she instinctively prepared her stance. 7. She counted down silently, her gaze sharp as an eagle's. 6. Her slender fingers curved as frigid energy rapidly gathered. 5. 3 crystalline ice swords even sharper than before materialized swiftly in front of her, their tips aimed squarely at the marked location. 3, 2, 1. Fire. Shing, shing, shing. 3 streaks of icy blue light pierced precisely into the churning sand below. HSSSSSSSS. Agonized screeches erupted one after another. Bullseye. A glimmer of excitement flashed through her eyes, but she didn't stop there. With a series of graceful hand movements, she unleashed another barrage of ice swords like a relentless storm. The sand below was instantly stained red with blood and shards of ice. A series of notification sounds rang out in rapid succession. Sand Serpent defeated, XP plus 30. Loot. Sand Serpent Tail, D, times 3. Loot. Venomous Snake Fong, D, times 6. Loot. Sand Serpent Boots, D, times 1. Double XP. Upgraded materials. And even equipment drops. Gazing at the bountiful rewards, for the first time, her usually stoic demeanor cracked. Her breaths quickened with excitement. In that moment, He Waning's mind was consumed by one thought. We've hit the jackpot. E-grade materials typically sold for just 1 to 5 copper coins apiece. The E-grade Sand Serpent Tails and Venomous Snake Fangs were worth no more than a single copper coin each. But D-grade materials? Those started at a minimum of 10 copper coins per unit. Scanning the inventory, she took stock of their haul for D-grade Sand Serpent Tails and 8 D-grade Venomous Snake Fangs. Altogether, their value came out to a staggering 120 copper coins, 10 times the profit of an ordinary Sand Serpent kill. And there was still the D-grade equipment. Sand Serpent Boots, D. Type. Boots level, 0 requirement, none. Base stats, Strength plus 1, Agility plus 3, Constitution plus 1. Bonus, D-tier Agility plus 2. Just that piece of gear alone would easily fetch thousands of copper coins on the market. All of this was thanks to the captain's extraordinary power. He Waning's heartbeat quickened slightly, a faint glow of determination igniting in her gaze. She had a hunch. So long as she followed her captain, achieving first place in the newcomer trials would be just the beginning. Ahead of them lay boundless, limitless glory. Outside the mystic realm, inside a towering steel fortress. In the surveillance room, Chu Jianghe sat stiffly as his sharp eyes scanned across a wall of 300 individual screens. Each screen displayed a vivid, real-time projection of one of the Blue River High students within the Poison Mist Desert. Some were locked in heated battles with monsters, while others crept cautiously over the dunes. Search. The scoreboard across the room flickered continuously. Individual rankings. First place, Zhao Qingtian, 36 points. Second place, Qin Yanran, 19 points. Third place, Lu Ningyu, 9 points. Ninth place, Lu Sheng, 4 points. 10th place, He Weining, 4 points. Team rankings. First place, Zhao Qingtian's team, 55 points. Second place, Lu Ningyu's team, 33 points. 26th place, Lu Sheng's team, 8 points. Half an hour into the trial, the majority of scores were still relatively low. Yet Zhao Qingtian's team had surged far ahead, leading the competition by a wide margin. Chu Jianghe furrowed his brow slightly, the change in his expression nearly imperceptible. Zhao Qingtian's strategy? He saw through it completely. Two B-class shield warriors, Fang Tong and Zhang Yan, were being treated as little more than human punching bags. They were forced to stand at the front, absorbing all of the enemy's attacks. Retaliation was forbidden. The last hit was always reserved for Zhao Qingtian and Qin Yanran. Zhao Qingtian was strong enough to make this work. His fireballs were fast and devastating, able to kill a creature in just 3 or 5 strikes. But Qin Yanran? Her holy light couldn't even penetrate the creature's natural defenses. Each strike dealt only a single point of damage. Against monsters with 10 points of constitution, equal to 100 HP, it would take her nearly 100 attacks to finish one off. By the time she was ready to land the finishing blow, Fang Tong and Zhang Yan often ended up battered, covered in injuries, and still unable to retaliate. Adding insult to injury, they didn't dare land even a single strike on the near-dead creatures, for fear of accidentally stealing her kill. Qin Yanran, for her part, delivered her holy light with stingy precision and a haughty air that bordered on smugness. Mana for A-class combatants is far more precious than HP for B-class warriors, she would intone, as though her words were some noble justification. Both Fang Tong and Zhang Yan's faces were ashen with frustration. In any other team, they'd be critical combat assets. But here, they were reduced to cannon fodder. Yet leaving early would mean instant disqualification from the trial. With no other choice, they clenched their teeth and endured. Chu Jianghe shook his head and shifted his attention to a different display, Lu Sheng and He Weining. With just one glance, his pupils contracted sharply, and his body instinctively leaned forward. The screen showed Lu Sheng leading He Weining through the yellow sands of the desert. Their path was strange, full of twists and turns, as though they were deliberately avoiding some kind of invisible threat. What made Chu Jianghe's breath catch in his chest, however, was this. Upon rewinding the footage for confirmation, he realized neither of them had taken any basic antidote pills. They avoided the poison mists? How is that possible? The desert's toxic green miasma was so perfectly blended into the air that detection was essentially impossible. Years earlier, even the military stationed here had been forced to abandon efforts to neutralize the fog, despite hiring an A-class field analysis expert to study it. Their efforts had ended in failure. Yet somehow, Lu Sheng's seemingly casual steps had led the pair through the deadly fog completely unscathed. A bold, almost maddening thought exploded in Chu Jianghe's mind like a crackling thunderclap. If someone had the ability to navigate through poison mists without the aid of antidotes, what if they could see through the limitless, eerie fog surrounding the borders of the Daxia Nation? Ever since the catastrophic transformation of Blue Planet, the Daxia Nation had been sealed off by an ominous shroud of mist. Communication with the outside world had been completely cut off. Legend had it that even S-class and SS-class combatants, heroes of the highest caliber, had ventured into the mist, only to vanish without a trace. Meanwhile, the unexplored dungeons and secret realms that had begun cropping up within the nation had started to consume more and more of humanity's remaining living space. Eventually, there would be nowhere left for the people of Daxia to run. One day, They would have no choice but to venture into the mist, a place where even the greatest elites had failed to return. Now, as he watched Lu Sheng's actions, it felt like a faint glimmer of hope amidst the darkness. Chu Jianghe's chest thumped loudly. If this young man truly had the ability to pierce through the mystery of the mist that had imprisoned Daxiao for centuries, he could very well become the savior of the entire nation. This is not a trivial matter. It must be reported immediately. The thought had barely taken form when he suppressed the rising tide of emotions in his chest and adjusted his grip on the luminous bead in his hand. Barrier-piercing bead S-class. Effect. Within the poison mist desert, forcibly teleport a target from a specified coordinate to the bead's user. Crafted by Guo Weihua, S-class forging master. This was the ace up his sleeve, the reason he dared to use the poison mist desert as the trial site in the first place. If any student fell into mortal danger, he could use the bead to immediately pull them to safety. He'd kept this trump card a secret, ensuring that none of the students even knew it existed. The point was to teach them to maintain a healthy sense of wariness in a perilous environment. Speculation was all well and good, but as the academy's headmaster, Chu Jianghe's primary responsibility was to ensure that every student returned alive. His gaze locked onto the screen, zeroing in once more on Lu Sheng and He Weining. He watched with his own eyes as He Weining cleanly dispatched a sand-wriggling snake. The battle instincts she displayed and her expert control over ice magic left no room for doubt. She had surely awakened a powerful second class, at least S-class, or even SS class was not out of the question. Combine that with her already stellar martial arts background, she was unmatched among her peers in Lanjiang. Now, with the addition of a top-tier combat class, she was undoubtedly the brightest newcomer in the city. This year's performance in the National League? Secured. But then, the next moment, something disturbed him. Something was very off. The screen showed that Lu Sheng's team had already slain 4 sand-wriggling snakes. He Weining had clearly landed all 4 final blows. Based on the rules, she should have earned 4 points, while Lu Sheng should have earned 0, with the team overall earning only 4 points. But the scoreboard told a different story. Both of them had 4 points each, and the team had a collective total of 8 points. A glitch in the scoring system? The thought barely crossed his mind before he dismissed it. The system had been designed by an SS-class combatant at the peak of his 5th evolution, a legendary class individual. It had undergone countless iterations and real-world tests and was regarded as wholly infallible. Every major competition in Daxiao relied on its integrity. And yet, the anomaly was right there. Lu Sheng had done nothing, yet somehow, he had earned the equivalent points as He Weining. He stared at the figure ahead, and one thought became increasingly clear. Something was definitely off, and the problem had to lie with Lu Sheng. Most likely, it was tied to his mysterious second profession that he'd never disclosed. Could it be his profession allows him to share kill points with his teammates? Chu Jianghe's expression turned odd. An E-rank profession with such a perk? If you called it weak, it was downright overpowered during competitions. But if you called it godlike, it was useless without a strong team to back it up. The world truly is full of strange phenomena. He'd heard of an E-rank profession from the last century called short drama enthusiast. As long as the person binge-watched short dramas on their phone, they would become invincible and immune to all attacks. Unfortunately, during one secret realm exploration, the ads in a short drama were unexpectedly extended by the platform. The interruption broke their invincibility, and they were one-shot by a lurking monster. No matter how odd Lu Sheng's method seemed, as long as it stayed within the bounds of his profession, it wasn't considered rule-breaking. Chu Jianghe shook his head, refocusing on the monitor screen. Lu Sheng's team had just encountered another group of 6 sand-sting serpents, clearly related to the 4 they'd faced earlier. With Lu Sheng's data vision combined with the squad's shared data, the movements of the 6 serpents were utterly transparent in He Weining's eyes. Swish, swish, swish. The icy crystal longsword in her hands seemed almost sentient, stabbing downward with precision into the sand. These serpents, known for their sneaky ambush tactics, didn't even have time to surface before falling to the sword's icy blue flashes, turning into nothing more than experience points and materials. In just over a minute, all 6 were wiped out. You killed Sandsting Serpent. Experience plus 60. Loot acquired. Sand Serpent Tail, D, X6. Poison Fong, D, X12. Equipment acquired. Sand Serpent Bracers, D, X1. Sand Serpent Pendant, D, X1. Sand Serpent Leather Armor, D, X1. Buzz. In the surveillance room, Chu Jianghe distinctly saw both Lu Sheng and He Weiniang glow simultaneously with the telltale soft shimmer of leveling up. Congratulations, you've advanced to LV2. Current EXP, 0/200. Free attribute points earned, plus 11. I stared at my stats panel, a flicker of surprise flashing briefly in my eyes. Master, I leveled up. He Weiniang's thrilled voice rang out. She darted up to me with visible excitement. I got 6 attribute points. SSS tier classes get 5 points per level, while lower tier ones usually only get 1 or 2. With her dual professions, a 1-point E-tier massage therapist and a 5-point SSS tier Eternal Winter Sword Master, the numbers added up perfectly to 6. I instinctively ruffled her hair. Not bad. Her cheeks flushed as she shyly stepped back half a step. Then, her curiosity got the better of her, and she glanced me over. Hey, Master, did you level up too? How many points did you get? The moment the question left her lips, she felt a bit silly, even pointless. Anyone could guess the answer. Her master had a profession capable of awakening secondary professions. There was no doubt it had to be SSS tier. Me? 11 points. The words were like a bolt of lightning from the sky. T10? 11. She slapped a hand over her mouth. Whatever joy she had just moments earlier fizzled out. But isn't the maximum 5 points per level? Even with dual SSS professions, you're capped at 10. Do you even know who you're talking to? I smirked self-assuredly. You think I play by normal rules? Yeah, true. She nodded blankly, retreating a few paces to focus on distributing her points. Meanwhile, my gaze locked onto my own stats panel. My combination? SS tier God of Data and E tier Master. By standard rules, that should have given me 5 points from the former and 1 from the latter, 2 professions doubling my total to 6 points. But for some inexplicable reason, the system had granted me 11. I glanced briefly at He Weiniang, engrossed in assigning her points. A bold theory lit up in my mind, and my eyes suddenly gleamed. Could it be that Master's innate talent and effort, doesn't just share attributes, but also allows me to claim the attribute points gained by my subordinates when they level up? My pulse quickened. This would mean, the stronger my subordinates, the higher quality bonuses I could harvest. The mightier they were, the more I'd benefit in return. This wasn't an E-tier class. This was a game-breaking God-tier passive. Level up gains, supercharged in infinite scales. After a brief surge of exhilaration, I forced myself to calm down. It was time to allocate my points. For almost all fledgling adventurers, every single point was essential, calculated meticulously. They needed to balance survival and effectiveness with just 2 or 3 points per level. But that didn't apply to me. With over 10 points per level, and the number destined to grow as I added more capable allies to my roster, this was brute force. A complete dimensional advantage over the competition. Looks like recruiting a second potential powerhouse just became a top priority. My eyes gleamed with determination. I had 3 contract slots available currently, with more as my level and class advanced. The stronger my subordinates, the stronger I'd become. 2 points in strength, 2 in intelligence, 3 in constitution, 4 in agility. With a mental command, I confirmed the new stats. The sheer quantity from 1 level up alone was equivalent to what would take other newcomers several levels to achieve. He Weiniang had also finished distributing her points. My eyes brushed her stats panel. He Weiniang, LV2. Strength, 17 intelligence, 18 agility, 28 constitution, 18. She dumped all 6 points into agility, a natural choice. Movement speed, attack speed, evasion. These were optimal for someone deeply skilled in combat techniques. As expected of an SSS tier profession. While most people would struggle to break 10 points in their stats, she already had 3 in the high teens and 1 close to hitting 30. No wonder you're worthy of talent and effort, I thought. My heart swelled with an ambitious flame. The stronger you become, flooded through his heart. The stronger I grow, I thought to myself as I glanced at my own stats. Lu Sheng LV2. Strength, 32. Intelligence, 37. agility, 48, constitution, 33. Sure enough, my stats were almost double hers in synchronization. As a level 2, I was already rivaling the peak of ordinary first-tier professionals before their class advancements. And all of this, honestly, it was as if I was on a winning streak without lifting a finger. I just shared her vision and left the combat entirely to my icy maid. Being the master in this dynamic? Beyond leisurely, it's downright ridiculous. Let's keep moving, I said calmly. With that, the two of us resumed our journey. The toxic mist desert proved to be as perilous as its reputation suggested, housing threats far beyond the sand serpents. Among them were three notoriously more troublesome creatures: the LV2 crimson fire ants, the LV3 six-eyed sand spiders, and the LV5 red sand scorpions. Their outrageously high levels compared to common monsters had rightfully earned this place its nickname, the Newbie Graveyard. The crimson fire ants were fire red all over, roughly the size of a smartphone, capable of low-altitude flight and spraying corrosive acid. If they managed to get close, self-destruction was their go-to strategy. The six-eyed sand spiders were even harder to spot than the sand serpents, with a penchant for weaving highly adhesive webs. These webs, strong enough to withstand a 500 kilograms impact, practically ensured doom for anyone caught without teammates to assist. The sun bore down on a sandy hollow where a team prepared for battle. 7 low-flying crimson fire ants buzzed ominously, their high-frequency, vibrating wings foreshadowing danger. Fong Tong, Zhang Yan, deal with them, barked Zhao Qingtian, his expression grim. Boss Zhao, there are 7 of them. They're going to self-detonate. We can't handle that. Fong Tong's face was as pale as the desert sands beneath his feet. What are you so scared of, you coward? Screeched Qin Yanran, her voice sharp like a blade. Her gaze, icy and detached, pierced through them, devoid of sympathy. Split them up. One person takes 3, the other takes 4. Spread out the damage. What? My healing skills mean nothing to you guys. Move it. If you mess up and cost us our points, don't even think about getting a single one. The mention of points only deepened the two men's sense of indignation. Up until now, they hadn't slain a single monster. They remained with 0 score. If Zhao Qingtian weren't watching them like a hawk, they'd have teamed up to give Qin Yanran the beating of the century by now. Faced with her cold-blooded threats and the prize of points dangling like a carrot on a stick, the two exchanged a look full of silent resentment. Finally, they let out a roar and charged toward the oncoming ant swarm, breaking off in opposite directions. Easy. The swarm instantly split. 3 ants rushed toward Fong Tong, while the other 4 zeroed in on Zhang Yan. In the split second the distance between them closed, the crimson ants' bodies swelled ominously. Boom, 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 boom. 7 near-simultaneous explosions rocked the hollow, blasting the 2 unfortunate men with waves of heat and fire. Sand billowed upwards as shock waves tore through the air, scattering scorching debris far and wide. When the smoke finally cleared, the 2 figures left behind were barely recognizable. Fong Tong's left arm was a bloody mess, bone gleaming through the shredded remains of flesh. Zhang Yan's body fared no better. One side was charred black, his skin barely hanging on. Qin Yanran, heal me. Fong Tong rasped weakly, his voice drenched in pain. Frowning, she begrudgingly cast 2 faint glimmers of restorative light their way, expending less than a single % of her mana reserve. Then, as if irritated by their very existence, she immediately cut them off. That's enough. You're not going to die from this. Don't you both have out-of-combat regeneration? Take your time and recover on your own. I need to save my mana for Qingtian. My healing is reserved for key players during monster grinding. Her voice was cold, indifferent, and devoid of the slightest pity. The 2 of them collapsed onto the burning sand, their spirits completely shattered. 7 measly points, earned by gambling their lives. Meanwhile, across the desert at another battleground, Lu Ningyu's team was locked in a desperate struggle. A 6-eyed sand spider, as massive as a small car, skittered through its surroundings with eerie proficiency, its camouflage ability blending it seamlessly into the dunes. Nimble and unpredictable, it lunged and pounced, weaving webs and setting traps with terrifying efficiency. Battered and frantic, The five-person team barely held their ground, straining to stay alive as they dodged deadly strikes and avoided poisonous snares beneath their feet. Although the fire mage Wang Baixue erected blazing walls to push it back, her efforts were little more than a drop in the ocean. Back at the monitoring room, Chu Jianghe's nerves were stretched taut as he scanned the dozens of surveillance feeds scattered before him. Clutching a teleportation artifact called the Wall-Breaking Pearl, he prepared to intervene at a moment's notice. The majority of the students were struggling, many teetering on the brink of defeat. Except for one team, the Outliers. When his gaze fell on Lu Sheng's display, the surge of blood pressure nearly had him seeing stars. Move a little to the left. Yeah, right there. Ah, perfect, murmured Lu Sheng, lounging beneath the shade of an enormous parasol with a level of relaxation that defied all logic. Reclining on a beach chair, sipping iced cola through a straw, he basked in unbothered bliss. And standing behind him, none other than He Wenying, the prodigious, ever-composed starlet of Blue River No. 3 High, known for her stunning beauty and high-ranking brilliance in both theoretical studies and real combat. At this exact moment, her typically stoic, almost untouchable demeanor gave way to something utterly different. Gently, meticulously, her pale, slender hands kneaded Lu Sheng's shoulders and neck, her expression one of focus, even enjoyment. What are you two doing? Chu Jianghe's jaw nearly hit the floor as he blinked repeatedly, convinced his eyes had betrayed him. He Wenying, the pride of the school, the shining beacon of a generation, massaging Lu Sheng. Her words from before echoed hauntingly in his mind. Even if it's just a massage, I'll only serve Lu Sheng. At the time, he dismissed it as a joke. For 3 long years, she had climbed to the pinnacle, outshining every peer with her incredible talents and relentless dedication. Chu Jianghe had spared no effort in nurturing her, be it resources or opportunities. She had always been his first choice. And she had never once let him down, consistently dominating city-level tournaments with ease. Now, she had even awakened what appeared to be an S-tier secondary class, an accomplishment so rare it placed her in the League of Legends. And her first decision, upon entering a dangerous mystic realm, becomes a personal masseuse to a doubly stat loser? A conflicting storm of emotions churned inside him. Shock, envy, bitterness. The kind of heartbreak that only a farmer might feel when watching their prized cabbage get devoured by a pig. Drowning in frustration, the old principal, Chu Jianghe, couldn't hold back his rage. Unbelievable. Completely ridiculous. In the monitor room, he slammed his palm against the desk, causing the thermos on it to rattle. Lu Sheng, that slacker. It's bad enough he's not taking things seriously himself, but dragging He Wenying down with him? What a waste of talent. What a waste of opportunities. His voice was filled with disappointment as he clenched his fists, making a decision on the spot. After the competition, the two must be separated. For the City League, He Wenying could no longer be teamed with Lu Sheng. Sure, young people can fall in love, but not at the expense of their futures at such a critical moment. Once they'd secure a spot in the top combat academies, they'd have all the time to indulge in romance. Let's see their score now. They better not be at the bottom. He barely suppressed his anger and turned to glance at the leaderboard displayed on the central screen. But the moment the rankings came into view, individual leaderboard. Lu Sheng, 72 points. He Wenying, 72 points. Zhao Qingtian, 57 points. Team leaderboard. Lu Sheng's team, 144 points. Zhao Qingtian's team, 86 points. LV Ningyu's team, 68 points. Chu Jianghe froze. His expression suddenly stiffened, and his mouth hung slightly open as if he'd been struck dumb. Top of the board, and by a landslide no less. What is going on here? Deep in the poison mist desert, under the shade of a sun umbrella, I lazily raised a hand, signaling the dainty hands behind me to stop. Master, not even a little longer? He Wenying paused, her eyes, crystal clear, gazing at me. Strangely, there was a hint of reluctance in them. I blinked. What's going on here? Yesterday, she found every excuse to avoid giving me a massage after I made her put on black stockings. Now, not only did she take the initiative, but she even seemed disappointed to stop. One day, just one day, was all it took to turn the frosty campus beauty into this? Did the contract have some hidden effect I wasn't aware of? Suppressing the odd sensation bubbling up inside, I gestured at my wrist where an imaginary watch would be. Yeah, that's enough pampering. Time to get back to work. After fighting intensely in the secret realm for over 2 hours, we were way ahead in points, and both of us had leveled up to LV3. Maybe thanks to the good mood, this impromptu massage offer came up. Obviously, I accepted without hesitation, which is how that vacation-like scene Chu Jiangasa came about. I glanced at the leaderboard again. Sure, we were comfortably in first, but the lead wasn't insurmountable. Nothing worth celebrating just yet. The trial had been going on for about 3 hours now, and most students likely ran out of detox potions, forcing them out of combat. Only those willing to spend their own resources to push for higher scores were left. In short, the hardcore grinders. Our current points? Not enough. Let's go. Packing up the beach chair and sun umbrella into my inventory, I motioned us forward to delve deeper into the territory. It wasn't long before a panicked chorus of voices intertwined with explosions reached our ears through the windy haze of sand. Xiaobai, block it with firewall. My leg's stuck, help. Yujia, heal me. I'm out of mana. Watch out. It's gone invisible again. Limping figures stumbled haphazardly from behind a sand dune. Not just any group, but LV Ningyu's squad. LV Ningyu, Chi Master, B rank, LV2. Tong Yin, Venom Assassin, B rank, LV2. Chung Xiaoxiao, Winged Archer, B rank, LV2. Wang Baixue, Fire Mage, B rank, LV2. Zhang Yu, Priest, C rank, LV2. A team of 5 girls, boasting 4 B-ranked combat professions. By Blue River number 3 high standards, their configuration was remarkable. Ranked 3rd on the team leaderboard, they were nothing short of elite. But in this moment, their gear was in tatters, bodies battered with burns, wounds, and remnants of sticky spider webs. Desperation was etched deep into their faces as they unleashed chaotic counterattacks while scrambling to retreat. Behind them, the sands roared as an enormous monstrosity tore through the dunes in pursuit. Its size dwarfed that of an ordinary 6-eyed sand spider. Its dark gold exoskeleton gleamed menacingly, 6 crimson eyes glowing with murderous intent. Its massive pincers grated against each other, producing a screech like steel grinding on steel. While its movements weren't fast, the palpable aura of oppression was like a physical weight bearing down on anyone nearby. Mega 6-eyed sand spider, elite rank LV5. HP 8651/12,000. Skills: Webbind C. Advanced Mimicry A. Paralysis Powder C. Advanced Poison Injection A. Basic Fire Immunity C. Life Drain B. An elite class monster. In the secret realm, creatures were categorized into 3 levels: boss, elite, and normal. Elites were weaker than bosses, but vastly outmatched normal monsters, a defining feature being their absurdly high HP. Even a regular 6-eyed sand spider was a nightmare for newcomers. This thing? It was the stuff of nightmares within nightmares. Its sheer bulk and durability were compounded by lethal abilities like invisibility from advanced mimicry, lingering lifesteal mechanisms, and poisons, a cocktail of disasters. Not to mention, it nullified Wang Baixue's fire-based attacks through its fire immunity. Up against this monstrosity, LV Ningyu's squad had no chance. Their priest, Zhang Yu, was out of mana and pale as a sheet. Wang Baixue's firewalls were weakening by the second, barely holding up. Tong Yin and Chung Xiaoxiao's strikes merely sparked off the monster's armor-like shell. Meanwhile, LV Ningyu herself stood gritting her teeth at the front lines, her chi swirling defensively, but she was helpless against the spider's bulk, her health dipping dangerously low. It's over. The spider burst through the last ember of the firewall, its 6 blood-red eyes locking onto LV Ningyu as she stared back at it hopelessly, the last glimmer of light in her eyes fading away. Out of resources, out of strength, and without an escape route, they were cornered. But just as the spider lunged, LV Ningyu faintly spotted, in her peripheral vision, someone watching from atop a distant sand dune. The 2 figures strolling leisurely as if returning from a vacation, Lu Sheng and He Weinying. In the depths of despair, a faint glimmer of hope ignited. With the last ounce of strength she had, she screamed, "Lu Sheng, He Weinying, help!" Her plea was abruptly interrupted as the massive spider raised one of its colossal, truck-sized pincers. With a piercing screech, it swung the appendage down toward her head. The pincer tore through the air, bringing with it a violent gust and a storm of yellow sand, crashing down like a collapsing mountain upon Lu Ningyu. The terrifying shadow swallowed the last light in her eyes. Death's cold grip seemed to tighten around her throat. Ningyujia! The four girls cried out in terror, their voices trembling. There was no healing, no mana left, no miracles in sight. If this strike landed, she would undoubtedly meet her end. In the surveillance room, Chu Jianghe's weathered eyes flickered with regret. These kids, in the end, it's still too much for them. Without further hesitation, the soft glow of the barrier-breaking pearl illuminated his palm. A surge of spatial energy welled up, ready to forcibly pull the entire team out of danger. But just as he was about to activate the energy, his hands suddenly froze. His gaze snapped toward another monitor, riveted in shock. Wait, is that an ice domain? A technique surpassing even SS-rank domains. On a dune, an icy chill surged like a tangible tide, radiating violently from Hwanying. Frosted crystals slowly encircled her. Her hair seemed to float as if caught in an unseen breeze. The hands that had earlier been gentle enough to give a soothing massage now grasped an ice crystal longsword. It gleamed sharply, its tip locked on the massive spider below. Her killing intent was so cold, it seemed to freeze the very air. "Master, shall I intervene?" she asked, tilting her head ever so slightly, merely awaiting my command. I glanced at the sand spider nearby. Along the way, she had effortlessly dealt with dune serpents, flame ants, and even the most perilous red sand scorpions. But this six-eyed sand spider was a first, a rare elite. Data I activated. Target weak points identified. Six-eyed sand spiders use claw-like limbs to grip and push off coarse or grainy surfaces. They cannot gain traction on flat, slippery plains such as ice. Well then, that makes it straightforward. Go, I said with a faint smile, my thoughts activating. The analytical data streamed into her field of vision, allowing her to clearly see the spider's vulnerabilities. Trap its movements with the domain first, then strike. Yes. Her icy blue eyes flared brilliantly. Below, Death's shadow loomed closer. Lu Ningyu's heart nearly stopped. She could even feel the gust from the descending pincer scraping and stinging her cheeks. It's over. Just as the thought crossed her mind. Swoosh. 3 streaks of ice-blue light tore through the sky, moving faster than the eye could follow. They struck the joints of the massive pincer precisely, their speed and precision leaving no room for error. Clang. A metallic crash reverberated as shards of ice and sparks scattered everywhere. The seemingly unstoppable, lethal strike veered off course mid-swing. Boom. The twin pincers slammed into the ground mere inches from Lu Ningyu, carving a massive crater in the sand. The force of the impact sent shock waves through the air, flipping her onto the ground in a chaotic tumble. Cough, cough. She propped herself up weakly, brushing the sand off her face. Her entire body trembled uncontrollably. Staring at the massive claws embedded so close to her, she felt as if her heart would beat out of her chest. But it wasn't over yet. A frigid, ice-blue figure blurred into view, descending from the crest of the dune at an impossible speed. Hwanying landed lightly on the ground. Buzz. A bone-chilling frost erupted like a tempest from her position, spreading outward. Crack, crack. Within an instant, a 30-meter radius of scorching desert turned into a crystalline ice field. Sand became solid, glacial ice. Heat waves morphed into bone-biting cold winds, and even the blistering skies began to snow. The sudden transformation from fire to frost left Lu Ningyu and the others shivering violently in their inadequate summer attire. Wearing short sleeves, skirts, and in one case, even a swimsuit, the girls now trembled as goosebumps covered their exposed skin. Yet it wasn't the cold that stopped their hearts. It was the sight before them. In the center of the frozen domain, Hwanying stood tall, her sword at her side. Behind her, a phantom throne of pure frost formed bit by bit, exuding an ancient and regal might. The image of a snow queen seemed to loom over the throne, surveying everything from on high. 3 shimmering ice daggers orbited around her like vigilant sentinels, radiating a chilling aura. Above the battlefield, suspended silently above the spider's head, a massive crystalline great sword hung in the air. It glimmered, poised to strike, a promise of judgment waiting to descend. HSSS screech. The six-eyed sand spider hissed in fury. The icy surface rendered its powerful legs completely useless. It slipped and floundered as its legs sprawled out desperately against the glass-like ice. Each attempt to stand ended in an even more humiliating tumble. It instinctively unleashed a thick, venom-laced web meant to paralyze and disable anything it touched. Yet as the web approached whinnying, it suddenly stiffened, crystallizing upon contact with an invisible icy barrier. With a faint crack, the strands shattered and fell harmlessly to the ice. Both the venom and paralyzing agent had been nullified. Winter's throne. Within this domain, all external control and suppression abilities were simply futile. Time to die. She made her move. No grandiose charge, just a single step forward, elegant yet deadly. Her ice sword danced in the air, leaving behind a luminous, chilling trail. It moved so swiftly that it left only a hazy, blue afterimage in its wake. Her form flowed like a whisper of winter wind, graceful and agile, like a dancer in the snow, yet exuding the majesty of an ice queen. With a single encounter, a barrage of sword strikes rained down upon the colossal pincers of the giant spider. Shoo, shoo, shoo. -15, -15, -890. The damage numbers frantically popped up. Crack, crack. Over 100 strikes executed in an instant, shearing the massive pincer-like battering rams clean off at their base. Like mountains falling, they crashed onto the icy ground, causing the entire ice field to quake. Yet, the surface remained pristine, flawless, smooth as a mirror, without a single crack. Mega's six-eyed desert spider, elite. Health, 6127/12,000. Within moments, 2,000 points of health were obliterated. On the ice, only the spider's severed limbs twitched in agony, oozing dark green venom like fountains. And this was merely the beginning. She moved across the icy surface like a phantom, each turn, each precise thrust of her blade trailing a cold shimmer. Ice dust scattered in the wake of her swordplay, leaving behind streaks of frost wherever it cleaved. Reag. The giant spider's roar began to carry a tinge of fear. It tried to spit venom, tried to struggle, but every flinch saw its hide enveloped in thick, rapidly forming frost. -637. A glaring, icy blue number burst forth. Eternal Winter's unerring blade. Frost stacks maxed out. Absolute freeze. The towering beast was instantaneously transformed into a massive, lifelike ice sculpture, shimmering and refractive. Crack. With a sweeping motion, she reversed her grip on the icy blade and plunged it into the core of the glittering statue. It shattered with an echoing boom, scattering into countless crystalline shards that danced in the air like snowfall. Freeze. Shatter. Freeze again. Shatter again. The once terrifying beast that had driven Lu Ningyu's squad to the brink of despair was reduced to nothing more than a plaything. A brittle crystal toy, systematically dismantled. Its roars grew weaker, its struggling softer with every passing second. The final strike. She halted abruptly in the center of the ice field, her glacial sword raised high, pointing skyward. Far above, a colossal celestial blade that had loomed silently seemed to respond to her summons, erupting with a light so brilliant it pierced the heavens. Annihilation. Her frigid declaration reverberated across the frozen expanse. Boom. The divine sword plunged like judgment itself, piercing through the spider's frozen skull with surgical precision. -1024. In the deafening blast, the monstrous body shattered, like a massive glass sculpture smashed by a titanic hammer, exploding into countless icy blue fragments, which scattered as ephemeral light points, cascading through the air. The sheer force of the detonation tore apart the entire sword-formed domain, leaving behind a swirling blizzard of ice crystals that gradually dispersed into the dry, heat-laden atmosphere. At the heart of the storm, one lone figure remained, standing tall, her sword radiating a faint frost glow. The cold wind tousled her hair and caressed the flawless, ethereal beauty of her face. She sheathed her sword with precise efficiency, her movements clean, untainted, untainted by dust, by error, by anything mortal. The sun broke through, casting gentle beams across the ice shards that still lingered around her, refracting rainbows around her silhouette. The light cloaked her figure with an almost divine brilliance. Silence. Deathly silence. Lu Ningyu and her team stood frozen like 5 statues themselves, their faces petrified, gazes locked on her solitary figure. Fear, despair, and the relief of surviving a near-death ordeal were all replaced by something humbler, something awestruck, a feeling nearly akin to reverence. All they saw, all they could feel, was her. And 3 words burned brightly in their stunned minds. Cool, stunning, unstoppable. True strength, true mastery, requires no fanfare. She merely stood there, and the world fell silent. So this is what real power looks like. Lu Ningyu's throat was dry, her voice barely audible. But before she could let the realization settle, another thought shot through them all simultaneously. Wait, wasn't he Wayne just an E-tier massage therapist? This kind of power, massage therapist. Their memories scrambled, snapping back to the moment yesterday when he Wayne had quietly left after awakening an E-grade class. The melancholy retreat appeared ordinary then, but now, juxtaposed with the ice goddess before them, the sheer incongruity made their jaws tighten and their heads spin. There was only one explanation. She must have awakened a secondary class, a combat one, and not just any combat class, a powerhouse ice element class that allowed her to transcend entirely. Lu Ningyu's gaze lingered on He Weining's perfect profile, her skin almost porcelain-like against the icy light reflections, and that powerful yet elegant aura that enveloped her like an unshakable frost shield. A strange, unfamiliar sensation flooded her chest without warning. Her face flushed a bright red, her heartbeat raced to chaos. When she looked at this person's back, there was a newfound glint in her eyes, a glint of infatuation. And was that longing? Wasn't this the exact picture of finding your one true, unimaginable love at first sight? Lugia, snap out of it. Collect yourself, a terrified but urgent whisper hissed from beside her. Are you crazy? He hates that kind of look. Remember that wheelchair guy from our first year? Lu Ningyu's whole body went rigid, a cold sweat breaking out across her back. Cold shivers ran down her spine to the soles of her feet. She wasn't wrong. This was not someone to provoke. Aloof, impenetrable, deeper than any abyss. She yanked her eyes downward and mentally slapped herself. Calm. Stay calm, Lu Ningyu. Survival first. The world is full of pretty women. This particular one, though, she's clearly out of bounds. Congratulations. You've slain Mega 6-Eyed Desert Spider, Elite Tier. Gain plus 1,500 EXP. Loot acquired, Desert Spider Venom, C1. Loot acquired, Desert Spider Leg Hair, D17. Loot acquired, Desert Spider Silk, C3. Equipment obtained, Sand Spider Armor, C1. Shwum. 2 gentle beams of white light glimmered around me, and he whinnying. Level 4, 536/2000. Leveled up. Under the dunes, Lu Ningyu and her 5 teammates stared up with envy written all over their faces. Since they weren't in a team with he whinnying, not a shred of experience was shared with them. For half an hour, the 5 of them fought tooth and nail just to hack away half of the monster's health. He whinnying, though? 1 minute, clean sweep. The gap? Absolutely soul-crushing. Lu Ningyu struggled to her feet, pulling out her last bottle of low-tier healing potion and forcing herself to down it despite the metallic taste. The cool liquid slid down her throat, delivering a faint yet comforting warmth. Taking a deep breath, she turned to He whinnying. She forced her voice to come off as sincere. He whinnying. Thank you. With grave respect, she bowed deeply, her teammates mimicking her action. We owe you our lives, and we won't forget it. She hesitated briefly, as if mustering up her courage, her eyes lighting up with a mix of flattery and a barely noticeable sense of expectation. We still have some supplies and copper coins. It's not much, but please take it. Think of it as a token of our gratitude. This amount of money? Practically nothing to her. Spending 3 hours in this dungeon already proved they could afford extra antitoxin pills. 5 people surviving an extra 2 hours amounted to 20 low-tier antitoxins, 10,000 copper coins. A fortune for regular folks, perhaps, but barely pocket change for her well-off family. A small price to pay if it gained her Huaning's favor. Who knew what further opportunities that relationship might bring in the future? The thought thrilled her. No need to thank me. After activating her domain, Huaning's entire figure exuded an otherworldly presence. Every strand of hair turned pure white, resembling a winter spirit come to life. Her icy voice resounded, but her eyes remained fixed on one person, me, with both hands lazily stuffed in my pockets like I was just sightseeing. If you're going to thank someone, she paused momentarily, a glimmer of softness flashing deep within her frosty gaze, so faint it was nearly undetectable. Thank my master, Lu Sheng. Wind and sand whistled harshly, but from what little Lu Ningyu could catch, the part that stood out was unmistakable. My Lu Sheng. Her Lu Sheng. Lu Ningyu's pupils constricted. Her and Lu Sheng? That deranked nobody. A surge of bitterness, jealousy, and sheer disbelief crashed through her newly rebuilt composure like a tidal wave. Why him? What had he ever done to deserve this? However, Huaniying paid her no further attention. With the grace of a frost butterfly, she moved back to my side. Lowering her gaze slightly, she extended a pouch of coins and spoke reverently. Master, this is from them. I raised my eyebrows as I took the pouch from her. It was hefty. Giving it a quick shake, the delightfully crisp clinking of coins reached my ears. Upon opening it, the gleam of 50 silver coins greeted me, equivalent to 5,000 copper coins. In all my life, this was the first time I'd seen this many silver coins in one place. Well, quite generous of them. Smirking, I stashed the pouch away and cast my gaze over the dune at the 5 faces below, now brimming with a cocktail of emotions. A kind gesture, Lu Ningyu, I remarked with feigned approval. My glance lingered on her for a moment longer. That unwillingness, that bitterness blazing in her eyes. No effort made to mask them. I'd observed everything from the sidelines. The way she kept eyeing Huaniying, the quiet nudges from her teammates. Oh, I understood it all too well. As a chi master, Lu Ningyu's role in her team was the tank. Pale-skinned with large, innocent-seeming eyes, she gave off the vibe of a soft-spoken, bookish girl. Guess you couldn't judge a book by its cover. She was apparently a bit of a top personality. And her gaze toward me? That look of growing hostility, riddled with jealousy, and was that a wee bit of possessiveness, perhaps? If it weren't for the number of people here, I wouldn't doubt that she'd challenge me to a duel on the spot. Someday, I could proudly say this. 2 girls once fought over me. Practically anyway. Chuckling, I gestured toward Huaniying beside me. Teasingly, I said, her Lu Sheng will definitely remember such generosity. Lu Ningyu's face instantly flushed crimson. My words were like an invisible slap across her cheek. Sharp, humiliating. He knows. He definitely knows. You. Fuming, her teeth ground together in frustration, but she had no comeback. The secret she shared only with her closest companions? I had casually, effortlessly called it out into the open. The burning shame overwhelmed her, but she locked it all down, desperate not to let it slip any further. Seeing my smug air, Huaniying's respectful stance a reminder of how far she was from me, my amused smirk was just too much for her pride to bear. That undeniable resentment, that helpless ire, how it boiled. Finally, she turned sharply on her heel, snapping at her team. We're leaving. She couldn't stand to stay another second. If she did, she couldn't guarantee she wouldn't lose it entirely. What scared her more, though, was Huaniying's blade. If it came to that, she wouldn't stand a chance. Watching them stalk off, carrying their mix of indignation, envy, and relief at narrowly avoiding death, I chuckled softly and shook my head. Turning to Huaniying, I said, we should keep moving. No way we're letting anyone else snag the first-place reward. Her battle-hardened gaze sharpened as she nodded firmly. As you command, master. In the surveillance room, Chu Jianghe finally snapped out of his stupor and slammed his hand on the desk as he jumped up. Ecstatic delight lit up his face. He could hardly contain it. Good. Excellent. Huaniying, an SS rank, at minimum. And that Lu Sheng, his potential. Grabbing the encrypted communicator, he barked into it with urgency and vigor. Patch me through to the director of the City Guild Bureau. This is an emergency report from Blue River District. An SS-grade potential seed with a domain skill has been discovered. I repeat, discovered an SS-grade potential seed with a domain skill. Requesting code assignment for evaluation. And also, a unique dual-class individual, an insightful player, possessing critical support capabilities. Requesting initiation of the highest-level cultivation protocol. Time passed quickly. Soon, a resounding announcement echoed across the secret realm, loud enough to reach every corner. 5 hours are up. The Blue River High School class of newcomers' Secret Realm trial is officially over. Students still in the Secret Realm, please disengage from combat immediately. Teleporting out in 3 minutes. The few remaining squads quickly dealt with the monsters in front of them and stopped all actions. Someone exclaimed in surprise, "Teleport? I thought the local Bureau Task Force team would come to pick us up and take us to the exit." Someone immediately mocked, "You never pay attention in class, do you? Don't you know that high-tier class professionals can control part of the Secret Realm's abilities once they've conquered it to a certain extent? A fully conquered Secret Realm can be sealed into a dungeon, and everything inside is controlled by humans." "I know that. I was just pretending not to." "Did you really need to explain it to me?" "Yeah, sure." Elsewhere, in the area of Zhao Qingtian's squad. Thud, thud. Fong Tong and Zhang Yin collapsed to the ground like 2 pieces of lifeless mud. Their faces were ashen, lips purple, bodies covered in wounds. They didn't even have the strength to lift a finger. Behind them, Zhao Qingtian and Qin Yanran were in stark contrast, not a single wrinkle on their clothing. Hearing the announcement from the sky, Zhao Qingtian arrogantly kicked aside the corpse of a crimson sand scorpion next to him and smirked with satisfaction. "Humph, trash mobs." He straightened his collar, imagining the attention he'd draw later in the spotlight, his lips curling into a smile. "Let's check the leaderboard. Let me see how much I've left second place in the dust." After entering the secret realm, he had only checked the leaderboard once. At that time, both team and individual scores were ranked first. Confident in his success, he hadn't checked again and instead spent his time directing Fong Tong and Zhang Yin to tank damage while he and Qin Yanran dealt the damage. His squad contained the only 2 students in the entire school with Class A talents. The other teams? A bunch of low-tier scrubs with Class BS and CS. Besides, he himself was a spellcaster. Who could possibly compete with him? Buzz. The individual leaderboard unfolded before his eyes. At the same time, a faint dizziness struck as rays of white light descended from the sky, enveloping the remaining students. Individual leaderboard. 1. Lu Sheng, 256 points. 1. He Weining, 256 points. 3. Zhao Qingtian, 147 points. Third. The smile froze on Zhao Qingtian's face, and his eyes bulged wide as though an invisible hand had gripped his throat. Shock, humiliation, it all hit him like a tidal wave, completely overwhelming his rationality. No, impossible. A guttural growl of fury escaped his throat as he subconsciously scrolled back up. Lu Sheng? He Weining? That double-E loser and a massage therapist? They scored over 100 points higher than him. Cheats. They must have cheated. Swoosh, a blinding white light engulfed him. In the last second before the teleportation, his bloodshot eyes locked unyieldingly onto the names Lu Sheng and 256. Outside the secret realm, at the teleportation plaza. Whoa, I made it out alive. Boo-ho, I'm never coming back. Haha. 6th place as a team, solid. The white light dissipated, revealing a mix of varied expressions among the students. Zhao Qingtian, standing last to stabilize himself, was visibly enraged. His complexion was pallid, veins bulging at his temple, and his body trembled slightly from the extreme fury coursing through him. He ignored every sound around him, bulldozing through the crowd like a mad bull fixated on its target. His furious crimson gaze locked onto the giant scoreboard in the center of the plaza. Individual leaderboard. 1. Lu Sheng, 256. 1. He Weining, 256. 3. Zhao Qingtian, 147. Team leaderboard. 1. Lu Sheng squad, 512. 2. Zhao Qingtian squad, 282. 3. LV Ningyu's squad, 263, 256, 147, 512, 282. Zhao Qingtian muttered under his breath, each number branding itself onto his pride like a searing iron. The staggering disparity made his vision blur momentarily. Qingtian, are you okay? Qin Yanran had also seen the leaderboard. Her fair complexion turned ghostly pale, her voice trembling. Her instincts led her to scan the crowd, where her focus landed not far away, on Lu Sheng standing beside He Weiniang. He Weiniang's white hair had not yet receded, her presence still emanating frosty coldness. Her icy eyes swept across the crowd like a snow queen looking down upon ants. Qin Yanran's heart skipped a beat. White hair, frigid aura. He Weiniang is also a dual-classer? She awakened a second class too. And Lu Sheng is relying on her. That worthless loser is freeloading. Jealousy, bitterness, and indignation flared like wildfire. And then, like a wounded beast, Zhao Qingtian erupted into a feral scream. He whirled around, not charging at Chu Jianghe, but instead barreling toward me like a cannonball. Amidst the collective shock of the crowd, his finger jabbed toward my face, eyes bloodshot and wild, with saliva practically spraying onto me as he roared. Cheating. Principal Chu, I'm reporting this. Lu Sheng and He Weiniang cheated in the secret realm. A doubly garbage and a massage therapist. How could they have possibly killed that many monsters? How? Over 100 points higher than me. That's not fair. They must have used banned items. Roll back the footage. Cancel their scores. The square fell into an instant, suffocating silence. All eyes locked on Zhao Qingtian, and then shifted to me, standing there with a calm, even faintly amused expression, and lastly, to He Weiniang, whose white hair billowed gently as her icy gaze grew sharper behind me. It was as if something entertaining was about to unfold. Accusing Lu Sheng and He Weiniang of cheating, Zhao Qingtian's outraged roar struck like a boulder hurled into a still pond, instantly igniting the gathered crowd. As the noise swelled and subsided, dead quiet returned, with every gaze turning toward us once more. I was no stranger to the rules of the trials. As long as you had the resources to buy tools, and those tools weren't on the ban list, you were free to use them. But banned items? Those were a different story. Take, for example, the plague pathogen derived from the life essence of an A-level class plague witch. If unleashed, it would cause rapid physical decline in anyone who inhaled it, excluding the user, leading swiftly to death. The use of such inhumane contraband could result in, at best, disqualification, and at worst, decades behind bars. Conversely, if someone made a false accusation, they too faced severe punishment, fines, or, in extreme cases, imprisonment for defamation. And now, Zhao Qingtian's frantic, hysterical accusations spread like poisonous vines, fueling doubt within the restless crowd. What if they did use banned items? That could land them a stint at the sewing machine in jail. I did feel dizzy and parched after being in the desert too long. What if what they used caused that? Don't be stupid. That's just heat stroke. But still, their points gap does seem crazy. Suspicious glances shot toward He Weiniang and me. We stayed silent, simply standing there in tranquil composure, watching as Zhao Qingtian unraveled before us. To him, however, our calmness was proof of guilt, the perfect sign of a guilty conscience. See, they don't even dare to defend themselves. His eyes burned with malice, his voice rising to a fever pitch, whipping up the crowd. 2 E-level nobodies. How is this possible? They had to have cheated. Investigate. This needs to be investigated thoroughly. And right then, Zhao Qingtian. Cut the crap. A crisp, commanding voice cut through the growing commotion like a razor. The crowd immediately parted, making way as Lu Ningyu strode forward, flanked by her 4 squadmates. Without hesitation, she positioned herself between us and Zhao Qingtian, forming an unyielding barrier. Her sharp gaze was like a blade. Lu Sheng and He Weiniang won first place fair and square, through sheer skill and ability. I personally witnessed He Weiniang's power. Her frozen field wiped out elites in an instant. Do you think someone like you, who uses your teammates as stepping stones for your own benefit, can even begin to imagine that level of power? Can't handle losing, so you slander others for cheating. Honestly, Watching you throw this tantrum is just embarrassing." Her biting sarcasm was sharp and unrestrained, her eyes filled with contempt. "Looning you." Zhao Qingtian's expression turned a dark shade of gray, his fury making him resemble a cat whose tail had been stomped on. "Who do you think you are? A mere B-level dares to meddle in my business? Get lost." "Oh." She took a step forward instead, lifting her chin defiantly. "What's wrong? Thinking about starting a fight? One-on-one or a full brawl? Your call. Are you taking on the five of us by yourself? Or do we just beat you down together? Either way, we're game." Behind her, her squad mates stepped forward in unison, their presence oozing intimidation. The tension reached a boiling point, the air ripe with the threat of imminent violence. "Enough!" A deep, commanding voice rolled across the square like thunder, its sheer authority silencing everything in an instant. At some point, Chu Jianghe had appeared in the center of the impending conflict. His figure stood like a monolithic mountain, an invisible pressure weighing down on everyone present, stilling even the air itself. His gaze first fell on Zhao Qingtian, sharp and probing, as if piercing straight through to examine the depths of his soul. "Zhao Qingtian," he said, his steady voice resonating with gravity. "This accusation you've made is no trivial matter. The use of banned items carries severe consequences. If proven, it will be dealt with harshly." However, his tone shifted slightly lower, colder. "If the accusation is baseless, malicious slander, disrupting order, or tarnishing reputations will be met with equally serious consequences. School rules and the law will show no leniency. So, I ask you, are you sure you want to proceed with this accusation?" Each word carried a weight, unrelenting as a bucket of ice water dumped onto Zhao Qingtian's overheated mind. "I." Zhao Qingtian's face turned pale, his body trembling as he faltered under the heavy implication of Chu Jianghe's words. The overwhelming score gap, the humiliation of being crushed by those he deemed beneath him, the public scorn from Lu Ningyu, and now even the principal seemingly siding with Lu Sheng. It all drove Zhao Qingtian past the breaking point. Why? Why was everyone taking their side? Blind anger overtook his reason as his blood boiled. With red-rimmed eyes and a guttural roar, he practically exploded. "I'm sure. They absolutely used something. There's no way otherwise. I refuse to accept this. Investigate them." "Very well." Chu Jianghe's expression darkened, disappointment flashing across his face as he gave a small, resigned nod. "As per the rules, we'll defer to the decision of the trial overseers." Moments later, a squad of professional guardians in sleek black attire stepped through the crowd, their imposing presence radiating cold efficiency. The team captain, expressionless and monotone, first acknowledged Chu Jianghe with a curt nod before turning to Zhao Qingtian, his voice chillingly neutral. "Based on trial surveillance playback, energy residue scans, and behavioral logic analysis, the ruling is as follows. Participants Lu Sheng and He Weining displayed no evidence of banned item usage during the trial. Their points are deemed legitimate, and their scores remain valid." He shifted his icy gaze toward the now ashen-faced Zhao Qingtian. "Zhao Qingtian. Trainee Zhao Qingtian, you are found guilty of malicious slander, fabricating falsehoods, and disrupting order. In accordance with Article 37, Clause 12 of the Grand Xia Professional Management Regulations, as well as the regulations of this institution, you are hereby sentenced to mandatory detention for 7 days. The slandered party reserves the right to pursue legal action within a 3-month period. Take him away." As soon as the words fell, 2 officers materialized behind Zhao Qingtian like shadows, moving with swift precision. Click. The icy cold handcuffs snapped onto his wrists with such force that he staggered. "No. No way. You're lying. They must have cheated." Zhao Qingtian panicked entirely now, fear overtaking his anger. He struggled and shouted, attempting to take back his words. "Wait, I was just talking nonsense earlier. I had heat stroke in the dungeon. It doesn't count. Let me go." At that moment, I slowly stepped out from within the crowd. Walking up to Zhao Qingtian, who was firmly subdued, I wore neither anger nor triumph on my face. He assumed I was there to plead on his behalf, afraid of offending him, and a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. "Lu Sheng, it was just a misunderstanding. I got heat stroke in the dungeon, really. We're classmates, aren't we?" You can't seriously watch while a classmate gets arrested because of this, right? Leaning slightly toward his now pale, contorted face, my voice lowered yet remained crystal clear, carrying to his ears and the alert ones of everyone standing around. Oh, Zhao, feeling scared now. A faint curve tugged at the corner of my lips. Too bad, it's too late. But, as your classmate, I do feel obligated to tell you something. Pausing for a brief moment, I let my gaze sweep over his ashen face before delivering my words, one deliberate syllable at a time. The double E rank loser you looked down on, the masseuse you ridiculed, is now ranked #1 on both team and individual leaderboards. And you? I lightly tapped the handcuffs on his restrained wrists, the metallic clink crisp and clear. You'll have plenty of time to reflect on that in your cell. Enjoy your little vacation. That final sentence was the straw that broke the camel's back. He completely collapsed. His eyes widened in rage, his roar shaking with venom. Liu Shang. Just wait. When I get out, I'll make you. Enough of that. One of the officers cut him off unceremoniously, twisting his arms further. Why are we wasting words? Let's go. The two officers practically dragged him off like a lifeless sack, his enraged screams reverberating through the plaza. Silence fell upon the onlookers, their faces a blend of shock and countless emotions. Gazing toward the direction of his exit, I dusted off my jacket, a useless gesture, as I simply brushed away what felt like a speck of insignificant dirt. Turning to Principal Chu Jianghe, I asked calmly, Principal, can we go collect our rewards now? Absolutely, no problem. Principal Chu Jianghe's booming laugh echoed across the plaza, and for the first time, the man known for his iron discipline and soldier-like rigidity smiled. It was an astonishment to the entire crowd, seeing his stern, granite-like face break out into such a radiant grin. For 3 years, a whole 3 years, the legendary ex-military man, known for his unrelenting toughness, had never before shown even a hint of warmth. Now, he was smiling, and not just at anyone. He was smiling at me, a run-of-the-mill E-ranked professional? No way. Is this real? Every pair of eyes in the square turned toward the girl standing silently next to me. He whinnying. Unruffled by the commotion around her, she stood calm and collected, detached from the chaos surrounding her. Rumors about her had already gone wild. The glamorous school Belle he whinnying awakened her second profession, and it could be an S rank, or maybe even higher, a combat-focused class at that. That revelation had exploded like a bombshell, creating shockwaves among the students. Called it. There's no way someone like he whinnying could have been just a masseuse. S rank. Now this is the level she was meant for. Awoken abilities often depended heavily on talent and innate potential. Given he whinnying's unmatched aptitude, people had long felt baffled when her initial profession was just an E-ranked masseuse. Now that it was revealed she had dual-classed into something extraordinary, it almost felt like the natural order had been restored. However, attention soon shifted to someone else, me. The looks cast my way were increasingly complicated. TSK. This guy, Liu Shang, talk about hitting the jackpot. Seriously. First, he had the nerve to mooch off Qin Yinran back in high school. Now, he's managed to worm his way into he whinnying's good graces. Don't tell me. When he whinnying's awakening failed that time, he made his move during her weakest moment and somehow won her over. If that's what happened, then wow. This guy has the kind of luck that defies the heavens. Supporting her when she's down and then reaping the rewards when she ascends? Legendary. I had no interest in entertaining this kind of idle chatter. Ahem. Principal Chu Jianghe's authoritative tone silenced the noise. We'll now proceed with distributing the rewards based on the final leaderboard rankings. He continued, Top 10 team rankings. Liu Shang's team, Zhao Qingtian's team, LV Ningyu's team, Menglan's team. Each member will receive a set of basic enhancement potions, as well as 100,000 copper coins. For the top 5 teams, there's an additional reward. Each team member will get 1 B-rank equipment voucher. These vouchers can be redeemed at the Blue City Association for a compatible B-rank gear set of their choice. And as for individual rankings, first place, Liu Shang. Second place, He Weiniying. Third place would have been Zhao Qingtian, but due to his, circumstances, the position and rewards are passed to 4th-ranked LV Ningyu. Individual rewards include an A-rank defensive artifact, the Earth Element Heartguard Mirror. As he announced each name, Principal Chu Jianghe personally handed the rewards to the recipients. Declining to use the more streamlined digital transaction system, he insisted on conducting the ceremony with proper gravity and significance, ensuring each piece of recognition was handed over by his own hands. Those who hadn't made the list stared on in envy while the ones who did. Excited gratitude filled the air. Even Lu Ningyu, who came from a wealthy family, couldn't help her quicken breathing as she held the Heartguard mirror glowing with a warm, earthy yellow hue. An A-grade life-saving artifact, worth at least 1,000,000 copper coins. Even with her privileged background, such a rarity wouldn't be handed to her unless she had proven exceptional worth to her family. With this, she had essentially secured a second life for the upcoming city-level rookie tournament in a month. Lu Ningyu instinctively glanced at me. She still found me annoying, but, well, not as unbearable as before. After all, if it weren't for me and Zhao Qingtian, this precious item wouldn't have fallen into her hands. Finally, Chu Jianghe's gaze landed on me and he whinnying. His expression grew complicated. From his backpack, he pulled out an aged, mystical book, its surface shimmering with dazzling runes. Its mere presence drew the attention of the entire crowd, almost as though the air itself had frozen. Personal score tied for first, Lu Sheng. He whinnying. Chu Jianghe's voice carried a barely perceptible tone of resignation. Reward, Skill Advancement Manual. He paused, his eyes sweeping between the two of us. This manual is extremely precious. I used up the majority of my points to acquire it, and there won't be a chance to obtain another anytime soon. As compensation, I've applied to the city's Professional Management Bureau to secure an additional opportunity. One of you will be eligible for special training in a unique dungeon. This dungeon contains extraordinary resources and opportunities for rapid power growth. He raised the glowing book in his palm, its vibrant light reflecting off his stern face. Now, discuss amongst yourselves. Who takes the manual, and who enters the dungeon? The rewards were tantalizingly close, radiating temptation. I was about to speak up and deliberate, but he whinnying moved faster. Without hesitation, her slender hand reached out to take the skill manual from the principal. Principal, I'll take the manual, she said, her voice as calm and clear as a mountain spring. Let Lu Sheng go to the dungeon instead. Chu Jianghe's smile froze mid-expression. Send me, a dual E-rank professional, into a perilous dungeon? That was practically tossing a lamb into a den of wolves. Ms. He, are you sure about this? Perhaps you should reconsider? Chu Jianghe hesitated, voicing his concern. He whinnying merely shook her head gently, unwavering in her stance. Then, she turned to me, her gaze locking with mine. In that moment, a silent understanding passed between us, unspoken but undeniable. From the way Chu Jianghe's expression darkened, I could tell he'd figured it out too. We were making a deal. Even the surrounding students caught on to our subtle exchange, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. Who would have guessed that the seemingly aloof ice queen of the school, once she let her guard down, could be so openly fiery? No need, whinnying. I told her, my voice calm yet firm. I'll take the manual. The dungeon opportunity should go to you. This, he whinnying hesitated, clearly intent on leaving the best option for me. Trust me on this. It's better for you to grow stronger instead of me diving into a potential death trap, I explained with a smile. Don't forget, the rookie tournament is just a month away. The stronger you are, the farther our team can go. I understood our reality far better than she possibly could. She possessed an SSS-grade skill set, making the advancement manual nearly worthless for her. Meanwhile, my SS-grade class, Deity of Data, could benefit immensely from the manual's effects. Beyond that, my class's core trait was simple. As my teammates grew in strength, their benefits would synchronously reflect on me. So why should I risk life and limb in some treacherous dungeon? I might as well let her do the hard work and reap the rewards vicariously. A true win-win strategy, if you asked me. Under the sharp and borderline hostile gazes of everyone around us, I reached out and ruffled her silky hair. My tone shifted to one of tenderness, playful yet doting. You better do your best. After all, you're both my talent and my hard work. All right, she replied, her voice sweet and compliant. before shifting her attention back to the principal. Principal, I've just traded the skill manual with Lu Sheng, she said plainly. I'll take the special dungeon opportunity instead. Chu Jiangha. I had to suppress my laughter. This girl just outright confessed our trade in front of the principal, bold as could be. If he had wanted to pretend not to notice, her direct statement had made it impossible. She might as well have said, "Yeah, principal, we made a deal. What are you going to do about it?" Still, with someone like he whinnying, there wasn't much Chu Jiangha could do to object. After all, her forthright nature had been well known over the past 3 years. And considering she was their trump card for the upcoming city-level tournament, she had far more bargaining power than most others in the school. As long as it wasn't breaking the rules, he'd have to grin and bear it. With some effort, he managed to restore a kindly expression to his face. Well then, this year's Blue River High rookie trial has reached a successful conclusion. His voice rang out across the square. Up next is a month-long break. I encourage all of you to reflect on today's experiences and shortcomings, and work hard to grow stronger. He paused before continuing, his gaze sweeping across the young faces gathered before him. I wish you all the best of luck in achieving great results at next month's city-level rookie tournament. Thunderous applause followed, soon drowned out by jubilant cheers. It's vacation time. Zhao, let's go. We're finally old enough to hit the servers now. Let's go, let's divvy up roles. My mom's been waiting for us to help her rank up. All right. The crowd gradually dispersed, leaving the square empty in no time. Master, Wan Ho softly called out to me, her eyes carrying a trace of hesitation. Can I head home first to take care of some family matters? Now, as an SSS rank professional, she had a newfound confidence like never before. I knew what she intended to do, to finally confront that father of hers who had forced her to endure years of silent suffering. In the past, for the sake of her mother and younger sister, she endured every grievance, no matter how heavy. But now, she was done with that. She wanted to uproot her mother and sister from a life entangled with a father addicted to gambling, leaving him behind for good. Some chains can only be broken when one grows strong enough to shatter them on their own. Go ahead, I nodded. If anything comes up, I'll find you. Wait, I called out to her just as she turned to leave, initiating a trade request. Lu Sheng has traded you. Desert Snake Tails, D, times 26. Lu Sheng has traded you. Venomous Snake Fangs, D, times 52. Lu Sheng has traded you. Sand Spider Armor, C, times 1. Lu Sheng has traded you. Silver Coins times 25. Lu Sheng has traded you. Copper Coins times 100, 000. Master, what's this? Wan Ying looked at the long stream of trade notifications, her beautiful blue eyes brimming with doubt and astonishment. Without a second thought, I handed over half of the loot we gained from our recent dungeon run. Watching her stare at the array of materials and the glimmering bits of currency in the trade panel, her icy blue eyes slightly quivered, and a faint shimmer of moisture seemed to veil them. She opened her mouth, as if trying to say something. Combined, these materials could fetch about 2,000 to 3,000 copper coins, even after selling to state-operated buyers at an 85% rate. Not to mention the C-ranked equipment worth tens of thousands, along with an additional 25 silver coins and 100,000 copper coins. Before she could voice her gratitude or an attempt to refuse, I cut her off immediately. Take it. Though my voice wasn't loud, it carried a tone that brooked no argument. Going back home with nothing to your name, no resources, no money. What kind of return would that be? My gaze swept over her worn-out clothes, which had been washed to a faded state. Only her natural grace allowed her to pull it off as presentable. It made me think back to when I first met her at that massage parlor. If not for a life riddled with poverty and a gambling father, what parent would let a girl like her work in a place like that? She needed this more than I did. You're heading back to deal with family matters. What are you going to do? Fight your way through with just your fists? Remember, my tone was placid but carried a lingering weight. You're mine now. Don't embarrass me. Deal with your family's situation cleanly. If you can't, come to me. In her ears, my words sounded like both an order and a promise. A trace of redness appeared on Wan Ying's cheeks. She had come to terms with the fact that she had no money. Since any team rewards were given through me, she'd been mentally prepared to go back empty-handed. She could have asked for her share up front. She knew me well enough to expect I'd give it to her. But as a servant indebted to a master who had essentially given her a second chance at life, she felt reluctant to request it outright. Now that I willingly gave it to her, the meaning behind it all changed entirely. Yes, master. Warmth surged through her heart, dissolving any lingering hesitation. She nodded vigorously, swiftly confirmed the trade, and walked away decisively. I watched her silhouette fade into the distance. Pulling out my phone, I smiled lightly and opened my sister Lu Shuiao's livestream channel. Off stream already. I noticed the black screen notification, a warm feeling swelling in my chest. Looks like my sister had actually listened to my advice for once and went to rest. Today had been a productive day. It was time to give her a huge surprise. I swiped over to a ride-hailing app and typed in my destination, Blue River City Center, Rome Mansion Feast. No sense in cramming onto one of those slow, crowded buses with the others. The Poison Mist Desert was in the southeastern suburb while the school was way out in the northwestern outskirts. A detour would just waste energy and time. Now that money wasn't an issue, it's better to spend where it counts. A direct ride would be faster and more efficient. Driver, heading to Blue River City Center, Rome Mansion Feast, step on it. Minutes later, I relaxed into the cozy seat of my private ride, leaving behind envious stares in my wake. Outside the secret realm, buses departed, the crowds dispersed, leaving behind only Principal Chu Jianghe and a station team of professional combatants. Old Chu. I saw the playback. The small team's leader, Zhang Mingyuan, approached him with a concerned expression. Those two kids are just as ridiculously skilled as you claimed. The two had served on the same team back in the day and knew each other well. Of course, Chu Jianghe's usual reserved demeanor disappeared, replaced by an almost mischievous exuberance, as if he were boasting about his prized possessions. When have I ever lied to you? One's an SSS-tier professional, and the other has perception abilities that top even the military's instruments. These two, you can't sum them up with just the phrase pillars of society. Such exceptional students, handpicked and nurtured by him, elevated both his reputation and that of Blue River Third High. His success practically guaranteed bragging rights among old comrades during his retirement years. By the way, Chu Jianghe exhaled a smoke ring, his eyes sharp. How's the special code assessment I requested? Any updates yet? Zhang Mingyuan's face turned serious. Still waiting. Give it another week, I'd say. You know how it is. National recognition of the highest level talent seed requires stringent verification, only applicable for confirmed SSS rank professionals. He paused, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. If that young girl truly secures her exclusive code, man, the future looks limitless for him. Downtown Lonjiang City, at the Rong Manor Banquet Hall. Sir, our signature dishes include flame-grilled lion's heart, chilled dragon liver. No need for introductions. I waved my hand, cutting off the overly enthusiastic manager mid-sentence. This one, and that one. Aside from these three, bring me one of every signature dish on the menu. All for takeout, delivered to Cottonfield Plantation number 37 in the northeastern suburbs of Lonjiang City. I nonchalantly dragged my finger across the gilded menu, my voice deliberately low, but the entire restaurant fell silent in an instant. The manager's professional smile froze in place, and the waitstaff behind him widened their eyes as if they'd misheard me. Sir, did you say every signature dish? That's right, all of them. I leaned back against the chair, my fingers lightly tapping the table. The bear paws should be sourced from the secret Antarctic ice seas, and the goose wings must come from the free-range depths of the northern glaciers. Only the finest ingredients will do. Money is no issue. The restaurant manager rushed over in person, his face plastered with a fawning smile. Rest assured, esteemed guest, we'll adhere to the highest standards. I'll even have our mobile catering van accompany you to ensure the food arrives at peak quality. He waved his hand grandly, mobilizing the entire kitchen and idle staff like they were preparing for the arrival of royalty. Minutes later, after handing over a bill of 29,000 plus, I strolled leisurely out of the opulent, golden-lit entrance beneath the 90-degree bows of the waitstaff. Outside, a sleek and discreet black luxury van was already waiting. The impeccably dressed driver respectfully opened the door for me. Mr. Liu, please. I gave a slight nod, settling into the plush leather seats. Behind us, a van marked with the Rome Manor Banquet Hall logo started up, and through its windows, I could glimpse chefs bustling about. An overwhelming sense of "I've made it big" washed over me. I let out a comfortable sigh. This feels amazing. Next time, I've got to bring Jean de Peo to experience this. He lives for this kind of pomp and grandeur. After selling the materials I harvested from the toxic mist desert to the authorities, I pocketed a hefty profit of over 20,000 copper coins. Including other rewards, I earned nearly 130,000 copper coins in total from this newcomer's secret realm trial. Even after today's splurge, I still have over 100,000 left. Reckless spending isn't a good habit. Just this once, never again. Leaning back in the luxury van's rear seat, I silently made a self-contract. In truth, blowing this much in one shot did give me a bit of heartburn. But picturing my sister's reaction makes the nearly 3 grand entirely worth it. With nothing much happening on the road, I idly pulled up my stats panel and allocated all the attribute points from my recent level ups. Name: Lu Sheng. Profession: Deity of Data, SS, Master, E. Level: LV4. Attributes: Strength 36, Intelligence 41, Agility 65, Constitution 39. Profession skills: Deity of Data, Data's I, SS, Data's Form, SS, Multidimensional Data Upgrade, SS. Profession skills: Master, Be My Son, E. You're promoted, E. Master's Quest, E. Talent and Effort, E. Inventory: 50 silver coins, 108,326 copper coins. Advanced Skill Upgrade Tome, SSS. Basic 4-dimensional Enhancement Elixir, C. Class B Set Exchange Voucher, Earth Element Core Amulet, A. Servant: He Wanying, LV4. SSS Eternal Winter Sword Master. Limit: 1/3. Shared skill slots: 0/1. The car came to a smooth stop by the roadside. Home sweet home. Closing my stats panel, a grin spread across my lips. Just adding He Wanying to my team had vastly elevated my capabilities, even turning income generation into a breeze. If I could recruit 2 more like her, wouldn't I launch straight into the stratosphere? Cottonfield Plantation number 37, right at my front door. Mr. Liu, we've arrived. The driver smoothly opened the door for me. I responded with a quiet stepping out and heading inside. Yeah, I'm home, I called out as I pushed open the door, greeted immediately by the mixed aroma of delicious food. The modest dining table was covered with 7 or 8 dishes: braised pork, clam chicken stew, stir-fried spicy pork. All were home-style dishes, and yet they looked and smelled exquisite. Wait a second, I frowned. My sister learned to cook? I remember it vividly. Because I couldn't tolerate her cooking, which was infamously terrible, I became self-taught at 6 years old. My culinary skills might not be world-class, but they're leagues above average. She, on the other hand, hadn't touched a stove in over a decade, and her furthest venture into cooking was instant noodles that didn't stick to the pot. Xiao Sheng, you're back. Lu Shuiyao emerged from the kitchen, cheerfully carrying out the last dish, a silky steamed egg custard. Congratulations on awakening your powers and completing the secret realm trial. You're officially a professional now. Come, try your big sister's cooking. Suspicious, I approached the table and picked up a piece of braised pork, popping it into my mouth. The texture, the flavor, My gaze flicked toward the trash can in the corner, where a crumpled delivery menu from Good Luck Homestyle Kitchen lay conspicuously atop the garbage. Yeah, I said, exasperated, looking at her as she struggled to maintain her facade as a virtuous homemaker. If you ordered takeout, then just say so. Why go through the trouble of pretending you cooked this? For a moment, I was almost worried you'd secretly started raising some guy to cook for you. Where's the food? What takeout? I made it myself. Lu Shuiyao's cheeks flushed crimson in an instant, her reaction akin to a cat whose tail had just been stepped on. Though her gaze wandered, she stubbornly held her ground. All right, it's homemade, I said, holding back a chuckle. As for the taste, well, let's just say it was takeout level. Passable, but nothing special. Still, my heart warmed at the thought. Sibling telepathy is real. While I was out buying something nice to celebrate, she had the same thought, cooking up a whole feast for me. Though, between the food I brought and the spread she laid out, we now had a solid 20 to 30 dishes. What now? No other option. We'd just have to eat the expensive ones first. But you know what? I suddenly shifted gears, grabbing her by the hand and pulling her outside. Let's leave these for later. Your dear brother's taking you out to experience a proper feast tonight. Hey, wait. What feast could beat something I made with my own hands? Lu Xiao stumbled after me, still trying to defend her master chef pride when. Whoa, the door opened wide. She froze mid-sentence, her breath catching in her throat. Right there, in the open space in front of the house, was a long table draped in pristine white linen, adorned with a dozen or so dishes that looked more like exquisite works of art. Candlelight flickered, and red-brown wine swirled enticingly in crystal goblets. Around the table stood a few servers in formal Rongfu banquet uniforms, poised and silent. Not far off, the scent of delicious food wafted from a mobile food truck, where a chef's expert motions were nothing short of mesmerizing. Rongfu banquet, Lu Xiao exclaimed in disbelief. As someone from Lanjiang, she knew all too well about the prestige and the exorbitant pricing of this restaurant. Hiring a mobile catering service from them? That must have cost a fortune. Her mind went blank. It wasn't too much, I said casually, guiding her to the table as if it were no big deal. Leaning close, I added, just a mere 30,000 bronze coins. 30,000. Her voice shot up, her face pale at such a staggering number. That was enough to keep her streaming and doing side gigs for half a year. Lu Sheng, tell me right now, did you sell yourself? Did you add those sugar mamas in my livestream as friends? Her eyes glared at me with a mix of suspicion and disappointment, watery and brimming with red-rimmed indignation, as if she were on the verge of tears. I facepalmed. Seriously, sis? What kind of nonsense are you imagining all day? With a helpless laugh, I opened my backpack interface and practically shoved the glaring digits in front of her eyes. Look closely, 100,000 bronze coins, plus 50 silver coins. That's the combined prize for my first-place finish in both team and solo categories of the school's newcomer trial, along with profits from selling materials. It's all clean money, earned through my own capability. Before she could recover from the long string of zeros staring back at her, I initiated a transaction right then and there. Lu Sheng has initiated a trade. Bronze coins 50,000. Do you accept? WHWA. She blinked in a daze, still struggling to process it all. There, I flashed a confident grin, brimming with the youthful exuberance of someone who'd just accomplished something great. Consider it pocket money, sis. Take it, spend as you like. From now on, I'll take care of you. The warm hues of the sunset bathed her face in light, shock, disbelief, and finally a wave of pride and joy. She stared back and forth between the 50,000 bronze coins on her screen and the younger brother who seemed to have suddenly grown up overnight. Her eyes glistened, and without warning, she threw her arms around me. Sniffling but beaming all the same, she choked out, "You little brat, you've really grown up, huh? Getting all smug in front of your big sister now." As the luxurious evening dinner came to an end, the servers meticulously cleaned up every trace and quietly drove the mobile kitchen away. Back in the living room, Lu Xiao sprawled lifelessly on the couch, rubbing her bloated stomach with no regard for composure. An expression of unparalleled satisfaction plastered across her face. For over 2 decades, life had been tough. Tonight was her first time tasting something so extravagant. So, she began, still digesting both the food and the mind-blowing revelations I had dropped on her earlier. Your secondary profession, it lets you recruit followers and even share their power and abilities? Yeah, and the first person I recruited is a combat professional who's ridiculously strong. I gave her a summarized version of the story, glossing over He Waning's terrifying SSS class status with high tier as a vague descriptor. Even so, it was enough to flip her worldview upside down. So what you're saying is, your secondary class is basically broken, she finally concluded, her tone laced with awe. I looked straight at her, as if weighing a deeper meaning. Sis, do you want to become a combat professional? Her character screen popped up before me, crystal clear. Name, Lu Xiao. Class, Game Streamer D. Level 1. Attributes, Strength 1, Intelligence 4, Agility 2, Constitution 3, Class Skill, Beginner Eloquence Proficiency. Potential Rating, Secondary Awakening Probability, C Tier Class 19%, B Tier Class 23.3%, A Tier Class 33.5%, A Tier Talent Class 24.2%. Though her potential wasn't top tier even with my boosts, achieving an S Tier talent class would be a reasonable cap. In this era, that was more than enough to transform her life. Better health, extended lifespan. For years, I'd watched her burn the midnight oil, sacrificing everything for the sake of this family, her frail body taking on burdens it wasn't meant to carry. She couldn't endure the strain at all. If she's willing, out of the 3 spots, I'd happily save one for her. Me? She froze for a moment, then smiled and shook her head, pointing at herself. Forget it. I'm not cut out for that. All that fighting and killing, it's just not for me. Half jokingly, she added. Besides, your occupation is literally called master. You want me, your older sister, to serve you like a servant? Xiao Xingzi, are you planning to stage a rebellion against me? We can separate roles depending on the situation. I grinned cheekily. Out in public, I call you sis. But at home, you call me master. That's just making our bond even closer. Get lost. Do you want a beating? She pretended to throw a punch, which I easily dodged. All right, no messing around, sis, I said, putting away the grin and speaking earnestly. Since you don't want to do it, then take better care of your health. You've got to cut down on streaming and your carry services. No more grinding 16, 17 hours straight every day like before. I stared into her eyes, speaking every word with utmost seriousness. I can earn money now. If you wreck your health and end up lying in a hospital bed with tubes all over, I'll be so worried while running dungeons that I might get taken out by a boss monster in one shot. Then we'd end up reuniting down below. That half-joking, half-threatening remark made her freeze. After a long silence, she finally nodded slowly. All right, I promise. Speaking of her streaming, though, she suddenly looked a little downcast. I don't know what's going on, but it feels like my good luck has run out. Today, during the afternoon sessions, whether it was draws or dungeon runs, I was insanely unlucky, worse than ever. I immediately realized the problem. Since I was currently inside a secret realm, cut off from Blue Star, the data god, S' ability to influence her draw chances had been temporarily interrupted. I kept this to myself, though, and reassured her. Maybe Lady Luck just took a nap in the afternoon. Things you'll turn around tonight. She's a lady, after all. Even goddesses deserve a little midday rest. She weakly replied with a faint hum, clearly not hopeful, but soon, she perked up again. At least yesterday, her viewership had grown significantly. Adding on her loyal fans, the overall popularity of her streams had seen some improvement. It was enough, for now, to sustain our little household. Back in my bedroom, I locked the door behind me and pulled a shimmering object from my inventory, the Skill Advancement Tome. Skill Advancement Tome, SSS, allows you to select one skill you've mastered and attempt to advance it to the next grade. Success is not guaranteed, and there is a significant risk of failure. Success rates: upgrade to A rank or below, 10%, S rank, 3%, SS rank, 0.1%, SSS rank, 0.01%. A 1 in 1,000 chance to gamble on upgrading an SS rank skill? If I were sitting on stacks of cash, maybe. But in my current situation, betting a 500,000 credit item for a shot in the dark? All in on this. I shook my head. True gamblers don't believe in luck. They believe in probability and returns. Betting on an SS rank skill might make a strong skill even stronger, but if it fails, I'd be left with nothing. But what if I gambled on an E rank skill instead? A bold idea suddenly popped into my mind. Be my child, E. You've been promoted, E. Master's mission, E. Talent and hard work, E. These 4 skills were the cornerstone of my master class, the true foundation of my strength. They say going all in is a form of wisdom. My eyes sharpen like blades. But the bet I'm placing is on the future. The skill that will give me the best long-term gains and a significant short-term boost is. It's you. As I declared this, the Skill Advancement Tome shattered in my hands, its pieces dissolving into countless glowing particles. Like a stream of shining data, They poured into my body and disappeared completely. Whether I succeed or fail, it's all on you now, my talent and hard work. Meanwhile, back in the living room, Lu Xiao carefully placed the leftovers into the fridge, but her mind was preoccupied with her brother's earlier proposal. The smile on her face gradually faded, replaced by a mix of sorrow and fear. Xiaosheng, it's not that your sis doesn't want to. It's that I don't dare to. She leaned against the wall, slowly sliding down to the floor, her voice hoarse. Dad and Mom, they both died inside a secret realm. A blood-stained memory, long sealed away, resurfaced in her mind. Her parents had both been combat class professionals. Though not high-ranking, they approached life with immense optimism, managing their cotton farm while adventuring in secret realms as part of a team. Until one fateful mission, when the entire team was wiped out in the depths of a realm. Losing her parents at such a young age left her with deep psychological scars. That was the real reason she didn't dare to walk the path of battle. If not for Lu Shang's relentless childhood dream of becoming a combat professional, a dream he clung to all these years, she might have even prevented him from taking the trial. Now, seeing her brother's class strong enough to ensure his survival, she could finally relax, at least a little. BZZ, BZZ, BZZ. Suddenly, a wild and urgent vibration echoed from the couch, snapping her out of her thoughts. Xiaosheng's phone, you left it here. She instinctively picked it up, and the glaring message on the screen made her pupils shrink sharply. Missed calls, 17. Caller, He Weinying. He Weinying? My sister, Lu Shuyao, stared at the glaring name flashing on the screen, her delicate brows furrowing lightly. Quite a nice name. 17 missed calls, though. It must be something urgent. Her eyes darted mischievously, followed by a sly smile. Xiaosheng, are you secretly dating someone? She tiptoed toward the door of my room, sticking her ear to it like a radar dish. I opened the door abruptly, catching her leaning with half her face planted close to the wood. Your phone. She handed it over, her tone laced with teasing. Some girl named He Weinying, called 17 times in a row. 17. I took the phone from her and glanced at her briefly. She shrank back, retreating toward her room in slow, hesitant steps, peeking over her shoulder with every other move. She left the door ajar, leaving a small crack as if still curious. Hello. My voice lowered as I spoke. Though I hadn't known He Weinying for long, I understood her nature. Cold on the outside but warm at heart, selfless to a fault, and never one to ask for help. For someone like her to call for assistance 17 times, it must have been a desperate cry, her last resort. But the voice that came through wasn't hers. It was a hoarse, middle-aged man's voice. You must be Lu Sheng, the little punk seducing my daughter. The string of curses that followed was vile and relentless, spewing like rapid fire from the other end. It went on for minutes. I kept a blank expression, listening quietly. Had enough? I finally interrupted, my tone flat and indifferent. For a moment, there was silence on the other end. I had already deduced who he was. In He Weinying's sparse recollections, she had mentioned a man, her father, a compulsive gambler who saw his daughter as nothing more than a walking cash machine. Where's He Weinying? I cut straight to the point. The fact that my phone was in his possession told me all I needed to know. She had resisted, failed, and was now under his control. And as a consequence, I had become a fresh target for his monetary extortion. Little punk, want to see my daughter? Bring me money. His voice rose shrilly with greed, nauseatingly repulsive. A million? Nah, make it 10 million. Cash for the girl. Ha ha ha. His laughter lacked even a shred of fatherly concern. It reeked of a shameless transaction, cold and transactional. Sure, 10 million. I replied calmly, even with a trace of amusement in my tone. Send me the address. I'll deliver it in person. The other end paused again, as though struck dumb by an unexpected blow. After a few seconds, the hunger in his voice grew greedier, exponentially. Wait. Listen here. His trembling voice suddenly donned a fake paternal warmth. I raised her all these years, pouring my heart and soul into her. How about 1 billion? No. 100 gold coins. Show me you really care. Bring 100 coins, and my daughter's yours. A fair deal, right? The call ended abruptly, replaced by a message notification. A location pin popped up. Minfu Apartments, Building 16, Unit 1, Room 102, a rundown area on the city's outskirts. So this is where she lived, in impoverished squalor. Xiaosheng just now. Lu Shuiyao poked her head through the door crack, two eyes full of undiluted worry fixated on me. A warm smile broke across my face, one that felt worlds away from the icy chill I held mere moments before. It's nothing, sis. Just a small matter. I'll handle it. I promised her over and over that I'd be back before the night was over. Only then did she reluctantly let me go. From answering that call to stepping out of the house, my expression hadn't so much as wavered. But the moment the door clicked shut behind me, shielding me from my sister's line of sight, that facade of calm melted away. I fished my phone back out of my pocket and called a number carved into memory. Yo, yo, yo. Bro, miss your main man, Cannon? A booming, animated voice exploded through the receiver. That's Zhang DePeo, my best friend. Cannon, got a job. My words were brief and heavy. Bring the sack and the iron rods. Meet me. Done. His voice shot up several decibels, powerfully enough that I could practically hear him slapping his thigh in excitement. Which blind idiot's daring to mess with my brother? Drop me the location. Brother Cannon's gonna swing till the rods spit sparks. I rattled off a few instructions before flagging down a taxi and giving the driver the address. Past the windows, the city lights streaked against the night, reflecting faintly on my face. He-Wagwa's poisonous insults and He-Wanying's sudden silence painted a trap of pure malice in my mind. This man had no goodwill, not for his daughter, and certainly not for me. Just based on those venomous curses he hurled at my family, this lesson was one I intended to serve personally. But I wasn't arrogant enough to confront it all alone. To subdue someone who had managed to take down He-Wanying, capable of awakening an SSS-class profession, this gambler either had real strength or help lurking around. Facing it solo would be reckless, which is precisely why I called Zhang DePeo. They say siblings fight side by side, and fathers and sons march to battle together. For us, he brings brute strength, and I bring the brains. We'd been in countless brawls since childhood, with our teamwork so seamless it left others in ruins. As night soaked the horizon like ink spread across the sky, faded streetlights illuminated a crumbled path of concrete riddled with cracks. Peeling walls displayed discolored stains, and the air carried a damp, musty bitterness. Two shadowy figures skulked close to the remnants of walls, blending seamlessly with the shadows as they crept toward Building 16. Bro, 102. First house by the doorway, right? Beneath the old locust tree, a particularly conspicuous black figure lowered his voice. It was Zhang DePeo, a man who somehow got his hands on an entirely black outfit. On his head, he pulled a wrinkly, red mesh stocking, squeezing his well-composed face into a grotesque shape, looking both comical and unsettling. That's right, I replied. Compared to his avant-garde look, I was decidedly low-key. A peculiar white cloak, a vintage top hat, and a pure white mask frozen with an eerie smile. Behind us, in the bushes, a few bulky sacks and two hollow steel pipes gleamed in the faint light. Stick to the plan, I said through the muffling mask, my voice low and deliberate. You hide in the shadows near the door, and I'll knock to lure him out. As soon as he steps out, I'll distract him, and you take your shot. Haha, sneak attack with the sack and the club from behind. Zhang DePeo rubbed his hands together, the sound of his giddy excitement muffled through the mesh stocking. That's my signature move. Never misses, can't fail. Our eyes met in the dimness, a subtle exchange of sinister smiles. A pale specter in a top hat, accompanied by a shadowy beast in a red mesh hood, crept silently along the wall, inching closer to the security door of apartment 102. Clonk, clonk, clonk. My knuckles rapped sharply against the rusty metal door, the sound unnervingly loud in the stillness of the hallway. Who's there? A gruff, irritable voice snapped almost instantly from inside. It was He-Wagwa. Clearing my throat, I buried my emotion and injected a note of urgency into my tone. It's Lu Sheng. About the 10,000 gold coins. Do you still want them? An intense silence followed. Then came hurried, shuffling footsteps, the slap of slippers rushing to the door, as if a starving man had caught the scent of a feast he couldn't let escape. The door swung open. Inside stood a comical figure of a middle-aged man. An ill-fitting old suit clung to his frame, the collar stained with grease. His slicked-down hair, matted with cheap pomade, clung desperately to his scalp. Heavy eye bags sagged beneath his jet-black eyes, which shone with a feverish greed as he locked onto me. Lu Sheng, T10,000 gold coins? Where? Hand it over. Hand it over, and I'll take you to see my daughter. Slowly raising my right hand, I flipped him the clearest, most deliberate middle finger. Idiot. I'm your dad. With that, I spun on my heel and bolted, my movements fluid and fast as the wind. The anticipation on his face froze. Instantly, like shattering porcelain, his expression cracked. Rage erupted, consuming him entirely. You little bastard. You think you can mess with me? His roar was thunderous. Like a raging bull, he charged past the doorframe in pursuit, closing the gap within mere strides. His fingertips nearly grazed the edge of my cloak. I stopped and turned sharply. The frozen grin on my mask widened menacingly in the dim hallway light. Hey, dumbass. Look behind you. Behind me? A flicker of unease flashed across his eyes, but before he could turn, a shadow loomed and descended in a blur. Too late. Zhang Depeo had moved. A foul-smelling burlap sack dropped over Huigua's entire body with pinpoint precision. Take this from Grandpa. With a thunderous shout, wham wham wham, 3 solid blows rained down. The steel pipe whooshed through the air with every swing before landing on the sack-covered figure, producing dull, meaty thuds that made one's teeth ache. Arg! The sack-bound man curled up reflexively, his screams muffled but piercing. Grabbing the other steel pipe, I joined in without missing a beat, though I couldn't help teasing. Hey DePeo, I said I'm his dad, and here you are claiming to be his grandpa. You trying to one-up me. 3 more from your grandpa. Whack whack whack. More solid hits, each one heavier than the last. Ewa. The hunched figure writhed, his movements increasingly jerky, like a fish flopping out of water. DePeo was having none of it, raising his voice as he doubled down, swinging away. What? Oh, come on, Sheng bro. Fine, I'm disciplining him on behalf of your great-grandpa then. Here's one from your great-grandpa. Bang. Stup, ow. Entirely ignoring his cries, the two of us became locked in a strange competition. Oh, elevating rank now? Fine, here's one from your great-great-grandpa. Excitement crept into my voice as I landed my blows. Wham wham wham. Be-bois, please, mercy. Too late. Your great-great-great-grandpa has something to say. Your great-great-great-great-grandpa's busy, so take this instead. One from the 18th generation of your ancestors. Under the shroud of the night, 2 ghostly figures swung their pipes with relentless fervor, their strikes blurring together with wild determination. High above this decrepit, quiet neighborhood, only the deafening, uneven howls of pain remained. In the dark stairwell, the motion-activated lights flickered in and out. A large, lumpy burlap sack yelped and convulsed on the ground like a whipping top, its muffled cries shattering the silence. Oh, stop please. Mercy. Only after 30 minutes of continuous, creative negotiations did we finally stop, gasping for air. Damn it, he's got a hard mouth. He still won't talk after all that. Zhang Depeo spat, panting heavily. All right, spill it already. From within the sack came an angry, frustrated growl. What do you even want me to confess? You never even asked me anything before you started beating me up. Zhang Depeo scratched his head. Huh, yeah, I think he's got a point. Since the moment I taunted him at the door and took him down, all we did was jump straight into enhanced interrogation mode for 30 whole minutes, without ever actually asking a single question. Bro, what was the deal again? He looked at me, utterly confused. Tie him up, I ordered with a stern voice. Zhang Depeo removed the sack, revealing Huigua, whose face was swollen and beaten black and blue. He could barely move and had been tied up so tightly he was completely powerless to resist. The reason I dared to beat him senseless for half an hour was because his stats were high enough to endure it. Name, Huigua. Profession, Gambling King, Level, LV 13. Attributes, Strength 18, Intelligence 33, Agility 38, Constitution 26. For a lifestyle-based profession to reach a rank, it was definitely no small feat. Add to that the fact that he had spent a fortune hiring people to help him level up. His stats were almost on par with mine. Thank God I brought Zhang Depeo along. Where's he whinnying? I demanded, cutting to the chase. Before he could even open his mouth, I slapped him hard across the face. The burning pain on his cheek brought him to his senses in an instant. Huh. He was stunned. What kind of questioning was this? Starting off with a slap? Seeing me raise my hand again, he panicked and quickly spoke up. She's not home. I sent her away. Let me go, and I'll get her back for you. As he said this, he instinctively lowered his head, trying to hide the glint of cunning in his eyes. Once they let him go, he'd make these two punks regret ever being born. Smack. Another slap landed squarely on the other side of his face, making it swell immediately. I forgot to tell you, I said coldly. You answer one question for every word I speak. Only when you give me her location will I even consider letting you go. You. Hiwegwa trembled with fury but swallowed his anger. This guy was a monster. But then he thought of where his daughter had been sent and strangely felt a bit relieved. He was certain I wouldn't dare storm in there, so he decided to spill the beans. Poison Rat Gang. I pawned her off to the Poison Rat Gang. That damned girl. She ran off with her mom and sister behind my back, and then said she wanted to cut ties with me completely. His face twisted with feigned sorrow and rage. I raised her all these years, and this is how she repays me? I was so angry You bastard. Zhang Depeo exploded in rage, storming up to Hiwegwa and landing 3 punches to his eyes and nose. Blood instantly splattered everywhere. Coming face to face with Hiwegwa, he snarled, "Even a tiger doesn't eat its own cubs, and you dare sell your daughter? Boss Sheng, what are we doing with this guy? This or that?" Zhang Depeo asked me, making 2 gestures, one of him dragging a thumb across his throat and the other pointing toward the distant river. Hiwegwa's head buzzed as panic set in. He recognized the gestures and suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Dragging thumb across the throat, slit throat, pointing to the river, dumped the body in the water? What the hell? Aren't these 2 her classmates? Are teenagers these days this ruthless? Moving straight to murder without a second thought. Don't. Please don't kill me. Murder still carries the death penalty. He wailed in terror, his voice breaking, twisting his body desperately to plead. You guys are young. Don't do something rash. Please, I'm begging you. What use was being boosted to LV13 if he was just a lifestyle profession? His stats didn't make him any tougher than a street thug. Faced with these 2 hotheads, he couldn't even muster the courage to resist. All he had left was the instinct to survive. Huh. Zhang Depeo blinked in confusion, looking at Hiwegwa's pathetic, nearly wet his pants demeanor with utter disgust. What are you even saying? Kill you? Scratching the mosquito bite on his neck, he sneered. I'm asking if we should rough you up again and let you crawl out of here, or hand you over to the authorities. The man was stunned, realizing he'd misunderstood. But still, just the thought of these 2 kids deciding his fate was terrifying. June and Lanjiang was unbearably humid and mosquito-ridden. Zhang Depeo had been bitten a few times while standing there, but the casual way he scratched his neck had scared a grown man half to death. This guy? What kind of father is he? Make sure he's tied up properly. I'm not done questioning him. My tone was calm, but every word was an order. Zhang Depeo immediately got to work, glancing out the hallway to keep watch. From a corner, I picked up a hollow steel pipe, weighing it carefully in my hand. Under the dim light, the cold metal shimmered ominously as I straightened up and approached the hog-tied Hiwegwa. What are you doing? Stay away. His pupils dilated in terror. Shrieking, he started squirming backward like a worm. Roughly 20 minutes later, Hiwegwa was tied even tighter than before, his battered body shoved back into the wreck of his own apartment, a dirty sack covering his head. Without a second glance, Zhang Depeo and I slipped away under the cover of night, heading toward our next destination. Poison Rat Gang. Zhang Depeo's rumbling voice broke the silence, his tone heavy with concern. Boss Sheng, from what that good-for-nothing muttered, they're the local gangsters around Lanjiang, deep-rooted, vicious. With just the 2 of us, can we even handle them? Just thinking about their manpower and rumored elite fighters made him uneasy. How do outfits like this even still exist nowadays? They're always there, I said quietly. Where there's light, there are shadows. It's unavoidable. I paused briefly before adding, relax. I made sure to get all the details out of him. We're not heading to their stronghold, just one of their temporary hideouts. No big bosses there. No big bosses? Why didn't you say that earlier? Jean Depeo's eyes lit up as his earlier worries evaporated. Puffing out his chest, he grinned with renewed energy. Let's go teach those bastards a lesson. Fighting crime is everyone's responsibility. Nothing pisses me off more than scum hurting the Roa. Those sneaky rats. How dare they stoop to human trafficking? Absolutely despicable. He clenched his fists, his eyes lighting up with excitement as he took in their gear. Images of masked heroes like Iron Man and Spider-Man flashed through his mind. Bro, tonight we're going full superhero mode, delivering justice and wiping their whole filthy den off the map. This is the spot. Man, they really hid this place well. The night was dark and heavy, its inky shadows swallowing any trace of the neon glow from the main street nearby. Sticking close to the wall, Jean Depeo and I crouched in the shadows, eyes locked on a small, inconspicuous storefront across the street. This was Blue River City's infamous Professional Skills Training District. According to Hiwegua's intel, the temporary hideout of the rat gang was here, hidden in plain sight. Elite baking course, top-notch housekeeping, art tutoring classes, the signs flanking both sides of the street painted a picture of wholesome businesses. Hiding their base in a place like this? Not a bad cover at all. It was past 9 p.m., and most of the establishments had already turned in for the night. Yet, a dim yellow light leaked out from a certain second-floor window of our target building, its drawn curtains tightly concealing what was within. You sure this is it, bro? Jean Depeo murmured, sounding like a groundhog as he poked his head out cautiously. His skeptical expression practically screamed disbelief. This shop looks way too legit. Is his info actually solid? Is your girl really in there? The moment he heard we were taking down bad guys, he'd shown up without hesitation. But doubt was clearly creeping in now. Bro, what's the deal with you and Qin Yinran lately? Split up or what? He tried needling me, jealousy lightly coating his tone. The two of you used to be glued at the hip, all lovey-dovey. I remember, every time I asked you to play ball, you'd bail. Honestly, broke my heart. Shut up. He Wayne and I are just regular friends. Ever heard of helping friends in trouble? It's called loyalty, you idiot. I shot back, flicking his forehead for good measure. What if I got caught? Would you come rescue me? Of course, man. He puffed out his chest, thumping it proudly. Who else is gonna boost my rank in games if not you? Keep it down. I hushed him, clamping a hand over his mouth. My gaze returned to the store as my vision sharpened mentally. Starting data eye. Everything in my field of view suddenly transformed as streams of glowing blue data surged before me. The world disassembled itself into neat, quantifiable metrics. Building structure durability, level 3 remaining, 9978/10,000. Life signs within, 13. Distribution, 5 in the main lobby, 6 on the second floor, 2 in the basement. Threat assessment in progress. This was the power of my core skill, data eye. Everything, from hidden escape routes to the exact positioning of enemies, even their occupations and levels, decoded itself seamlessly before my eyes. Hiwenying was locked in the deepest room of the basement. She wasn't alone. 5 other girls were with her, their life signs faint and fragile. Got the full layout. I shared the intel with Jean Depeo. 5 in the lobby, 6 upstairs, low-level fighters, D and C class, levels 10 to 15. Nothing we can't handle. The real issue is in the basement, an LV-18B class Ratman and an LV-17A class Toxico. A bunch of lowlife scum banding together out of desperation. Only a few of them were even remotely capable. And they dare traffic people with that weak lineup? Jean Depeo scoffed, his confidence swelling. Come on, bro. Let's just storm in and wreck him. Hold on. I stretched an arm out to stop him, a cold smirk forming beneath my mask. There are 11 guys bunched up on the first and second floors. We charge them blindly, and they'll just bog us down. Letting 1 or 2 escape is minor, but if word gets out and they call reinforcements from their other bases, then we are screwed. My eyes shifted back to the little window, giving away their weak attempt at secrecy. Tone low and deliberate, I said. If we're doing this, we do it big. No one gets away. Seeing my trademark grin, Depeo immediately understood. My brain was already working on some devilish scheme. All right, Depeo, listen up. Here's what you're gonna do. I leaned in and whispered our plan. He nodded, his expression lighting up as I laid it out. By the end, he couldn't help but let out a mischievous laugh. Bro, that's straight up evil, and I love it. In a flash, we disappeared into the shadows. 20 minutes later, we regrouped, now armed with a collection of borrowed items. Magnesium powder from a chemistry lab, bleach and toilet cleaner from a janitor's supply closet, and 3 massive sacks of flour from a baking class. DePeo, the success of this operation hinges on your acting skills. No pressure, buddy. I clapped him on the shoulder. If we pull this off, we'll be full-blown superheroes. If it flops, let's just say the authorities might not share our enthusiasm for borrowing supplies. Huh. He wobbled slightly, his legs going weak. How come I don't drag you down if we win? But I take all the heat if we mess up. Come on, think about it. You're the one who lifted the goods. I just did the planning. Why'd I catch any blame? You're the one who came up with this entire harebrained idea. What idea? Did I say anything? Careful now. Accusing me of wrongdoing sounds an awful lot like slander. Watching his face twist in frustration, I finally dropped the teasing and glanced across at the quiet store. My tone grew serious. Action. As the word action lingered in the air, Jean DePeo took a deep breath, suppressing his grief and anger. He pulled off his hood, replaced it with a mask and an apron, and pushed a cart stuffed with supplies toward the storefront, his steps heavy. With each step, he glanced back 3 times, his retreating figure exuding a lone sense of determination reminiscent of the wind blows cold over the River. Meanwhile, below the shop, in a dark, damp, manually excavated chamber, faint sounds of sobbing echoed. 6 girls were shackled by iron chains, their wrists and ankles bound. 5 of them had long since been crushed by fear, crouching in the corners, trembling uncontrollably. Only the girl furthest in the back opened her eyes slowly once the sound of approaching footsteps in the corridor faded. It's time, he whinnying murmured under her breath. Clank. A sharp metallic sound pierced the silence, reverberating clearly. The chains binding her wrists and ankles shattered and crashed to the ground. The sobbing came to an abrupt stop. The 5 other girls stared at her in terror. He whinnying placed a finger to her lips, signaling them to stay silent. Her ice-blue eyes glowed with startling clarity in the dark. I'll create a distraction. Follow me and run when the time is right, she commanded in a low, steady voice. You're not one of us. A spark of hope lit up in one of the girls' frightened eyes. You're here to save us? He whinnying's gaze swept over their haggard faces. She nodded silently. The muffled sobs started back up, but were quickly stifled as the girls covered their mouths, terrified of alerting the guards outside. I'll break through the iron door and free you from the chains, he whinnying instructed, her tone sharp and authoritative. Leave the men outside to me. Seize your chance to run into the streets and yell for help. Understand, the reason she was here in the first place was due to a risky plan of her own making. Earlier today, after confirming that her father had gone out to gamble, she discreetly moved her mom and little sister into a safe house. Little did she expect that when her father, Hiwegwa, unexpectedly returned, he was on the phone. By sheer coincidence, she overheard him saying he planned to sell her younger sister to the rat gang, who'd be relocating a batch of captive girls tonight. Taking advantage of the situation, she baited her father into selling her to the gang instead, planting herself in their den intentionally. Feigning panic and playing the role of a frightened victim, she gathered intelligence about the layout, guard placement, and the strength of the operation discreetly. Now, everything was in place, and it was time to strike. Those dozen grunts on the surface are no threat. Even the so-called Toxin Master is nothing compared to me. With my domain and throne abilities, I can handle it all. The only issue. She paused, analyzing. The only real concern is Ratman. She calculated swiftly. As long as she neutralized him, rescuing the captives would be seamless. Swish. A cold, sharp gleam cut through the air as the room's temperature plunged. 3 icicle-like crystal swords formed out of thin air and flew toward the iron door with a whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. Deafening pounding burst through the upper floor of the shop, instantly alerting the 5 men stationed there. Their gazes turned cold and wary. Who the hell? Growled the bald man, grabbing his spiked club as he strode toward the door. Hello? Owner? Good evening. I'm from the neighborhood committee. We're doing a community program and delivering 3 bags of flour and 2 jugs of oil to each household," came a deliberately gruff male voice from the other side of the door. The bald man cautiously opened the door a crack, peeking out. Standing outside was a burly man nearly 2 meters tall, wearing an apron and a mask. He was pushing a cart piled high with towering white bags of flour and oil jugs. "Evening, boss. Just here to deliver these supplies for free. Kind of like a community giveaway to give back to the loyal residents." The figure nodded and smiled awkwardly. The bald man scanned him up and down before turning back to his companions and flashing a broad, exaggerated grin. "Hey, it's legit. They're delivering flour and oil. It checks out. Phew, the community, huh? Scared the crap out of me for a sec. Thought it might have been the regulatory guys. Shoo, keep your voice down." The door swung wide open, light spilling onto Zhang Depeo's costume. Several men with seemingly friendly faces looked at him in unison. "Brother, working this late? That's dedication. Come in, have some tea. We just made some bubble tea. Want to try some beetle nuts?" Zhang Depeo's heart pounded in his chest. They actually bought it? He couldn't believe this group of criminals was so easily duped. He had racked his brain trying to come up with an excuse that explained delivering giveaways even at such a late hour, only to find they hadn't questioned a single detail. "Clearly, my acting is top-notch," he thought gleefully, pushing the cart inside. The door slammed shut behind him. Step 1. Flawless. Underneath the mask, his grin stretched ear to ear. Step 2. Game on. Ah. He stumbled forward theatrically, collapsing onto the bags of flour with a loud thud. Rip. One of the bags tore open dramatically, spilling a cascade of white powder onto the floor like a waterfall. The atmosphere froze. The group's cheery demeanor faded in an instant, replaced by suspicion and icy glares. Sorry. Totally my fault. Tripped over nothing. I'll go back and fetch a replacement bag right away." Zhang Depeo stammered, nervously scratching the back of his head. "Fine, just be more careful next time," the bald man grumbled, patting him on the shoulder with a restrained scowl. Suddenly, Zhang Depeo doubled over, clutching his stomach as if in pain. Listen, guys, could I maybe use your bathroom real quick? I think I ate something bad." Yeah, whatever. Over there." The moment the bathroom door closed behind him, his facade vanished. Pulling out 2 plastic bottles in lightning motion, he unscrewed the caps and poured 2 different, noxious-smelling liquids into the toilet tank and bowl with scientific precision. Flush. Wash hands. He was ready. Time to fetch the new flour. He pulled the empty cart and exited through the door. Bang! The door slammed shut again. For a brief moment, the room plunged into an eerie silence. After confirming the man had walked far enough away, the members of the rat poison gang let out a long sigh of relief. "Damn it, scared the hell out of me. We didn't blow our cover just now, did we? This crappy neighborhood's so inhumane, making workers work overtime late at night in the name of spreading warmth. Old Zhao, didn't you join the gang in the first place because you were working too much overtime already? If the boss hadn't said we need to keep good relations with the neighbors to avoid suspicion, I would have knocked him out cold with one swing. When's the pickup happening? 2 hours from now. Once we deliver this batch, drinks are on me, boys." From a rooftop across the street, I coldly observed their hideout below. Boss Sheng, done and dusted. It couldn't have gone smoother. Zhang Depeo climbed up with a grin plastered across his face. "Those morons were totally played by yours truly. Good job." I gave him a hearty thumbs up, and our gazes fell back to the scene below. The night wind carried my soft words far into the distance. "Now, let's let the bullets fly for a while." Roughly 30 minutes later. 3 of hearts. Boom. Full house. Pay up. On the first floor of the hideout, 5 gang members had broken into 2 groups, 3 engaging in a heated round of do di zhu, while the other 2 played Chinese chess. Haha, got your knight. Your knight's gone. Screw this. All I've got left is my king and a rook. Bald-headed old Zhao frowned deeply, sniffing the air with increasing agitation. What's that smell? So gross. Who farted? Annoyed, he stood up. I'm done. Opening a window for some fresh air. Don't quit on us, old Zhao. Losing and throwing in the towel, are we? Fine. That's a loss for you. 800 yuan penalty. Shut it. Do you guys seriously not smell that? It's awful. The others took a few tentative sniffs, their expressions quickly darkening. You're right. Smells like my high school roommate who didn't shower all 3 years. Wait, is that water seeping out of the bathroom? Someone cried out, and everyone spun toward the restroom in unison. Upstairs, 6 more gang members stormed down, holding their noses and cursing. What's going on, you guys downstairs? Overflowing the toilet or something? Smells like death. The hideout was perpetually sealed tight, with little airflow. The pungent odor quickly spread like a contagion, filling every inch of the small building. Clutching their noses, the gang members rushed toward the bathroom. There, they were greeted with a ghastly sight. Yellow-green sewage bubbling up uncontrollably from the toilet, spewing a noxious gas straight into the hall like some foul geyser. Bald old Zhao's face turned ashen. Recently, the only person who'd used the restroom was that so-called community worker. Wait a minute. That gas, doesn't it seem toxic? Crap. That guy with the flower. He must have done something. Alarms blared in his mind, but it was already too late. Quick, turn on the exhaust fan. Vent this smell out. It's giving me a headache. However, as soon as the fan roared to life, the circulating air immediately kicked up the scattered flour on the floor. Like a dense fog, the fine white powder instantly flooded the entire hall. Shit, forgot about that. Turn the fan off. Open the door. One gang member rushed toward the entrance. Huh? Why is it all sticky? What the hell is this? He grimaced as his hand slid over the unusually slimy doorknob. Just as he shoved the door open, a ghostly white figure appeared outside. White suit, white hat, a sinister smiling mask. In its hand, a lit lighter traced a faint orange arc through the night. With a flick of my wrist, I hurled the lighter toward the door with precision. Enemy attack. The gang members' pupils shrank in horror as they instinctively dove for cover. But of course, the lighter's target wasn't them. It was the door. Whoosh! Magnesium powder smeared on the door ignited instantaneously, exploding into a blazing wall of crimson fire. Ever heard the phrase? True art is explosion. I gave a polite bow, leaping back gracefully into the shadows, disappearing into the night. Goodbye. Boom. Flames. Toxic gas. Ambient flower dust. The three collided at once in a devastating eruption. Boom, boom, boom. The resulting inferno tore through the sealed hideout like the jaws of a ravenous beast, swallowing everything in its path. The terrified screams of those inside were abruptly silenced, consumed by a sea of merciless flames. Under the orange hue of a street lamp, Zhang Depeo and I stood side by side, gazing at the towering pillar of fire. Boss Zhang, that was diabolical. Genius move. Bleach and toilet cleaner to release chlorine gas, fuel for the fire, then flour dust for the coup de grace. Instant explosion. Where do you even learn this kind of stuff? You're a monster. His wide-eyed, worshipful gaze practically burned with adoration. All that destruction, accomplished without breaking a sweat. This was domination. Keep it down. I waved him off nonchalantly. The foundation in science I'd gained in my past life, turns out it's just as handy in this world of advanced combat classes. Master physics and chemistry, and you can handle problems across any dimension. DePeo, stick with me, kid. Pick up even a fraction of my knowledge, and it'll serve you for life. I patted his shoulder, the corners of my mouth curling in a knowing smile. At this point, he was totally under my thumb, a far cry from the proud SS tier awakened, martial god he once was. The commotion here'll bring the regulatory bureau down in no time. While they're distracted, let's go rescue the people they've got locked up underground. With an explosion releasing not just flames, but also toxic gases, this place would be impenetrable to most ordinary people. Just relying on the data I could accurately pinpoint several safe routes. Stay close and don't take the wrong turn. Grabbing a damp towel to cover my mouth and nose, I swiftly darted into the blazing inferno, with Zhang Depeo hot on my heels. The two of us navigated through the collapsed ruins at a rapid pace. There, found it. The entrance to the underground had been entirely blown open by the explosion, every bit of covering obliterated. Drip, drip. In the damp, shadowy sewer, the sound of water droplets echoed clearly. The explosion's shockwaves had lost much of their strength by the time they reached this far. Bro, didn't you mention there were 2 tricky professionals hiding down here? The chaos up there could wake the dead, yet these guys are completely silent. Zhang Depeo asked, his eyes darting around in confusion. I was puzzled too. Activating the data eye, I scanned down the sewer's path ahead. Wait, is that? Deep in the tunnel, several figures slowly came into view. Leading the group was none other than He Weining. Her frosty, unyielding face looked even more enthralling, bathed in the dim, flickering light, like an iceberg shimmering in twilight. Behind her trailed 5 disheveled, shaken young girls with looks of palpable relief. At the end of her train of followers were 2 middle-aged men, shackled tightly in ice crystal chains and being dragged along like lifeless sacks of flesh. Looks like we don't even need to make a move. I chuckled softly, the realization dawning in my eyes. Wait, what? Zhang Depeo followed my gaze and immediately froze in his tracks, his expression dumbfounded. As his eyes landed on He Weining's face, aloof as always, chillingly beautiful, he felt a thunderous shock course through him. That's really He Weining. Of course my bro is on a totally different level. Zhang Depeo's inner monologue began to spiral. That icy goddess, He Weining, is actually by his side? I always heard she's cold to everyone, with no interest other than getting stronger. My bro must have sacrificed a lot to win her over. Or maybe he's still just her simp. His thoughts were abruptly shattered the moment He Weining's gaze landed on me. Her icy demeanor melted away instantly, vanishing like snow meeting the blazing sun. Her face softened, revealing a glimmer of warmth rarely seen. She quickened her pace, walking up to me with a slight bow of her head. Her frosty voice now carried a tone of undiluted respect and a touch of delight. Master, what brings you here? Master. Though softly spoken, the word exploded in the silent sewer tunnel like a crack of thunder. Zhang Depeo's mind went blank, his jaw dropping so hard it might as well scrape the sewer floor, his eyes bulging out of their sockets. The untouchable, ice-cold queen of the campus, He Weining, was now politely addressing my bro Lu Sheng as master. The acrid tang of smoke, the damp stink of mildew, filled the air. Amid the eerie underground shadows, Zhang Depeo and I had stumbled upon He Weining. Not only was she unscathed, but she had already subdued 2 enemies and brought 5 visibly terrified young girls along with her, who had clearly just escaped tragedy. The corners of my mouth curled up ever so slightly. The situation, it looked like I had pieced it all together. Master, what are you doing here? He Weining's voice was flush with disbelief, laced with genuine surprise and joy. Her eyes, usually glacial and sharp, softened in an instant, glowing brightly like shimmering stars. She quickly walked up to me, her head tilted ever so slightly, almost like a girl overcome with excitement at the sight of her beloved. Are you hurt? I asked, giving her a once-over. No, I'm fine, she replied. Hearing me express concern, her cheeks flushed the faintest hint of a pink hue. Her voice grew inexplicably soft and tender. It was breathtaking. The icy goddess, displaying such gentle affection. It was a sight that none could turn away from, freezing everyone in awe, no matter their gender. And then, I shattered the fragile moment with a single gesture. Time seemed to stand still. I extended 2 fingers, with firm yet affectionate resolve, lifting her chin with a mix of playful reprimand and assertive intimacy. Her cold pair of eyes had no choice but to meet mine. Do you realize your mistake? I asked calmly. Zhang Depeo's jaw hit the metaphorical floor. An ostrich egg could probably fit in his agape mouth at this point. He rubbed his eyes repeatedly, certain he had either succumbed to hallucinations from toxic smoke or entirely lost his grip on reality. This was He Weining, known far and wide as the Ice Queen of Lanjiang First High, the terrifying prodigy who single-handedly humiliated the school's so-called genius in the finals of the combat championship. A girl so stone-cold that she wouldn't bat an eyelid at any guy who dared to talk to her. And now, here she stood, calling my bro master, while he casually cupped her chin, reprimanding her to her face. Meanwhile, Zhang Depeo's very worldview was being hammered repeatedly with a warhammer until it crumbled into dust. His wide-eyed stare at me conveyed disbelief. Just how much of Lu Sheng have I not known? Is the bro I thought I understood just the tip of the iceberg? Except what left him even more dumbfounded was He Weining's reaction. Rather than getting angry or resisting, she lowered her gaze submissively. Her delicate face tilted down slightly, showing a hint of meekness mingled with a desire to please. I, I was wrong, she murmured, her formerly frosty voice trembling with regret. I shouldn't have acted alone or entered without discussing it with you. Please, punish me, master. The word master was faintly spoken, quieter than a whisper, yet it pierced the hearts of everyone in the room. Not just Jean DePeo. Even the two bruised and battered gang members from Poison Rat Gang, barely clinging to life with their icy wounds, wore wide-eyed expressions of pure, mind-numbing disbelief. Everything's wrong. We've had it all wrong. The same girl who just coldly annihilated us with ruthless precision, the very one who sliced us down with her icy blade as though we were nothing, was now acting as gentle and obedient as a kitten. It was both terrifying and utterly incomprehensible. The thought surfaced in their minds. They initially believed that Wei was already terrifying enough to be the ultimate boss of this operation. Now, they understood, she was merely a henchman, a vanguard. The true mastermind was this young man before them, who strolled through the chaos as if he were taking a casual walk in the park. The 5 rescued girls were collectively frozen in shock. Just minutes ago, Wei had descended from the heavens like a Valkyrie. She was their white moonlight, saving them from utter despair. With an ice sword in hand, she was graceful, powerful, and almost sacred. But now, their savior stood before this man like a guilty little girl, her head bowed as she submitted to his rebuke, his words laced with an air of undeniable authority. Their faith had crumbled. Why? How could such a mighty goddess behave so humbly toward a man? Granted, the man was indeed handsome, and they looked compatible standing together. But still, Sister White Moonlight, weren't you leaning into this a little too much? The girls were torn with mixed emotions. However, recalling Wei ruthless prowess moments prior, they swallowed their words and dared not utter a sound. No, I interrupted her, stepping forward, leaning close to her ear, and speaking in a tone only the two of us could hear. I said you're wrong, not for rescuing people, but for being reckless. I pulled my hand back and looked at her with a deep, steady gaze. Rushing in alone without knowing the enemy's full strength? This time you were lucky, you only encountered nobodies. But what if you had stumbled into their main hideout? What if they had a few high-ranking fighters? What would you have done then? If you got trapped, who would save you? Remember your role now. You're one of mine. You don't have the right to risk your life impulsively, and even less of a right to make me worry. Do you understand? Her body trembled slightly. Wei understands, she murmured, her voice quieter, with a faint quiver. Wei belongs to her master. I shouldn't have caused you concern. Your guidance reminds me. I'm not alone anymore. Thank you for caring about me. As long as you understand. I nodded. Punishment for this mistake can wait until later, depending on how you behave. Let's go. This place isn't safe to linger. The commotion outside has been too loud, and the Bureau of Professional Management will be here soon. If we're mistaken for terrorists, that'll be a real headache. I swept my gaze over the group and decisively gave the order. Zhang DePeo and Wei nodded immediately, and no one else dared to oppose. They hurriedly followed suit. Along the way, Wei explained what had happened step by step. She had the girls deliberately create chaos to lure out the Ratman-class job holder. Then, when he let his guard down, she launched a thunderous ambush, taking him out in one move. The remaining A-class poisoner job holder's toxic abilities had been nullified completely under her Winter Throne power. With combat skills far superior to her opponents, she defeated him despite the odds. When we returned to the main hall, it was littered with unconscious members of the Poison Rats gang, burnt and blackened by explosions and their own toxic gas, looking like figures in a nightmare. Zhang DePeo scratched his head. Boss Sheng, what should we do with these guys? We can't just leave them here, right? Pack them up and send them to the bureau, I said, patting his broad shoulder. I glanced over to the visibly shaken girls standing behind us. And bring them too. Let the bureau help contact their families. They'll also serve as key witnesses to thoroughly expose the Poison Rats gang's crimes. Otherwise, we'd have a tough time explaining why we borrowed these teaching institution facilities tonight. I smiled faintly. The Poison Rats gang had managed to thrive in Lanjiang for years, so their public image must have been squeaky clean. No doubt the Bureau of Professional Management hadn't uncovered their sinister deeds yet. Otherwise, they would have been eradicated long ago. Unexpectedly, tonight, they fell into our hands. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Boss Sheng, you're the man. Not a single flaw. Zhang Depeo's eyes gleamed with admiration. Looks like we're set to play superheroes tonight. Vanquishing evil and saving beauties all in one go. Naturally, I said with a tilt of my chin. Do you think I, Sheng Lu, would ever fail? Legendary. Boss Sheng, you're incredible. I immediately called the nearest Bureau of Professional Management branch, providing a concise rundown of the situation. Then, with prisoners in tow and the victims at our side, we headed straight for the destination. 10 minutes later, the solemn, monumental building of the Bureau loomed before us under the night's lights. At the entrance, 4 figures stood waiting. 2 were stern-looking Bureau staff. The other 2? They were none other than Zhang Depeo's older brother, Zhang Daotian, the principal of Lanjiang No. 1 High School, and Chu Jianghe, the principal of Lanjiang No. 3 High School. Big bro, what are you doing here? Zhang Depeo's eyes widened like saucers. Little brother, Zhang Daotian, equally towering and dark-skinned, stood like a human fortress beside him. Flashing a wide grin of pearly white teeth, he roared. When I got the call and heard that you took down the Poison Rats gang's nest, I rushed over right away. You've done us proud. Lanjiang No. 1 High School can hold its head high thanks to you. Well done. When this wraps up, come by my house. Your sister-in-law will cook up a feast, and your nephew can perform a couple of acts for you. The 2 brothers laughed heartily, charging toward each other like twin mountains. Their massive hands clapped on each other's shoulders with booming thuds that echoed their camaraderie. Huh. Don't flatter me, big bro. Most of this is thanks to your guidance and Boss Sheng's brilliant leadership. Zhang Depeo beamed with unabashed pride. I watched these 2. A towering, burly man with a peculiar expression. The nephew that the principal of Blue River High mentioned. Could it be the dean? Asking the dean to perform on stage for students while addressing a student almost a generation younger as uncle. In my head, I silently paid a moment of respect for this unknown dean. Ahem. Beside me, the composed Chu Jianghe cleared his throat softly, gesturing to the jarring human cart behind Zhang Depeo. Old Zhang Depeo, let's head inside first. Standing here with these things, while this many people are around, doesn't look too good. He notably emphasized the word things, glancing at the charred, twisted, skewer-like human forms. His brows furrowed ever so slightly. 2 staff members from the Occupational Management Bureau stepped forward, their demeanor polite yet official. Students Lu Sheng, He Weiniying, and Zhang Depeo, please come with us. They exchanged glances, their gazes carrying both curiosity and a hint of scrutiny. The moment we stepped into the brightly lit hall, the atmosphere shifted drastically. In the reception area, dozens of staff members were congregated, some standing, some seated, all of their eyes collectively locking on the 3 of us. Nobody spoke, but their silent, focused gazes carried an invisible pressure that instantly filled the space. Boss Sheng, what's with this lineup? Zhang Depeo, clearly out of his depth, instinctively became nervous. Thoughts of his borrowing escapades with the training center made guilt rise in him like a tidal wave. His voice lowered as he nudged me lightly. Could it be they're here to arrest us? Even our heroics don't cancel out our past misdeeds. Relax. Scanning the room with a calm and deliberate sweep, I smirked faintly. Look at their eyes, mostly curiosity, mixed with a fair share of amazement. Odds are, they just heard about the 3 of us students taking down the Rat Fong gang's hideout single-handedly, and they all want to witness the famed trio up close. I gave his tense arm a reassuring pat. Oh, so they're here to stare at us like monkeys. Wait, no. Marvel at us as heroes. That's fine then. Zhang Depeo immediately relaxed, even mustering a goofy wave toward the staff, exuding an almost silly charm. Led by the staff, we moved through the hallways, leaving the prisoners to be handed off to others for treatment and, well, intensive sewing machine education. Eventually, we stopped before the door of a spacious office. A staff member knocked, prompting a calm and steady voice from within. Come in. The door creaked open. The office was minimalist yet sophisticated. Seated behind a wide, deep-toned desk was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Wearing clean, casual attire, His meticulously combed hair framed a set of sharp, well-defined features and deeply serene eyes. His head was buried in paperwork, and he only looked up at the sound of our entry. His gaze swept across everyone in the room before settling on the three of us. Those eyes didn't hold any sharpness, yet still made Jean de Peo instinctively straighten his posture, even consciously lightening his breathing. He Weiniying lowered her gaze slightly, subtly sensing the mountain-like pressure emanating from him. Xiao Zhao, the man spoke gently. Prepare tea for our three young heroes and the two principals. Yes, Director Zhou. Please, everyone, make yourselves comfortable, the man said, wearing an approachable smile. It was clear that both Zhang Daotian and Chu Jianghe held immense respect for this individual. They promptly moved to the sofas on either side, adopting postures of perfect decorum. Zhang Daotian, despite his towering frame, sat upright, even subconsciously smoothing out an already creaseless collar. Chu Jianghe also sat with a straight back, his demeanor marked by the reverence of a subordinate before a superior. The three of us, however, stood frozen in place, staring wide-eyed at this man who maintained his gentle smile. Why you, your senior Zhou Wuguang? Zhang de Peo's voice trembled. The legendary powerhouse who single-handedly held back the beast tide. Both he whinnying and I mirrored his astonishment. Zhou Wuguang, the strongest occupational practitioner acknowledged in all of Blue River City. Director of the Occupational Management Bureau. I'd heard about him since I was a kid. Despite his overwhelmingly low-profile nature, his legendary feat from over a decade ago was deeply etched in my memory. At the outskirts of the city, he had single-handedly subdued 90% of the encroaching beasts, allowing only a fraction to slip through, which were swiftly dealt with by the remaining occupational practitioners. That battle was what had propelled him into the public spotlight. Yet, instead of basking in fame, he vanished from the public eye almost immediately after. And now, here he was, of all places, working right in our city's bureau. His information quickly flashed through my mind like a reflex. Name, Zhou Wuguang. Age, 172 years. Class, Greenwood Summoner S. Level, LV83, Fourth Awakening. Attributes, Strength 6735, Intelligence 5982, Agility 6316, Constitution 6287. Skills, Tree Domain Descent SS, Wooden Dragon Meteor A, Twisting Piercer S, Living Armor B, Wooden Avatar A, War Stomp A, Hiss, over 6,000 plus across the board, and a level 83 occupational practitioner at the Fourth Awakening. This was, hands down, the highest attribute panel I'd ever seen. The sheer strength was staggering. Even more shocking, this man, with his jet black hair and youthful, 40-something appearance, was, in reality, already 172 years old. Considering fourth-layered occupational practitioners generally have a lifespan of around 200 years, Zhou Wuguang should technically be considered elderly. Yet here he was, seemingly in his prime. If you're talking about the Beast Horde incident 13 years ago, then yes, that was me. Zhou Wuguang spoke without a shred of arrogance, more like a kind, approachable uncle from next door. Take a seat and relax for a bit. I've roughly been briefed about what you all went through tonight. You've worked hard. We followed his instructions and sat down. After a brief moment of astonishment, I quickly composed myself, my demeanor now calm and natural. He whinnying, though sitting with elegance, displayed a faint tension that was almost imperceptible. Her slender legs were neatly together, gently pressed against my side, as if such proximity provided her with a sense of safety. Zhang de Peo, on the other hand, was clearly uneasy, placing both hands primly on his knees like an anxious elementary school kid in class. My eyes casually swept across the desk. With the keen eyesight of a professional, I immediately caught sight of the heading on an open document. Preliminary Investigation Report on the Hidden Base Attack of the Toxic Rats Gang. A few lines of text below caught my attention. Alleged planner, Lu Sheng, suspected ringleader. Executor, Zhang de Peo. Infiltration/combat core. He whinnying. Tactical assessment, strategically brilliant, optimized use of environment and tools, achieving victory against all odds. Scene reconstruction accuracy, 92%. Haha. Zhou Wuguang. noticing my gaze, didn't bother concealing the document, but instead lightly pushed it further into view, making the title even more readable. Our profile analyst reconstructed the scene. His abilities are very reliable, almost always spot on. His tone was mild, but it made the Occupational Management Bureau's immense capability for intelligence gathering all the more apparent. We carefully read through the report, and our expressions grew increasingly intrigued. It was almost entirely accurate, with only the tiniest discrepancies in details that didn't affect the overall outcome. Profile analyst, a unique profession. Based on subtle clues, they could reconstruct events from hours earlier. Such professionals were in high demand. As long as they woke up and showed some talent, they'd basically be guaranteed a position with the Bureau. From the explosion to now, barely over an hour had passed, and yet the Bureau had already compiled such an exhaustive report. Truly, their efficiency and capability as a government organization were unparalleled. Zhou Wuguang turned to us, his gaze full of unhidden appreciation. Liu Sheng, Zhang Depeo, one of you demonstrated exceptional intelligence, while the other delivered a stellar performance. You used location, tools, and timing to perfection, dismantling the combat prowess of 11 professionals in a flash. Your actions are practically textbook examples of tactical mastery. He whinnying. His gaze shifted to her, carrying a trace of inquiry. Your profession's rank is undoubtedly high, but what's even rarer is your combat proficiency, which far exceeds peers of your level, and even some from much higher ranks. For someone in your position to so deftly and cleanly handle two seasoned opponents despite a level disadvantage, that's truly extraordinary. You are all outstanding professionals of Blue River City. The three of you, working seamlessly together, each playing your part, not only managed to take down a malignant tumor of this city, but also saved several innocent girls in the process. His voice carried a sincere gratitude. With evidence collected from tonight and the materials retrieved from the individuals you apprehended, it has now been confirmed that the Toxic Rats gang has long been involved in heinous crimes, including human trafficking, illegal gambling dens, and extortion. They've been a significant stain on Blue River City. We will use this as a pivotal breakthrough. Starting tomorrow, the Toxic Rats gang will be no more in Blue River City. He paused, his gaze sweeping across our young faces. You three are undoubtedly the heroes of this operation. I, Zhou Wuguang, as the Director General of the Blue River City Occupational Management Bureau, express my deepest gratitude, and I hereby announce the rewards for your efforts. The moment the word rewards was mentioned, Zhang Depeo's eyes widened with excitement as his breathing quickened, his face filled with eager anticipation. He whinnying and I maintained calm expressions, though a flicker of eagerness crossed both our gazes. A reward distributed from someone of Zhou Wuguang's standing was certainly worth anticipation. Zhou Wuguang, taking in all our reactions, gave a slight, knowing smile, the kind of look a senior might bestow on promising juniors. He didn't prolong the suspense and directly began. Your rewards will be divided into two parts. The first part includes merit points and basic resources. Each of you will receive 1,000 Occupational Management Bureau merit points, which can be exchanged for high-quality equipment, rare skill books, precious materials, cultivation resources, and more. In addition, each of you will receive 200,000 copper coins in cash. Zhang Depeo was so overjoyed, he nearly jumped out of his seat. 1,000 merit points, 200,000 copper coins. He looked like he was going to faint from happiness. He whinnying and I, however, remained far more composed. Since there were two parts to the rewards, it was clear the truly exciting part lay ahead. The second part, Zhou Wuguang continued, is a special reward based on each of your respective performances and potential, which I am personally granting to you. His gaze moved between the three of us. All three of us held our breath simultaneously. We knew this part was the real deal. Then, Zhou Wuguang's tone shifted sharply. The warm, approachable aura vanished, replaced with a blade-sharp edge. His gaze swept over He Weiniying and Zhang Depeo, their faces reddening under the weight of his scrutinizing stare. The corners of his mouth curved into a faintly meaningful smirk. Of course, these rewards aren't just handed out for free. If you want them, you'll need to prove you have the strength to earn them. He paused deliberately, letting the tension thicken in the air, before finally revealing his conditions in a measured, unhurried tone. He whinnying, Jean de Peo, his voice was steady yet commanding. You both are some of the brightest talents from this generation in Blue River City. All right, my request is simple. Get into the top 3 of the city's rookie competition. Can you do it? The two of them exchanged a glance and nodded firmly. As for Lu Sheng, he turned his gaze toward me, letting it linger for a long while. I knew what he was mulling over. The moment the explosion happened, the files of the 3 of us landed on his desk. It was all clearly detailed within. Lu Sheng, a double E-class professional, a talent level equivalent to a death sentence. All right then, Lu Sheng. He finally spoke, his tone tinged with that all-too-familiar pity. Considering your unique situation, let's set your goal as making it into the top 50. Top 50. I didn't respond, merely watching the waters ripple as that pebble was thrown in. The first to react were the 2 principals. Director Zhou, this can't be. Principal Zhang Daotian of Lanjiang First High School nearly leapt out of his chair. Top 50. Out of more than 1,000 participants each year, who in the top 50 isn't at least an A class. Even B class is incredibly rare. This isn't motivating him. This is crushing him under impossible pressure. Exactly, Director Zhou. Chu Jianghe was already sweating bullets. Lu Sheng is an excellent young man, meticulous, with natural leadership potential. But his talent level, this goal is way too heavy for him to bear. Before their voices could fully settle, 2 even stronger voices completely drowned them out. Director Zhou. He Weining's normally cool, crisp tone carried a faint edge of dissatisfaction for the first time. With all due respect, this target, this goal, is an insult to him. No, absolutely not. Zhang de Peo's neck veins bulged as he nearly roared, like an enraged bull. Top 50. My bro's goal has to be the same as mine. Top 3. No, Xingji's aim should be first place. Period. Zhang Daotian and Chu Jianghe just stared at them, disbelief plastered all over their faces, as though they'd seen ghosts. They simply couldn't comprehend it. 2 genius-level talents thinking top 50 was too low of an expectation for a double E-class nobody. Heh. Zhou Wuguang watched the scene unfold with amused interest before finally locking his sharp gaze back onto me. Since opinions are divided, let's hear it from the man himself. Lu Sheng, tell me, do you think the goal I set for you is too high or too low? All eyes turned toward me. I slowly lifted my head, meeting Zhou's evaluating gaze, and a radiant smile crept across my face. Of course, it's way too low. I spoke each word clearly, my voice calm yet firm, striking through the room like an arrow. My goal, as far as I'm concerned, is just one thing: first place. Did you hear that? Zhang de Peo roared, punching the air. Xingji said it himself. First place or nothing. Xingji is the man. Next to him, He Weiniying stifled a laugh, her eyes twinkling with admiration. Ahem. I made a small gesture to silence my overexcited friend. Let's keep it low-key in front of the director. Ha! Zhou Wuguang finally let loose a hearty laugh, his eyes gleaming with approval so palpable it almost overflowed. Good. Aiming solely for first place, are you? He smacked his thigh in delight. Looks like I underestimated you. First place is always a gamble, so I won't force it. Instead, I'll adjust my expectations. He cast a fiery glance over the 3 of us, his tone decisive and commanding. You 3 are to all fight your way into the top 3. If any one of you achieves it, I personally guarantee you'll be rewarded with a prize worthy of that honor. A promise from a 4-tier powerhouse. A promise that was already enough to set one's blood boiling. Yes. Understood. We'll lock it down. All right then. Dismissed for now. Zhou Wuguang leaned back into his chair and picked up the files in front of him. Tonight, he had a raid to oversee targeting the Poison Rat Gang. His duty was to ensure every subordinate made it back safely. Director Zhou, we'll take our leave now. The 2 principals bid their goodbyes, escorting us out across the threshold of the Professional Management Bureau. The night air was crisp and cool. He Weiniying, hold on a moment. Before parting ways, Chu Jianghe called after her, his tone weary. The special dungeon trial I applied for on your behalf has been approved. It's 7 days long, starting tomorrow. Report to the city's pro-management HQ. They'll have someone assigned to guide you. This? Weiniying froze. and her first reaction wasn't joy but to glance toward me, her eyes seeking my opinion. When I gave her a slight nod, she turned back to the principal and respectfully replied, "Understood, principal. I'll report on time tomorrow." Chu Jianghe's thin smile faltered, replaced by a resigned sigh. He waved her off weakly, as though watching a gem he'd nurtured for 3 long years being claimed by a pig. Me, with nothing he could do about it. Meanwhile, Zhang Daotian slung an arm around Zhang Depeo, who was just about to follow me. "Hey, where do you think you're going? Your sister-in-law's prepared a feast for you. Don't tell me you forgot." "Oh, right. Depeo slapped his forehead, turning back to give me a wave. "Xingji, I'm off to freeload some food. Take care on your way home." As the others dispersed, the only ones left in the corridor were Wei and me. I texted my sister to let her know I was safe and then tucked away my phone. Tilting my head slightly, I looked at her and said, "Let's go. I'll take you home." "Huh?" Her body shuddered, as if struck by a jolt of electricity, and she froze in place. "And master, you're going to my house." "Of course," I replied evenly. "Do you really think you can face him alone in your current state?" Her face turned pale instantly. I softened my tone as I continued, "I don't want you doing something reckless again. Tonight, we'll put an end to it. Together." Shame made her lower her head, unable to say another word. The moment the door opened, a stench of blood and putrid air assaulted us. In the middle of the living room sat Hiwegwa, bound tightly with ropes, his face swollen beyond recognition like a beaten pig's head. The instant he saw me, his eyes burned with a mix of vengeful hatred and crippling fear. But as his gaze fell on Hiwei, cowering behind me, the terror was immediately replaced by unrestrained joy. MMPH. He struggled violently, letting out muffled howls as he desperately signaled his daughter for help. "Dad?" Hiwei's lips quivered. Instinctively, she stepped forward. I blocked her with one hand. "Let me handle him," I said gently. Her lashes trembled wildly before she finally paused mid-step. I strode over to Hiwegwa and ripped the tape off his mouth in one motion. "Hiwei, you unfilial brat. Get over here and untie me." He barked the moment he was freed. But Hiwei remained rooted to the spot, a silent statue of grief. "Are you deaf?" I said, "Come here." His voice climbed into a shrill screech that grated harshly against the ears. I saw her body flinch almost imperceptibly. Years of systemic abuse, of being shackled by the chains of parents are always right and filial piety above all else, had left scars deep in her soul. Even now, despite every fiber of her being resisting, her body instinctively compelled her to obey, just as her will was about to crumble. "Stay where you are. Do not move." My voice thundered like a crack of lightning. Her head snapped up in shock to see a cold steel pipe in my hand, raised high before slamming down heavily onto Hiwegwa's head. Bang! The sickening sound of metal meeting flesh and bone reverberated through the still room. Blood splattered everywhere, while broken teeth and crimson spit scattered to the floor. Time seemed to stop. Both father and daughter were utterly dumbstruck, their expressions frozen in disbelief. "Ahak!" Hiwegwa's agonized screams tore through the silence. His face swelled grotesquely, distorted beyond recognition by the second blow. "Hiwei, you're just going to stand there and watch this stranger beat your own father?" he howled, feral, his bloodshot eyes wild with fury. "Come here. Help me kill him. That's an order." Hiwei's face twisted with torment. On one side was her father's command, on the other, my warning. Two opposing forces waged war inside her helpless mind. "Shut up. One more word, and I'll kill you." The murderous intent in my voice was tangible, almost suffocating. Hiwegwa's rampage abruptly seized up in his throat as he stared at me, horrified. In that moment, he realized I wasn't bluffing. I would kill him without hesitation. Once he finally silenced, I spoke slowly, my tone casual, as if commenting on mundane matters. "Hiwegwa, once the great A-rank professional known as the Gambling King. And yet here you are, reduced to this pathetic excuse of a man, going so far as to sell your own daughter to settle gambling debts." I stared him down, shaking my head in disgust. "Pitiful. You don't know a damn thing," he spat back indignantly. "I was so close. I just needed one more chance. I could have turned it all around." "Chance?" A sneer curled my lips. Your so-called almosts are just bait, traps carefully set by the Siren Gang. They fed you scraps of hope, stringing you along inch by inch, until they drained you of everything. I took a deliberately slow step forward, completely towering over him. Half a lifetime lived, and yet a teenage boy sees through it more clearly than you do. Thwack! The pipe came down again with a loud crack, and fresh rivulets of blood poured from his head. Every memory of her desperation, the helpless, battered girl in my mind, ignited a fury in me so fierce I could barely stop myself from finishing him right then and there. He whinnying. I called out to her softly. She stepped closer. I handed her my phone, the screen displaying the dial pad, already prepared. Call the prosecution bureau. Report him. The weight of my words struck her like a blow. In our country, gambling in underground dens, selling one's children, they were grave crimes underlaid by strict justice. Once reported, Hiwegwa would face at least 20 years behind bars. And in that moment, it dawned on her. I hadn't exposed her father to the bureau earlier because I was saving it for now. For her to make the final choice. For her to take control, to end it herself. With trembling hands, she raised the phone. Her fingers hovered over the call button for what seemed like an eternity, unable to press down. He whinnying. Have you lost your mind? I'm your father. You're seriously going to send your own blood into hell. Hiwegwa, desperate now, screeched in panic. Do you really want the whole neighborhood calling you an ungrateful, heartless brat? Enough. SHHH gay. Cold steel gleamed against his throat, the tip of a blade nicking his skin just enough for a thin stream of blood to trickle out. He fell silent instantly. Did you really think I wouldn't kill you? My voice was ice. I turned my head and looked at he whinnying, who was in the throes of pain and conflict. Listen to me, he whinnying, I said firmly. Some people take the title of parents, yet they've never fulfilled even a day of parental responsibility. All they know is how to bind you with the chain of filial piety, forcing you to kneel, bleed you dry. But I want you to stand up. Right now. I pointed to the phone, my words deliberate and resolute. Press this button. From this moment on, cut all ties with him. You don't need to live under anyone's gaze anymore, and you don't need to carry the weight of anyone's expectations. From today forward, you live for yourself and the people you truly care about. You unfilial girl. You can't. Hiwegwa, sensing his daughter's wavering resolve, screamed desperately in protest, even forgetting about the blade pressed to his neck. I'm your biological father. That roar felt like a rusty key, suddenly unlocking a floodgate of her memories. I had seen them before, her memories, her father's cold and cutting words throughout her childhood. The drunkard who came home after gambling away everything, fists swinging towards her mother, treating her and her sister as commodities up for sale. Her scholarships, earned through blood and sweat, siphoned away to fill the bottomless pit of his gambling debts. Scene after scene, humiliation and desperation writ large. Her eyes grew unfocused as tears rolled uncontrollably down her face. Then, all at once, she snapped out of it. The truth was clear. She had ceased being his daughter a long time ago. In this house, she was nothing more than a servant, someone to beat and sell at will. Her gaze shifted to me. This boy with whom she had signed an irrevocable pact. Someone who had never demanded anything unreasonable from her. He was someone who burned with anger at her humiliation. Someone who guided her when she was lost. Someone who pulled her back every time she was about to fall into the abyss. The man who gave her life had pushed her into hell. But this so-called master was teaching her how to stand tall again, how to reclaim her humanity. The entire world seemed to fall silent as my words replayed in her mind on an endless loop. Stand up, she murmured. Live for yourself. It was time. Time to bring an end to all the pain, all the cowardice, all the shackles. Tonight, she would break them with her own hands. The tears on her face were still damp, but her eyes transformed, from hesitation to unparalleled clarity and determination. I'll do it. She reached out, her fingers trembling, and smashed down on the call button with all her might. The call connected instantly. Hello, this is the Longyang Municipal Labor Bureau. Clutching the phone tightly, she met her father's disbelieving, desperate eyes head-on. Her voice was calm, steady, colder than ice. Hello? I'd like to file a report. At the same time, a series of notifications appeared before my eyes. Loyalty plus 4. Current manhwareccap's loyalty, 90. Congratulations. You've unlocked a hidden achievement, absolute loyalty.